Hi ho, it's off to work we go. Do 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 do. The revolution has begun and it is being televised. What is this now? Uh, we are on the way, boys and girls. It is gonna be amazing. Washington, D.C. is gonna get so hot tonight because big old Donald Trump needs to prove what a big old man he is. You watch. Yesterday, he labeled those proud Americans in the streets of Washington, D.C., protesting uh, police brutality. He labeled them terrorists tonight. And where is the big pussy? Hiding in a bunker. You know he is. And what does he do about terrorists? Surrounding the White House? Absolutely nothing. You know why? Because a big fat giant fucking pussy. That's why. In case anybody's wondering. Label proud Americans terrorists. What the fuck is wrong with you, giant piece of shit? How can anybody support a fucking piece of shit like that? Ever. Okay? These are proud Americans who, in the proud American tradition, Washington D.C. is going to get so fucking hot. Hey Craig, I can't move me around the thumbnail. So can you fix it so I can move me? Um, again, you know, these are proud, brave Americans who, in the proud, brave American tradition, have gone into the streets to demand that their representative government hear their voices, their righteous voices, and and in doing so, they're standing up to a trigger-happy, heavily militarized, heavily armed police state, which can't stand being questioned. Hello, caller.
Hello, this is Anonymous.
What's up, G?
Not much. I was just wondering. I've been watching your program for a while, like for all these topics, and I was wondering, when are you at least gonna take off your shirt?
No, not gonna happen.
Not even your shirt. I
Not
mean, you
that
don't have
kind.
to
It's
shave.
not that kind of show, buddy.
Well, I mean, could lighten the mood.
Nah, that's not what I'm trying to do, though, is it?
Come on, man. All right. You know what? Could you at least like, I don't know, have some
A bong
fireworks
hit?
or something?
I can have a bong hit. I can do that. That'll lighten the load.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
That'll work. I will take that.
Okay. I can have
Okay.
a bong
Thank you.
hit.
Bye.
All right. Good to hear from you.
Good to hear from you too. Bye.
Bye. All right, that is Anonymous. We're so glad to have Anonymous watching. Anonymous has always been part of Mox News, so much so that Anonymous is even on the Mox News business card. Here is the Mox News business card, and boom! Anonymous with Mox News at the head. Bam! You gotta love that, huh? That scares the fuck out of the norms right there. You should have seen when I gave one to Senator Cantwell. Like I snapped. That was funny. All right. So, and this is where we're coming from, people. Okay? These are righteous, beautiful people that are doing, are being so proud and so brave and just simply demanding the change we were promised, demanding the justice that this country promises. Okay? We're born with the right to justice in this country. The founding fathers recognized it to be inalienable. Okay? These people, these police, these politicians. I'm not saying this is Donald Trump's fault. This is the Republicans and the Democrats' fault. The Republicans and the Democrats have allowed the police to become a rabid dog organization. There are serial killers in police departments across this country, nationwide, from coast to coast. People, very sick individuals who have killed multiple people posing as police officers dispensing justice. They've killed multiple people and they just can't wait to kill again. And you know how I know that? Because killing someone weighs very, very heavy on you. And if they didn't want to do it again, they wouldn't continue to be a cop. So there are serial killers amongst the police force in your local police department, and your good apple cops know who they are and do absolutely nothing to out them or get rid of them. In fact, they do just the opposite. They know that that person is going to go out into my community, our communities, and hurt someone horribly because they can. Because they know they can get away with it. That's the only reason. And those good apple cops do nothing to get rid of those guys. In fact, what they do is they do everything in their power to protect them, making them just as evil. It's very simple. Gotta get ready for a bong hit. Everybody get ready for a bong hit. Are you ready for a bong hit? It's almost bong hit time. Almost bong hit time. Actually, it's been bong hit time for me for a couple hours, but I've been busy trying to get ready for the show. Because there's stuff to do to get ready for the show. This doesn't just happen, people. Alright, so I don't know where else I really expected to get too hot tonight because there are just millions and millions of people in the street. I figure Portland is probably going to have some issues tonight because they pushed too hard last night. I don't know if you watched after we finished here. Craig kept the stream going live over on the Mox Live page, and what happened was people started coming under more and more tear gas attacks, and finally, they were basically running and hiding, and it was horrible. So I expect there to be many, many, many more people on the street today in Portland. Let's see. Let me see what the locals got here. Let's see. I also expect Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. has just been flooded with protesters. Rightfully so, after Donald Trump yesterday labeled the protesters outside the White House the proud, brave Americans in the proud, brave American tradition of going into the streets and demanding that their representative government hear their voices. Donald Trump labeled them terrorists, not potential terrorists, like Barack Obama did to the fucking Occupy movement. He labeled them potential terrorists. Donald Trump called the protesters outside the White House terrorists. Okay? That's how much Donald Trump respects your rights. That's how much Donald Trump respects proud, fine American traditions. Hello, caller.
Hello, Michael. How are you? How's all the world where you're at?
What now? I'm good. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm calling from Canada.
Right on. Eric?
No, it's Glenn.
Hey, Glenn. Good to hear from you.
Yeah, it's good to see you guys. I came out of hibernation and everybody was wearing a fucking mask.
Crazy, huh?
Yeah, it's crazy. I live on a little island where
Lucky.
100,000 of us.
Lucky.
Okay, and we're in a really nice place.
You sound like a very lucky guy.
We're blessed, Mike. We're blessed. But I'll tell you, we haven't had one of the pandemic deaths or virus or whatever the fuck it is. We haven't had one.
Yeah.
And
good.
It is 100,000 of us. So,
yeah.
All I see is carnage and mayhem on all the NSM feeds that are coming in here. And the people here are really stunned because we're under lockdown like everybody else.
Yeah.
And we had no deaths. And we've had maybe 5 infections. But that never. It's crazy. They're following all of the rules. I can't believe it. They're like robots.
I know, right?
And, like they're walking around and they're walking away. I'm going down the sidewalk, just going down to the grocery store.
Yeah.
And they're walking off of the sidewalk onto the road.
I know, right? I get that too, man. Over here they cross the street when they see me.
Yeah. Listen, I'm an old hippie, man, and I come from I traveled all through the West Coast when I was a young man, and I was very heavily influenced by the patriots that wouldn't go to Vietnam, and I was impressed by the British Columbia. I made it into Bellingham one time, into Washington, to get mushrooms.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I found how easy it was just to go over the border or anywhere I wanted. And nobody really questioned me, and I had a criminal record.
Huh?
Yeah, I was busted for weed when I was 15 years old, 16.
Lame.
One $25 lid of weed ruined my life.
Lame. Yeah, I talk about this country, this government being at war with me since I've been 15 years old too, dude. So I completely understand.
Yeah, because I picked that up the other night when, like, I'm on a 4-hour ahead of you here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so, like, after I've smoked a bit for the day and I nestled down, it's very rare that I go on the internet. And I just happened to flick it on the other day, and I've been following you for a long time, like over the years, and I've never really made contact. So I always wanted to say to people that live in the United States, and to you in particular, that your view allowed me to have a different opinion of what goes on in the U.S. compared to what dribble I was getting. I was getting information from a show called Democracy Now! In New York.
Yeah.
No, look, that bullshit, like, I can't take any more of it because I stopped watching all of these feeds that were coming in here, except for you guys.
Yeah.
And it's just overwhelming that the people in Canada are watching what's coming up from the U.S., and a lot of them are buying into it, especially here where I live. They had a protest, get this now, in front of the police station, and there was about 1,000 people, and everybody was chanting and going on about the porn star, and I'm saying to myself, I hope this doesn't get up here, like. I hope that this whole BS thing doesn't start happening locally, but it's hard to stop.
Yeah, well, it sounds like you're in a, the thing in America is the police here, and really around the world, what we're seeing is that the police have been just horrible to respecting people's most basic rights. You obviously have experienced this yourself. So, but in the little community in which you live, there's a good chance that there's not much of that going on. So,
No. Here's the thing. Um, on this little island, we've been here 400 years,
yeah.
and the Acadian people, which part of my tribe, okay,
Mm-hmm.
and we were the first genocide in North America next to the Native people,
Huh.
because we occupied the east coast of North America from Vermont over to PEI, Nova Scotia, and Newfoundland, that area. And I was born on the 11th of January, 1955. It was the 200th anniversary of the expulsion of the Acadians. And the British rounded up 200,000 of my family and exported them down to Louisiana and South Carolina.
Huh.
Put them in the swamps, and they figured the alligators would eat them.
Yeah.
But we ate the alligators.
Got to eat something.
Yeah, and then we came back here and we settled back in, and so growing up was a challenge here, and an industrial base was going down, and the experience was novel, and I was a coal miner for a short while. That was our backbone here.
Yeah.
And from there, I went into university. And then I discovered Agenda 2021. Somehow in 1992 or so, somebody gave me information about Agenda 2021.
Mm-hmm.
And the next thing you know, I created a character with a long trench coat and a hat, long hair, and I had a degree from the local university under my belt. I had a criminal record, but it didn't matter because I developed a little cult around here, and I ran for mayor.
Huh.
I ran for mayor to explain to people that they were going to take all of our small towns and they were going to combine them all into one region, and that was back in 1994. And the regionalization thing is part of Agenda 21. And I tried to get that message across, and I created the character, and I was getting free advertising. I manipulated what was the media then here, and I was gaining a lot of traction.
Right on.
So, do you know what they did? They put 6 candidates on top of the 2 that were already running, and me.
Huh.
They flooded the field.
Yeah.
They flooded the field, and that made it even more easier. They didn't realize that would make it even more easier for me to get in. Now, if they did it to allow me to get in, I will never know. But what happened was the other faction that was running the so-called liberal government, they paid off a couple of people to charge me with harassment.
Huh.
And when I stepped outside of my little town in the protection of our local cops, I went into the federal territory. And when I did that, they arrested me. I ran for mayor from jail. They couldn't get me off the ballot.
Huh. Cool.
I was in jail, and I knew all the guards. I knew all the cops. Like everybody here knows each other. You can't get away with shit unless you're a real crackhead. And
This sounds like a Netflix show. Are you sure you're not just telling me about some new Netflix show?
No, it's only part of it, Michael. You wouldn't believe the things I've been involved in.
You should write your Netflix show, man. Dang.
Yeah.
Netflix is waiting they're looking for you, dude.
Well, bring them on. I'll tell you something that happened. You have a guy down there who's now the head of the AFL-CIO. His name is Richard Trumka.
Uh-huh.
Remember him?
Yeah, I know who he is.
Yeah. Okay, he was the head of the United Mine Workers of America.
Huh.
And,
I did not know
okay,
that.
Now they ran and controlled the coal mines here from Washington.
I just want to point out all these evil terrorists in Washington, D.C. dancing in the streets So we're clear
Yeah.
about what terrorists look like. So in the future, when you're trying to pick out the terrorist in the crowd, this is what they look like, and maybe you can understand why now the police are murdering these people because they're obviously terrorists.
Look, and they're looking across their visors, and they're starting to think, "What am I doing here?" And you can see that rippling through the police force in Buffalo after that old man got pushed down and had his head bashed.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so the 57 officers that were with the two that pushed him down, they all resigned.
Yeah.
And they tried to spin it to say that they were in support of their fellow officer. But I don't think that's what happened.
Huh.
I think what's going to happen in the very near future is the cracks. If they keep the pressure up, man, it's going to start cracking.
There's a lot of pressure right now. But you see these people dancing, man. That's all everybody has to recognize. If they could recognize that this is peaceful, that these people just want to do the right thing. And why would anyone fight against people that want to do the right thing? Okay? So if they could recognize that, and instead of fighting against them, help make happen what it is they're trying to make happen, it would just make the world a better place for everyone. And for whatever reason, people want to stand in these people's way, and people want to label these people in some kind of like evil doers. There's something seriously wrong with you.
Well, look, it's the mindset of the mainstream media. I tell my friend here is captivated by Donald Trump. Okay.
Huh.
Up here in Canada, and so I try to point out a few things to him, but he don't want to look at that. And I said, well, Sandy, why don't you take a look at the crowds? Do you see one MAGA hat? Huh? He looked at me and I said, take a look. You see any Trump shirts there? He called them out to go to Washington to demonstrate against the people that he calls scum out on the street, and they never showed up.
Yeah.
They're all home with the potato chips and watching with as things go down. Freedom-loving people congregating, and now, if the freedom is catching on here as well as it is, it's going to spread to Taiwan and Hong Kong even more.
I think Hong Kong is going to be pretty hot this weekend, probably. They got a lot of shit to work out there, man.
Oh, well, you know what? There are 600 million peasants in China that make only $140 a month. You think that they're not ready to start eating those Communist Party members? I had a dream that I saw them chasing a guy through a village. I couldn't figure out what the dream was about. Well, that's what the dream was. They're going to wake up and their minders in their village that belong to the Communist Party that's been in charge of them all their life, they're going to eat them. They're going to go down.
That's what I say, man. Eat the motherfuckers. You know that that's how they look at us, like we're cattle. So, look, we have to recognize the real enemy and come together to take him down. That's all there is to it. There's only one real threat to our personal freedom, to our personal enjoyment of life. These people are dancing in the motherfucking street and they're being labeled terrorists. There's only one real threat, and it's not the Republicans and it's not the Democrats. It's both of them working hand in hand to bring us to this moment in history right here, right now. The Democrats haven't been any better on the police state than the Republicans have. Okay? They're both pure evil, and it's done. We have to recognize the real enemy and get rid of them. Come together to get rid of them together. That's the only way it's going to happen. Yeah, Glenn, go ahead.
You got it, man. And I'll tell you what, up here in Canada, we value what we have here on this little island. And this is where the telephone was invented. This is where the radio first broadcast. Marconi, Bell, they lived here. The first railroad, North America, Cape Breton. First telephone exchange, Cape Breton. It was a beautiful place back then, and they tried to ruin it, but now we got it back. All the coal mines are shut down, the steel mills are shut down, people are working, and families exist, and it's a pretty good place, Mike.
Right on. Well, that's really good. I love Canada. There's just something about Canadians that I love Canadians. If I could, I would marry a Canadian woman in a heartbeat. Um, I am glad that you're in a good place. It sounds like you're in an awesome place, and it sounds like you're having a pretty darn cool life, dude.
Well, that's going pretty good. And this week, I'll let you go after this. Back in March, the government here decided they were going to give $2,000 a month to everybody whose job was affected or from the COVID thing.
Awesome.
Okay, so but that there were limitations on how you could get it, but the prime minister basically let the door wide open for anybody. So I was going around signing people up all over the place, giving them the phone number. Just because you're unemployed doesn't mean you're not valuable. Call up the number. Your life has been interrupted by this. Call the number. Don't press number 2. Just press number 1 3 or 4 times, and you'll get money in the bank. Holy shit, Michael. The COVID money start coming in like crazy. People that never had $500 in their bank in their life were getting checks for $4,000 at a time.
That's awesome.
And it's been piling in ever since. And they can't stop it. Now the universal basic income is on the way, and we got a pussy whip prime minister who will have to, the banks will run him, and they'll have to do it just to survive.
He's a very odd guy, that's for sure.
Yep. And our system, back in 1963, we got Medicare for all, and it was a left winger that put it through a social credit program or whatever. But he played the game and he got it. We all have it in Canada now, and it's wonderful. We also had the Canada Pension Benefit Program came into effect, and that was first of its kind. And for disabilities and everything, that came in. And all of this was done, and we didn't run a deficit.
Yeah.
It was only when Tricky Dick got together with Prime Minister Trudeau, the father of our present Prime Minister, that was only then that when they came off of the gold standard and linked your dollar to the petrodollar, that everything went down. And it's been going down ever since.
That's not all they did. They kicked the drug war into overdrive also. They really started the drug war.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
a big part of it. Here in Canada, we finally got legalization of marijuana, but I will not buy my grass from the government store.
It's not nearly as good as the stuff that you get from your neighbor, dude.
No, that's right. Like I have a dealer that's in Halifax. That's like 500 miles away, but it's overnight courier.
Nice.
Okay, and you pay. You go online and you pay from your bank to his bank.
Awesome.
Okay, and there's no big deal. You put it in the Canada Post. It comes the next day.
That's freaking awesome. I love it.
The prices are phenomenal.
Oh, better than the legal stores?
Yeah, well, hell of a lot better. For example, I wanted to make some new oil, so I got a quarter pound of 18 to 20% THC, and I got that on sale because they had deformed buds.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got that for $300 Canadian.
Nice. Wow. That's beautiful. That's perfect.
Yeah.
That's
great oil.
You make butter out of that, and you have butter for like the next 6 months. For $300 for $50 a month.
Mhm. Yeah.
And it's good. It's good butter.
Yeah. So I decided I'm going to send you $10 a month.
I saw that, Glenn. It's very generous of you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's 15 Canadian.
Well, again, even more generous of you. um,
That's only
did Craig
that's only 1 pound of coffee bean.
Okay. Well, that's very nice. Thank you very, very much. Did Craig ask you if you want some Mox News stickers? Because he said he's sending Mox News stickers out to everybody.
Yeah, they're on the way.
Excellent, excellent.
And I'm going to be promoting you here over the next little while, but you're on a little late for Cape Breton, so.
Yeah, well, no, we're just trying to. There's the West Coast. I know we've been trying to figure out the time thing, but there's only so many things I can get done during the day, and I got to get what I can. And it actually takes hours to prepare for the show. So.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah.
I have a video editor, and I don't know how to run it.
Yeah. So.
And if I knew how to run it, I could make clips and send them to you.
Yeah, well. A lot of those things are explained on the YouTube. So what you do is you type in the video editor on the YouTube, and they will go step by step through how to use it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and my dyslexic mind might be able to pick it up, but I think my son, who happens to be my tech, he probably, when he gets the time, he'll come and put me through the paces.
Awesome.
Yeah.
It's good.
He's a miracle in himself. Yeah,
it's good to have.
I actually have offspring.
It's good to have people. If I didn't have Craig and Sam, my people, man, I would not have accomplished half of what I've done, for sure. So, and without the rest of you, none of this would ever happen.
No, and the thing is, I can anyway. I can pick up a real spirit when I see one and hear one. It's always been the way with me. I actually look at you and think I might have met you somewhere.
It's possible. Some other lifetime, man. I've been here a couple times.
Back in the 70s.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Glenn, thank you again for your help, and I look forward to talking to you again soon, okay?
No problem. Hang tough.
All right, we'll get through it, man.
Yep.
Stay cool.
Love ya.
See ya. That's Glenn from Canada. I forgot exactly the little community that he said he comes from, an island of 100,000 people. Sounds freaking awesome, right? Always wanted. There's these little communities in the Swiss Alps, right? They're I think they're probably less than 100,000 community. I think they're like 40, 60,000 people, but they don't have cars, right? And man, that just sounds like the most awesome thing ever. So, one of these days. All right, so we got Phoenix, Arizona up there in the top left-hand corner. Those cops are looking mighty tough, huh? Aren't they looking? Those guys look pretty butch in Arizona. We've all seen those fucking Arizona cops and how they act. The Phoenix cops especially. Fucking taking people, punching people's faces for no reason. Let's see, we got Seattle in the upper right. Seattle's going to stay chill. I'm telling you now, the Seattle police have said that they're not going... The Seattle police and the Seattle mayor are making concessions like crazy, okay? The protesters said, no more curfew. 2 hours later, there was no curfew. The curfew was lifted. The protester said, show your fucking badge numbers. The next day, the police chief says all Seattle officers will from this point forward prominently display their badge numbers. The protester said, stop using fucking tear gas. Yesterday, the Seattle police said, we will stop using tear gas on protesters. Is that freaking amazing or what? Okay, and that tells you who these protesters are. They are not some criminal element. They are simply brave, proud Americans demanding that their government hear their voices. That's why things are so chill in Seattle. Okay? Because and everywhere else. Because that's all these people really want. You see them in Los Angeles just a minute ago. They were all dancing in the street, man. Is that what you think looters and rioters look like? Dancing, you see them dancing with the TV sets in their hands. Is that what you guys are seeing? Come on, open your eyes. This is an amazingly beautiful event. It, it should be, this should just fill Americans' soul. Yeah, that should just fill American soul with the pride that people are able to do this, to stand up to this, and say, this isn't right. This is not right. And demand that their government hear them. That's a beautiful thing. How can you not think, how can you think anything but that this is a beautiful, beautiful thing? Hello, caller.
What's up, man?
Same as it ever was, just doing this thing that I do. Actually, tonight's Saturday night. We don't usually do a show on Saturday night, but it seemed that the times call for it at this moment.
Right. So I was talking to your guy. What's his name again?
Craig.
Craig. Yeah, cool dude, man. I've been on hold for like 20 minutes, so we had a good conversation.
Right on.
I spent a good portion of the first part of this week calling local businesses in Seattle, going, "Hey, you got one of those trucks with the flatbed and one of the three-wheel forklifts on it?" And they're like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Well, why don't you go out about 5 a.m. when the night before they're predicting the protests and go around and pick up pallets of bricks if they're there." Right?
Uh-huh.
And most of them were like, "You know what? That's a good idea." It's like, well, if you do it right and you facilitate like a good, decent YouTuber that comes and rides with you that has a decent channel, that'll be so much PR for your company, especially if you get some actual pallets of bricks that are just mysteriously placed there like they're in the other cities.
Uh-huh.
But from what your buddy said, there wasn't really anything like that. But maybe they went around and picked them up, and I don't know about it because
Well, Seattle. Look, the thing about the Seattle protesters is they know who has the power. Okay, they know that if what they want is to smash windows, they don't need nobody to give them no bricks. They'll smash fucking windows. It's not what they want. And I hear you. But there's this mysteriously, conveniently placed rocks and bricks and stuff.
Crazy shit, right?
Yeah.
Excuse me, I don't know if you cuss on here or not, but
yeah, say what you want, man.
Okay, well, fucking absolutely insane, bro. That's even a thing that we're hearing about, like, and it's real. They're there, and people are like, "What the hell is this doing here?" Obviously it's put there for nefarious reasons. Who's doing that?
No, I think an awful lot of this stuff where cops are getting hurt and shit like that is extremely questionable, So,
yes.
And clearly the looting, the rioting, we've seen people, with hammer smashing windows on this program, and somebody ask them, "Hey, dude, what are you doing? Are you a cop or something?" The people actually asking them, "What's your fucking problem?" I played a video a couple nights ago of protesters bringing somebody who had thrown like a rock up to the police and said, "Here is this guy right here." This is not what they're trying to make happen. And anybody who sees it differently than that isn't watching and doesn't want to know the truth. Go ahead.
Exactly. I'm following that, and I'm seeing the same thing you just said, that the protesters they're putting out fires. They're going, "No, don't do that." I was on that live stream that you mentioned with Umbrella Man.
Yeah.
I watched it happen live, and I was like, "Hey, that looks like a cop." And the dude starts smashing out the AutoZone windows, and the guy starts filming him. And he's like, "Oh shit!" He goes over there, and then the two kids followed him around.
Yeah.
And he tried to hit the one kid, and he tried to grab the other kid's camera. Yeah, I watched that happen live, and I was like, "Holy shit, that was a cop."
Yeah. And
then they did more investigating on it. Police issue shoes. Police issue gas mask.
Yeah.
Police issue face mask. It was, and then they had the little wire coming out of his ear. They showed that up close, and like he had the umbrella. That's like a tactic to where they could spot him with the drone.
Yeah.
So that's where he was. And also it covers him from security cameras too. So
Well, it's obvious that
Insane.
there are instigators and other kinds of fucking cops and narcs out in the crowd.
WTO.
Yeah, lots of them.
WTO. Remember that?
Yeah, of course.
Didn't it come out in court that those guys were actually cops?
I think a couple of them came. That there was like two or three of them, yeah, that were caught doing fucking, you know,
Vandalism.
yeah. Well, yeah,
When
exactly.
they got caught back then, it's because they were wearing masks and stuff like that. And nobody else was.
Yeah.
It wasn't the normal yet, you know. But where the fuck that is, the new normal. What a bunch of psychological operation bullshit that they're doing to us, man.
Well, look,
Think about
look,
it,
the
dude.
people, look, okay, whatever it is that's happening, again, the people in the street are being peaceful, they're being proud. I say they're brave because they're standing up to the fucking police state. But not only that, they're saying,
Amen.
fuck you and fuck your bullshit COVID-19. Okay? We don't care
Right.
about your shelter in place crap no more. We're done with that. And I think, again, this is just extremely brave people who are, you know, who are not going to let this go, as far as what I can see.
No, it's but the problem is like the BLM movement.
Yeah.
Like, try looking into that. Have you about Soros and his funding to it?
Yeah. Well, look, there's, I mean, just because some dickhole is trying to get their hooks into something doesn't mean that a lot of the people that are saying Black Lives Matter are somehow George Soros fucking robots or something. Okay, you know what I mean?
Agreed.
Yeah.
I agree with that 100%. But my point of this is, if he's involved with it and that he's funding it, I mean, just as the leadership of Black Lives Matter, shouldn't they be very concerned about that?
Well,
Because
see, again, if
he
you're
is
concerned with the
unknown.
leadership, if you're concerned with the leadership, then you should be. But what I see is millions of people in the street, and the majority of them have, and 99% of them have no idea who the leadership of Black Lives Matter is. Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is another problem.
So if
Who
you
are
see,
they?
they're just fucking, they're more of these fucking. Basically, those are the people that are going to sell us out. Okay, they're going to go, okay, we made this thing happen with the police and everybody, and we're all happy now. Fuck you, okay? The people are going to wait, and the people are going to see what happens. I mean, we are, like I said, we are already seeing action in Seattle. You know, the people demanded the mayor. They were tens of thousands of people surrounding the mayor, and they said, end the curfew now, and fucking 2 hours later, the curfew was lifted, dude.
Good.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, there's the power of the people. Right on, man.
Yeah.
That's what needs to be done right now. And my whole thing is, like, I got a little small YouTube channel, so I'm not able to make any type of impact, you know. But I'm doing videos and saying, hey, people, you know.
Well, look, let me tell you about making impact on YouTube or really anywhere at all in the world. It's always going to be one person at a time, dude. So you know, yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that I couldn't, and it might happen, but I haven't. So I'm trying to.
Keep it up, you will. Keep it up, you will.
You know. But so I did this video, and I'm about to put it up, and it's just basically, the video is gonna be called "Calling All Tribes."
What's the name of your channel? What's the name of your channel?
Born in the USA.
That's a great name.
It's a great song.
Well, what's the video about?
Calling all tribes.
Yeah, what's it about?
Everybody needs to get over themselves and their issues that they have for their personal races or whatever they're thinking, and come together in solidarity and do what they did in Seattle and tell the government to stop. You're done. You're fired.
Well, this is
going to abolish the system.
Right.
We're going to revamp the thing. We're going to make it back to like a constitutional law to start with. You know, because that's like on the short term of what you do is you get rid of all the police. Just get rid of the police and their fucked up unions.
Get rid of their fucked up unions now, for sure.
Yes. And Joe Gamaldi, that guy, man, what a piece of shit that dude is. But anyway, I digress. Get rid of those, and then hire more constitutional sheriffs, ones that can be elected and removed from office and held accountable, at least in that means.
Yeah, that
And
makes
that's
a lot
on
of
the short
sense.
term.
That makes a lot of sense. Go ahead. Sorry.
And then, so the problem is the 67 Act, of, what's it called? The Civil Rights Act of 1967
Okay.
that made everybody equal in, in the eyes of the law.
Okay.
Well, it was just never enforced. And it wasn't, so it never got enacted, basically. So they need to truly enact that and just see all people in the eyes of the law as equal, and that'll cause the problem to go away. If it's enforced equally, I mean, you're never gonna have a perfect system.
Look, you can't have an everyone equal country, but we can have an everyone equal justice system. And that's the big problem, is that if you can't afford a $10,000 an hour attorney, you are not getting the same justice as someone who can. And that's not right.
Well, even at $250 an hour, man, you can't afford that because it takes you 9 years. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
And, okay, so I'm going to jump here. Have you heard of the Postmaster General guy? I've just recently been shown these videos, and they're kind of tinfoil hat-ish, but this dude actually was the Postmaster General. What's his name? War Castles is the series.
Okay, I think, is that the one where it's like the Nazis won the war or something?
No, we claimed bankruptcy, and in 1999, the moratorium was up, and our country was dissolved, and we were supposed to be handed back to Great Britain, is what this guy said.
Oh, okay.
And that he figured it out in like 2015. He figured out what was going on, and he went in and he filed with the Navy, and he filed with like a small post office in Washington D.C. and then he filed with don't quote me on 100% because I could be wrong. You have to watch it. War Castles. It's the first series. It's like a 45-minute deal, and the dude is about legal verbiage, and he's a judge, and he was the Postmaster General of the United States of America. And I didn't know how the post office is actually like its own government. It's a crazy amount of stuff that they have. And anyway, so he captured the flag, was what he says, and he is now our commander-in-chief.
Wow. That's interesting.
Yeah. And, dude, I'm screaming that one from the rooftops to try to find a lawyer or somebody that can, like, legitimize it or debunk it for me. And everybody's like, I don't want to touch that one, dude. It's weird. Isn't that, like, super important to find out whether that's real or not?
It seems like that's very important, because we don't want to not know who the real commander-in-chief is and who's ordering, who's actually giving the orders, right?
Apparently we've been pirated since 1999. Like, they're operating they're not a corporation anymore. And have you heard about the maritime court system and the way the Constitution actually came about? Because this is all in War Castles. So if this guy's correct, and I'll tell you, he's compelling and he seems to be correct, but I'm not a lawyer and I don't know for sure. It's just like, whoa, this guy seems to really know what he's talking about. I mean, he calls himself like, my name is something hyphen blah blah blah, and his buddy that was his partner for years is dead now, but they taught people this type of verbiage for courtrooms and how to negotiate the system. And the system is, you are at sea. When you go to court, it's a maritime system. They are considered dry dock vessels. And it is supposed to be in international waters.
And you think that all the judges and stuff like this know that?
Yeah, oh, totally. And he said that it's a system that is worldwide. It's a global system already, like the court.
Yeah.
So that's how it works. And it's not just here. That's how it is everywhere. And it's Great Britain that's in charge of it. And that was their compromise to give us the country. They gave us the Constitution and said, we won't mess with your citizens. They'll be sovereign. But we need your court system, and we're going to run your banks. Hence the Rothschild banking system and the Federal Reserve and the maritime court system.
Yeah.
Like, you notice the flags in the courtrooms, how they have gold fringes around them?
Yeah.
because they've been infringed upon, and that's what they say. And this is like something that if you talked about it 5 years ago, everybody would say your tinfoil hat, and you would be discounted.
No, I've heard this thing about the gold fringe, around the flags.
They use against people is mental. They say, oh, they're crazy. They can't.
Well, they have whatever. They have their labels, dude. We've talked a lot about labels on this channel. Okay, and that's what they do. They attach these labels to people, and they say, and then you know to go, oh, well, he's one of those, and that means that we don't.
Right. Oh, yeah.
And we don't listen to those. Those aren't worthy of our, our attention or whatever. That's the way these label things work.
And they work.
They work very well. The people love buying into the labels for whatever fucking reason. They attach them to themselves. They love them so much.
Oh, dude, my own daughter the other day, we were having a talk about it because she's all bought into the COVID bullshit. And I'm trying to tell her, nobody knows.
All you gotta do. I'm rendering a video right now, and at the beginning of the video is gonna be a news. I don't know, call them prostitutes, whatever, right? And she's saying that we're in the middle of a pandemic, and you can see none of the police officers are wearing masks. Why is that? Okay, so and point out to your daughter. Do you think that the cops, these people who have the inside information on all this stuff, they don't have families to go home to? Do you think that they're not worried about their families?
But she's chilled out on it quite a bit, and I've sent her some stuff that she can't call conspiracy. But the point of me bringing that up was I started to give her the numbers off the CDC website 3 weeks ago. Because the numbers, remember when they dropped?
Yeah.
When it went from like 67,000 to 37,000?
Yeah. Okay, I saw that. I saw that documented somewhere. I did see that.
Yeah. I think I've got a screenshot of it still from the actual website.
Yeah, but I saw it documented somewhere. Go ahead.
I told her about it, and I said, so the numbers dropped down to this today, and she said, Dad, I don't want to hear about your conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
And I got fucking pissed, dude, because I'm like, it's right off the CDC's website. How is that? That's how brainwashed she is. I mean, I love my daughter to death, dude. Don't get me wrong. I'd die for her in a moment, but.
Well, look, I mean, it's again, from the time we're little, we get this programming. The programming says that you listen to the people in charge. The programming works best when you're afraid. They do everything they can to make you afraid. So you get afraid. You turn to the strong voices. The strong voices say, this is where we're at. Do what we say. Blah blah blah. I mean, and then naturally, you want to try and do the right thing. It sounds like you have a very good daughter. She's trying to do the right thing, dude. Awesome. That's what she's doing. She's trying to do the right thing,
Yes. No. Who wants to kill grandma?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that was genius. The way they implemented that.
Pretty darn good. Pretty well thought out.
I don't believe that it was even a thing. I mean, if you look at, it's really hard to find anything, like me and Craig were talking, there's nothing that you can get online that you can't debunk with 10 different sources and then find 10 more to build it back up. It's just fucking insane. You can't prove anything to anybody anymore. And so, have you ever heard of useful idiots?
Yeah. Of course. We've all heard that expression.
Well, the Russian spies, where they said that they used this as useful idiots. As soon as the internet came out, they started putting rhetoric on there that said, oh, the United States government started AIDS in black communities and prisons and blah, 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 blah. And they claim that they did that. But these guys also defected and live in the United States now, so they could be controlled opposition as well. But I'm just saying, there's a term called useful idiot, and it's when you take something that you don't truly know and you post it like it's truth, and then it becomes the truth. The truth hasn't even gotten out of bed and strapped its boots on before the lie is halfway around the world. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the people love. Look, I think the truth is fairly apparent at all times if that's what you're really looking for. And problem is it's easy to get distracted. You know, we have very short-term memory issues where our attention span issues, and instead of actually being able to focus on this too much, all of a sudden there's something over here, and you're like, oh, what is that? You know,
Right.
and that's exactly the way the internet works. So
Yep.
you have to question everything, but I think again, the truth is simple. The truth isn't generally a real complicated, convoluted type of story where you got to connect all these fucking dots a million ways from September 11th. You know, because buildings don't fall straight down. They just don't do that ever.
Oh, dude, I'm a contractor, bro. I've been in construction all my life, and when I saw that, so before I talk about 9/11 here, I gotta ask you something.
I'm just saying the
You know
truth.
what,
I'm
right?
just saying no. I'm not trying to talk about 9/11. I'm just saying the truth is obvious. Okay, or at least you know when it's not when it's a lie, it's obvious that it's not the
Fair enough.
truth. Like I like to say is I don't know what happened on September 11th. That's above my pay grade, but I do know that the government and the media are lying through their teeth about what happened on September 11th. This I know for sure.
Yeah, and the truthers for 9/11 are being debunked, but there's 4,800 of them now worldwide, and they're all architects and engineers who are risking their careers to do this.
Right. Well, yeah, no, those guys put their careers on the lines, you know, a long time ago too. They've always been, you know, the architects for truth have always been, you know, standing in solidarity, and they're, you know, they have to they put all their credibility on the line.
Hmm. But they're fighting for the actual science rather than the pseudoscience that has to be applied because the physics are wrong because buildings don't do that, and the narrative says that they do, and since our government said that narrative, now it's true, and the science community has to abide by it. And that's I have friends that are engineers that are really pissed off about that, but they won't speak up because they're afraid to lose their jobs.
Well,
And it's like, well, then I you know, they're my friends and stuff, but I'm like, well, you're a fucking pussy, dude.
you know, you can,
You need to lose your job.
you know, you look, and that's how they get us, dude. I pointed out again and again that if I had children,
Here.
if I had a home, if I had a house payment, if I had a phone payment, if I had any of this shit that everybody, all the normal people have, if I had that crap going on, and excuse me for calling your family crap, if I had that going on in my life, I would not be able to do this or many of the other things I have done, which I feel have been incredibly important to many people.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. Yeah, my form of activism has always been music,
Mhm.
and we were a band back in the day called Adam's Eve. You know, I said that already, right?
I don't know.
Maybe the Craig. ATOMSEVE, Adam's Eve, the dawning of nuclear energy. It's about Hanford because I live in Tri-Cities, Washington.
Oh, okay.
And Hanford is probably, and we were talking about the comparison of Hanford now as a leaking nuclear reservation that's been leaking gallons and gallons right into the Columbia River for the last 35 years. As
directly into the Columbia River, which flows through numerous states.
Yep. No, it's a known thing throughout the K Basin that there's a 90-gallon an hour leak that goes into the Columbia River that they just don't stop.
Yeah.
It's an experiment, dude. The government doesn't do anything without knowing about it. Like they don't just make mistakes like that for 35 years straight.
No, they,
you know,
look, I agree. They know, look, none of this stuff is by accident when it comes to the government, okay? The government is doing everything, and I pointed this out again and again. You know, if they wanted us to have a 21st century infrastructure, we would have a 21st century infrastructure, you know? But that's not what they
Yeah.
want. They want to keep us in the status quo because all these people that are in power, the status quo works really well for them, and it has worked out just fine so far. They don't have a problem with it.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, this guy Gould or whatever his name is. I'm gonna look him up so I can make sure. But the Postmaster General guy I was talking about,
Uh-huh.
he talks about it like basically if that's like if like we the people need to figure out if he's crazy or if he's actually legit. He talks about how they put him in jail and he went on a hunger strike because if you eat, you become part of the contract or something. It's crazy the stuff he talks about. It's like, but also I'll say that this is the same like stuff that you've heard for the last 25 years from the so-called sovereign citizens and stuff. You know, they've been labeled sovereign citizens, and some of them were stupid enough to call themselves that and like jump on the movement. We're all sovereign.
Yeah.
We all have sovereignty.
Well, yeah, we're all individuals. We all own ourselves. And again, the Constitution doesn't give us the right to anything. The Constitution simply recognizes our inalienable rights as humans.
Right. Exactly. But that said, if he's actually in charge, then this guy has rewritten the Constitution. I forgot to mention that. He's rewritten the Constitution and he's actually rewritten the periodic table of elements.
Hmm. Well, that guy sounds a little, crazy, right? I mean, you think
it's absolutely out there, fringe kind of.
Plus, you can't change the Constitution without without the fucking Congress voting on it and 2/3 and also there has to be the whole country has to vote on it, dude. If you're gonna change the Constitution,
you have to watch the video, dude.
Yeah.
He claims that the way the contract worked with Great Britain, that the bankruptcy happened in 1999 and we were dissolved, and that's it. It's over. No more Constitution.
Okay.
And for 17 years, our country operated in what's called a post-constitutional government.
Yeah.
And there's a CIA whistleblower guy online that talks about that. And it's like 4 years ago, he put this video out that if we don't stop these guys within like the next 8 years, we're done. They're gonna win. And he's a CIA guy, and he's got a bunch of federal constitutional attorneys working for him now, like 300 of them or something.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't hear anything about this guy. He might be dead, but he came out and he said they were operating in what's known as a post-constitutional government. So when I watched War Castles and they said that, I was like, oh shit, So it's it's one of those things, the Constitution was null and void. We didn't have a Constitution for 17 years, is what this guy said. And he rewrote it and got it noticed and recognized by the Navy. There's you have to be noticed by 3 different entities that are government or something. You have to watch it, dude. I'm not the expert on that subject, but it's worth looking into, in my opinion. It's been online for a while, so people have looked into it, but it's starting to resurface in other, people are talking about it. That's why I ended up looking it up.
Yeah.
And it's absolutely the most crazy thing I've ever heard. What the hell? But I'm not saying at this point that's not possible. Anything at this point, I believe, is possible. And there's something freaking weird going on. And
there's a lot of things.
Nobody knows.
There's a lot of things freaking weird going on, man.
Well, the deception and the distraction could all be to keep us from knowing about this guy. That's the thing. We need to get to the bottom of it if it's something that is saying
right. If the government is not what it's portraying itself to be, and there's someone else who's in charge of the military, then we should all be aware of that. I agree.
Yeah, you'd think. Yeah.
So the way he describes it is they're pirates, and you watch by chance the Fullerton Informer guy ever?
Nuh-uh.
It's a channel on YouTube that
Yeah.
I used to watch, and I kind of watch again now because he predicted the pandemic pretty much. I mean, it wasn't an exact prediction, and you know, there's ways of doing that kind of stuff. But he said what they're gonna do is they're gonna do this, and they're gonna say it's either some kind of disease or virus, and they're gonna lock you all in your houses, and it's gonna happen in late 2019, early 2020, and he did that like 2 years ago. So after this happened, then I was like, oh, maybe I should watch that guy again. You know, he
Maybe.
claims to have sources in the government, and he's an actual. I mean, he seems tinfoil hat, dude. Like when you watch him, like I'm technically, you know, like I would be categorized by most people in opposition as a conspiracy theorist, and I have been forever. You know, like I'm a critical thinker.
Again,
dude. I
that's
question-
again, like you said, like you said that word, or that phrase earlier, and you know, I'm saying that's just the, you know, they try and attach these things to you, you know, to so that you know everybody knows that, you know, that's who you are when they go to listen to you. Oh, okay, I'm listening to one
I'm
of
that
those.
guy.
Yeah. I gotta listen. I gotta go get some water. I'm out. Don't have any water on the table. I need some water. What's your name?
Jeff, man.
Hey Jeff, it's good to hear from you.
It was great talking to you, dude. Thanks for what you do, man.
All right, I'll talk to you again soon. I hope.
Maybe we can collaborate on some things in the future.
Right on. Well, it's easy. You can write me at Mike@Mox News. It's easy to get a hold of me.
Awesome, man. All right. Take care, brother.
All right, Jeff. See ya. I have got to get a bottle of water real quick. It'll take me just a second here. Let's see. What do we got? Let's see. We are cool here on the live feeds, right? Everybody's cool. Everybody's cool. Philadelphia's cool. Seattle's cool. Los Angeles cool. Washington. You see the people. Okay, these are just beautiful people. These are just simply beautiful people. And I just don't know how anyone can see anything other than that. So you know. Let me see. What do we got here? Dang it. Thought I had. Cheeseburger birthday. Who's my beautiful baby? Who's my beautiful baby? Give me a kiss. Mwah. Can you sit? Can you roll over? Can you roll over? Hey, roll over. Roll over. Down, down, down. Roll over. Oh, what good baby.
Turbo didn't roll over.
What good baby. Little bites. Little bites. Little bites. Just little bites. Oh, cheeseburgers are so good. Oh, I love cheeseburgers. They're
Birthday burgers.
so
You guys are so
double
spoiled.
cheeseburgers. Oh, they're so good. They're so good. Are you taking little bites, Boo Bear? Are you taking little bites? 'Cause
Not
little
gonna
bites
feed him
are
any
so
of those
good.
Chinese jerky treats from Costco that kill dogs. You see that
Oh,
story?
Oh, I love cheeseburgers.
You see that story?
Yeah.
We don't do that. We feed them good old American meat.
No doggy treats.
Yeah, no,
It-
doggy treats are not good.
If it's good enough for American children, it's good enough for my Boo Bears.
Right? Is that good, Rufus? Hey,
Who's my Boo Bear?
hold on, Boo. Rufus, high five, buddy. Sit, sit. High five. I got him right here. High five. Oh, come on. You can do a high five better than that. Scoot over, girl. Rufus.
Come here, come here. Come here. Come here, come here, come here, come here. Come here. Come here, come here, come here. Sit. High five.
Sit. It's too far for the camera. Oh, look at that. High five. Can you do the other hand? Other one. Other one. Give me a shake on that other hand. Rufus, sit. Shake. Shake with the other hand. Oh, you got it. High five with that hand.
Get it.
Hey,
it, buddy.
high five, buddy. High five.
Get him.
Hey, high five.
Get him.
Oh, come on. You missed it. I know. He's like, fine.
My butt is sliding on the floor.
Then there's that girl sitting patiently.
She's going, is that it? There's no more cheeseburgers, no more puppuccinos? That's it, girl. All done, girl. What good babies. What good babies. You're my beautiful babies.
11 years old today. Can hardly believe it. I remember when they were just puppies and they were fighting and playing with each other. I think we got a picture of that somewhere. Still got a little bit of
Fighting video.
yeah, fighting videos and playing videos from out in the snow and all the other crazy things they get to do. Adventure dogs.
What a happy Boo Bear. Look at that smile. Look at that smile. What a happy Boo Bear.
You are, huh? Right, Rufus? Rufus, right? Whoop whoop, whoop whoop.
Whoop, whoop, whoop,
You can do a howl. Howl. Do one. Do one for us. Good boy. You gotta howl like a wolf, buddy. No, just howl. I guess there's no siren. Okay. Bye-bye.
Tell me it's not one of the most beautiful things you've ever seen. Alright. What do we got now? Everybody's cool. Everybody's cool. Everybody was cool in Portland last night till it wasn't cool no more. And then it was all fucking run! Philadelphia looks like it shut the fuck down. Hello, caller.
Hey, Mike. It's been a while. This is Jake out down here in Texas.
Hey, Jake, how are you today, my friend?
I'm pretty good. I gotta say, man, I got a little bit of a bone to pick with you because these protesters in Washington, D.C.
Are terrorists.
Well, yeah, the BLM movement, I gotta say I resent it because, first of all, it's not inclusive. You know, all lives don't matter to BLM, only black lives. You know, that is not fair. So I got to point that out.
That's hilarious, dude.
But it's true.
It's not true.
The Black Lives Matter does not include white lives.
Well,
you know, we are.
That's not the way I see it. That's not the way I see it. What I see is that when we improve our society for, let's say, the least amongst us, then we improve our communities. We improve. Why do you not want to live in a better community? Why is it not right for these people to fight to live in a better, safer community?
Well, of course it is, but they have their own communities. You look at the statistics, and somebody will say, "Hey, you're racist if you point out the statistics." You know, but I don't want to go on to the statistics right now unless you want to.
Look, I want you to see the beautiful, righteous protesters, proud Americans in the proud American tradition of going into the street and demanding that their representative government hear their voices. How can you not think that's anything but beautiful?
There is nothing wrong with that.
It's beautiful.
I'm not even against.
It is fucking beautiful.
Okay, I'm not against even a little bit of aggressive protesting when it's directed at the right people. But when
these people are not aggressive. They're just standing. I'm showing you people Dan, look at that. Look at stopping traffic is not aggressive.
It is when they drag the driver out when he's driving down the freeway. They drag him out. They yell, "Kill him!" They kick the living shit out of him.
They don't do that unless they try to drive through them, dude.
He did not. He was a driver. He was on the freeway. He had the right of way. I don't know how.
No, he doesn't. Pedestrians always have the right of way. Is there something you don't know about that? That's like rule number 1 of the fucking road. Pedestrians always have the right of way. Pedestrians always have the right of way. What part of that is it you don't understand? What?
But look at what happened when he stopped.
Uh-huh.
You know what states I'm talking about? The one up in Minnesota,
Look,
the tanker, the tanker driver.
you want to focus on some little teeny tiny nothing of a percentage of people. Okay? I'm talking about millions of protesters who are standing up to a heavily armed police state that cannot stand being challenged. And they are doing it peacefully. And for whatever reason, you want to focus on this teeny tiny infinitesimal. You know what that word means? Infinitesimal, unrecognizable, tiny little percentage of people. And focus on that. Like, that's what we should be paying attention to.
Those were not protesters. Those were rioters.
I agree. Those are not protesters. So why are you talking about that in comparison with the people that are out in front of the White House? That's where you started, Jake.
All right, we're kind of talking apples and oranges here. They were part of the protest. But when they do an act like that, they are not protesters. They're criminals. They are rioters.
Right. And those are not the people that are here in the street. That's not these people.
They are.
No, it's
and
not.
That's what they aren't right now while the sun is up. When that sun goes down, not all of them, but a good percentage of them are going to do just that.
No. What's a good percentage, Jake?
A good percentage, and we'll find out as soon as the sun goes down.
No, you're the one. It sounds like you have some idea of what percentage is what is a good percentage, so we can all be on the same page. In your mind, what is a good percentage of these millions of people in the street demanding that their government hear their voices? What good percentage of them is it that's going to go and commit violence and looting?
It's going to start with 0.01% of. That's how it's going to start. You know, me and your call screener, Craig. He's a good guy, by the way.
Of course.
I like him.
He's a great guy.
But anyway, it's going to start with these agent provocateurs that are all over the crowd. That are installed. They are part of organized groups like BLM and Antifa. Mm-hmm. They're going to start it. They're going to start casting the rocks.
Those are not protesters. Those are paid agitators. And if the government focused on the criminal element, if the police, instead of fucking with the peaceful protesters, which we've watched happen again and again and again and again, focused on the criminal element, then when a window smashed, they'd be able to have 40, 50 cops there in seconds. Why? Because there's thousands of the cops on the street. The problem is the cops are too busy fucking with the peaceful people.
That's just it. They're not. I have not seen them fuck with any of the peaceful people.
You didn't see the guy get knocked down in Buffalo, is that right? You didn't see that 75-year-old guy get knocked down in Buffalo and crack his skull and immediately begin bleeding?
You know, I was trying to look up that footage. I've heard about it. I cannot find it right now. I think it was on LiveLeaks, but I couldn't find it on YouTube, so I don't know if they pulled it or what. Yeah, by the police, those two officers that knocked that guy down. Yeah, I did hear about it. Yeah, of course. Yeah, we do have a look. I'm not exactly on the police side, on law agency side,
right?
Because they've been out of control for so long.
So
it's official oppression. It's not just on blacks though. It's on the entire nation.
Which means that the people in the street have a righteous reason to be there.
Well, yeah, and even if if there is a little bit of aggressive protesting, if that's what we want to call it, against the right people or agencies, you know, I'm not exactly against it. But them running around looting, you know, the agent provocateurs and the opportunists that are all around them, going out there looting all these stores. You know, all these jewelry stores, all these mom and pop stores. I mean,
there's millions of people in the streets. Okay, those are not looters and rioters, and to compare them somehow as such is
many of them are.
No, That's
and they're not
incorrect.
being stopped by the clear thinking.
That's
They're not being
incorrect,
stopped
dude.
by the clear thinkers, by the
That,
clear thinking
No.
protesters out there.
no.
Some of them are. I've seen some good video footage of, the guy pounding on the pavement, trying to loosen up some throwing material. I've seen that guy taken down. I've seen some good footage of these guys getting taken down, stopped. But there is too many of them. Yeah, like I said, as soon as the good protesters go home, the bad guys, they put that mask over their face
Right.
and they go out and they're looking.
And if the
they don't
cops,
care
if
about
the
the
cops
movement.
focused on that instead of the peaceful protesters, they could handle it easily. I
And that's just
posted
it.
a video.
They're not.
Right. So the cops, literally, I had a video last night in which I played that said the professor was explaining why the police are responsible for the looting. The police are responsible for it.
Yeah. Well,
Okay, so if you're gonna attach this evil kind of like, oh, but these people are just waiting for the sun to go down. Who? The fucking police? The police are responsible for the looting.
Well, they're partially responsible. They're not stopping it, but they are given directives by the mayors of these cities, and most of them are Democrat ran.
Uh-huh.
Minneapolis. Now they're talking about banning the police.
Look, the police are the problem. The police are the threat.
They are a problem, yes, but
They
it's
are
both sides
the
that is
threat.
the problem.
Okay, again,
It's-
it isn't the Republicans, it isn't the Democrats, it's both the fucking Republicans
I
and the
agree.
fucking
I
Democrats
agree.
that have led us happily to this moment. They've done nothing except for make it worse and worse and worse, high-fiving each other day after day after day that they made it worse. Okay? Both
But
of
what
them,
if it-
happily.
does this have to do
They
with
all
Trump?
hate our freedom.
But none of this has anything to do with Trump. And yet, you see Black Lives Matter outside
Trump
of the White House.
labeled the protesters outside the White House terrorists. They're not terrorists. They are proud Americans in a proud American tradition of going into the street and demanding justice.
When that sun goes down and you and I are standing in the middle of that crowd, would you feel safe?
In Seattle, I would, knowing that the police are not going to throw tear
How about
gas.
with Black Lives Matter?
In Seattle, I know that the police are not going to throw tear gas. So yes, I could feel safe in there. The biggest threat to me is having to breathe tear gas. I have a lung condition. If I collapse a lung, that's it. I'm done.
Well, I'm talking about how safe would you feel out in that crowd of mobs, that mob crowd of looters and rioters out there? I would not feel safe at all.
The looters are a little tiny percentage of which I have nothing to do with and never would. And neither would 99.9% of the people in the street protesting right now in this moment.
Well, that's while the sun is up. Then the agent provides.
Look, it's fucking 9:30 in Washington, D.C., okay? The sun is up. We just saw those people dancing in the street a minute ago. They weren't dancing because they were holding big screen television sets. They just looted. I don't think that they dancing because they know in a couple hours they're all going to have big screen televisions that they just looted. Okay? They're beautiful, proud Americans. Brave, incredibly brave, standing up to a trigger-happy, heavily armed police state that cannot stand to be challenged.
Okay, so let's go in another direction on this. Okay, look, we're in agreement. There's bad on both sides. I was talking with your call screener.
Okay, you sound like fucking Trump. There are good people on both sides. Come on, dude. Look
There's
at
bad
these
on both
people these protesters are righteous people
Well,
protesting injustice. Injustice
not.
by people,
Not
by
all.
injustice by people who refuse to admit there is a problem.
There is a problem.
But the
agree.
people who are making the problem refuse to admit that there is one.
Oh, of course.
Okay?
Yeah, they are the
So
beneficiary.
So
Yeah.
let's recognize the problem.
We do.
It's not the people
are
in
in
the
agreement.
street. The people in the street are standing up for all of us.
There is people in the street that are causing problems. Those are the rioters. Those are the ones that we've seen doing all the damage in the past week.
They're 1/10
There are-
of 1%
and they're a
of the
big problem.
people in the street. 1/10 of 1%. And you
1/10
choose
of millions?
to focus
a
all
lot.
your energy on that.
You're talking thousands. You are talking thousands.
You,
The other thing is a million people.
There's
Because
millions
they go
of people.
home.
There are millions of people.
Yeah.
Okay? You're focusing on 1/10 of 1%.
Absolutely.
Okay?
Yes.
Well-
Just like we are in the police force also.
What? The police force is
Just
not
like-
that. The police force has a systemic injustice. There's
I
evildoers,
agree with
and
that,
every
but not all of
fucking
them are
cop
bad.
in the police force knows who the so-called bad apples are, and all they do is protect them. That makes them bad apples too, so we're
Well, I
clear.
guess because the police union is a big problem. They will not allow these departments to get rid of them. But there is corruption throughout. I mean, we're talking from chiefs, we're talking from sheriffs, deputies. They're all opportunists. I mean, there is a systematic problem, especially they are a public taxpayer-funded agency, and they are also a revenue-generating agency, and it shouldn't be like that. The last ticket I had to pay. Look, my last 4 encounters with the police have not been pleasant at all.
Imagine if you were black. You know?
Well, it doesn't. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter.
Right.
doesn't
Well,
matter if you're
okay,
black or
okay,
not.
but maybe
You're
it
intelligent.
does. Maybe it does. Maybe if you were black and you had even less resources and the cops treated you even worse, maybe it does matter.
I was falsely accused, just like they would have falsely accused anybody else. Let me tell you. I'll tell you briefly because we're kind of getting off subject here. But I'll briefly take you over the last. I had a transmission problem with my Ford. I was in a small town in Texas. I pulled over at a library to try to get in gear and find out what was going on. So anyway, I was able to get it in gear. I pulled back out onto the road and went up to the stop sign. It started slipping on me again. So I'm sitting there jacking with it. All of a sudden, lights come on behind me. I pull over. And I'm getting this deputy. I remember his name. We're talking 5 years ago. This deputy named Ramirez. I tried to explain to him, hey, I'm having some blah 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 blah. It's like, well, your lights are out. What are you doing? Where are you coming from? Where are you going? It's none of your business.
Right.
I just told you I'm having transmission problems. That guy ended up writing me failure to signal when he was pulling me over, and I pulled over to the side of the damn road there.
Yeah.
And on top of that, I'm having transmission problems. Anyway, I had to pay over $400 for that, for a failure to signal. So you want to talk systematic problem? Yeah, systematic problem there. That's extortion. Yeah, that we do have a oppression problem by these agencies. They're revenue generating. They're not.
That's a big part of the problem. We were talking about that last night. These fucking cops, any of them that have quotas, that's got to end immediately. Because they have quotas. They have quotas. They're, revenue generates certain amounts of funds. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Briefly, the next incident, I'm sleeping. I was on my way to Oklahoma for my job. I pulled over at a truck stop. There was nobody there. It was I was in my pickup truck. I had to get some sleep because I was too tired to drive anymore. I woke up with a damn mag light in my face and pounding on the window. And I pulled my hoodie up over my eyes. I'm looking out the window. I got a damn mag light right when I wake up, right in my fucking eyes. So I tell the cop, get your fucking light out of my eyes. He says no. So there you go. There was a negative contact right
Dude,
there.
I'll tell you something.
He,
I woke up in my bed, in my home, and I had 2 cops with their guns pointed in my face saying, get your fucking hands where we can see them! In my nice little neighborhood. Okay?
what the hell? What happened? What was that about? They were looking for somebody or what?
It was an accident.
An accident. Yeah. Yeah.
Cost me
An accident.
$3,000, so you know.
Why were they after you?
They weren't after me.
Well, please elaborate. I'm interested. Yeah.
Fucking cops came into my home. Front doors left unlocked. Cops came into my home. There was weed on my desk, where naturally I would keep my weed. Cops said, "Get your fucking hands where we can see him. You're under arrest." Blah blah blah. And then they found some fucking magic mushrooms that I'd had for 5 fucking years. As they dug through my shit, trying to figure out what they could find, where they could find it.
So they had no warrant. They came for what they
came for a welfare check from a 911 call.
Yeah, that's a problem. That is a problem, big time. Yeah, but then they revenue generated off of you for their little exploit there. Yeah, we do have. Look, there needs to be uniform policy. I know you identify yourself as, I guess, an old school libertarian is what your call screener was saying. You and I have talked before. I identify as a libertarian too, because liberal has been hijacked by the left, the commies, the Marxists, the socialists. These people are out of control. I mean, the reason we have what's going on in your background right now is because of these people.
I'm just about freedom, dude. This label things don't really work at all. I think it's a big problem. I really think that all the parties have to go. We have to outlaw any party system at all in America and just completely banish all parties from ever participating in American politics ever again, and make that a constitutional amendment. And in doing so, then on election day, it will be, instead of fucking Republicans voting for fucking Republicans and fucking Democrats voting for fucking Democrats, it'll be Americans voting for Americans. Okay? And there won't be this stupid label attached to them. It's supposed to be some kind of fucking shortcut for simpletons who can't figure out who to vote for unless it's got a fucking R or a D next to the fucking name.
Well, all right. Yeah, so let me go back to, look, I agree with you there. It is on both sides. There's corruption. There's a cabal of people that are well-funded, by the Soros, by the Clintons, the Obamas are part of it. They were puppets for these people, just like Bush was too. Bush was a big part of it. All these problems that we have, there is a systematic problem. These people, I don't know how to get rid of them. I've taken certain measures in my life I don't live in the cities. I got out of the cities because I saw this coming. I built a nice little place in the countryside anyway. But yeah, the police agencies, what's that?
Lucky.
Yeah. Like I said, I saw all this coming. It was trending in this direction. I had to get away from it. But yeah, the police force, they should be more like firemen. I don't know if you've ever heard of Jeff Berwick.
Yeah, they don't need to be all fucking dressed up like Imperial stormtroopers who can't wait to fucking take out the next person.
No, it is oppression. It is a form of, it's not a form of oppression. It is oppression. It's official oppression. I mean, you're constantly in fear. Anytime you're driving down the highway, of course you make sure you're in that speed limit. If let's say your governor, your cruise control isn't working, yeah, you may get in some trouble there. Yeah, you go 5 miles over the speed limit, there's a $200 ticket right there. Yeah, we do have a big problem. There's no such thing as victimless crime. They are revenue generating off of us, and they're keeping us in fear by doing it. Any reason for them to make a contact, they're doing it. It's not just the blacks, though. It's all of us.
Right.
And look, it would be a better society if this would stop.
Here's the deal, okay? And this is what I really want you to recognize is that this Black Lives Matter organization was founded under Obama, okay? Because his leadership was so horrible that under his leadership of the justice in this country, that it had to be explained to him, the first black president, that black lives actually matter, Mr. President. Okay, and I think that this should be recognized. It's just like with the Occupy protest. You know, all the fucking right wingers just hated Occupy, but Occupy was this massive protest, and it was of Obama. You know, okay, so
Well, he was a puppet just like the rest of them, just like George Bush.
he was a horrible
the Clintons-
leader.
the
He was a
Clintons aren't
horrible
puppets, they're
leader.
puppeteers.
He
They're
was a
puppet masters.
horrible leader who promised that he wasn't like those
Absolutely.
other guys. He said,
Xerxes,
"Do I look
President
like
Xerxes.
them? I'm not like those other guys. I'm gonna, you know." And then he refused to be anything but exactly like them.
Yeah, he was installed in there. The guy was nobody, still is. He's a puppet. He's a willing puppet.
He's horrible.
He is. Yeah. We are talking about Obama here still, right?
Horrible. Obama is horrible. Horrible. He needs
Yeah,
to
and
shut
look
the
at him
fuck
right
up.
now.
He
He's
comes
sitting up
out
there-
and acts like he comes out during COVID-19 and acts like, "Oh, look, we, you know, again the COVID-19 makes the disparaging, you know, the separation between, you know, the communities of color, and, you know, because the COVID-19 preys on him." And then he comes out, which he did nothing to change. You know, and then, you know, because it's unfair for black people. What did you do for black people, dude? You had fucking 10 years to make it all better and did nothing. And now he wants to come out and talk about, oh yeah, the justice system is, you know, all these basic problems with it. And fuck you. What did you do? He's so fucking horrible. In fact, all of these protests right here in the street right now, this whole thing could have been 100. It's 110% Barack Obama's fault. That's where it's at. That's what, truth be told, because he was in a position to make it so that it wasn't like this, and he acted like that's what was going to be his goal number one, to make things better in America. And instead, it's still the same fucking shit under the same fucking garbage leadership.
Agreed. 100% agreed. No,
And I want to tell you one other thing. He's just Donald Trump is just like him, because when the protesters,
disagree.
when the Occupy protesters went into the streets under Obama, again, under Obama, as Obama protests, him recognizing that they were protesting him, he labeled them with his Department of Homeland Security potential terrorists. Okay? And there was no potential back then. It was all terrorist. Everything, all the time, everywhere. Okay? And then just yesterday, Donald Trump's lawyer came out with a letter that described the protesters across the street from the White House as terrorists, and Donald Trump tweeted that letter to let people know that those people are terrorists. So he's just exactly like Obama, just garbage, fucking not recognizing these proud, brave Americans in the streets from fucking shore to see this shining sea. I mean, come on, man. Look at Columbus, Ohio right there. How can it possibly be more beautiful than that in the streets of America? This is amazing.
Why are they protesting Trump? Trump did not put his knee on that guy's neck.
Trump labeled beautiful, proud, protesting Americans terrorists, dude. Why aren't you questioning that?
But why are they protesting Trump in the first place? It wasn't him that put his knee on that guy's neck.
Okay,
He's
in charge of that. Where are I don't see fucking Trump signs. Okay, I don't see Trump signs. They're protesting injustice. He's the leader of the country. Okay, they're protesting injustice. You get that, right?
Well, I can understand protesting injustice, but Trump had no part in what happened.
Trump is the leader of the country. Trump is the one who installed the leader of the Justice Department. Okay, Trump could put if this leader of the Justice Department can't do something about it, then Trump can install someone else. Okay, this is the deal. And instead of acting like there is a problem, again, Trump acted like the protesters are the problem. And not just the problem, he labeled them this horrible, horrible thing, which is probably worse than pedophile. Okay? And that's probably coming from him next, because that's the kind of person that he is. That's what he does. He sticks these little labels on people. You watch him do it all day long. He attaches labels to people, dude. You know it's true. I don't do it at all.
Most of them are justified.
Terrorist?
Yeah, there are tons
terrorist?
of
Do you think he should be throwing around the word terrorist about Americans exercising their rights?
When they're throwing Molotov cocktails and rocks and destroying businesses. If I was a business owner, I would be sleeping in my shop. And you know what? When they start bashing in the window, they're not going to get away with any gold or silver. They're going to be getting lead at the door. I mean, would you think I was just if I did that, rather than let them destroy my life, my livelihood? These people that have been driving through, trying to get to point A to point B, through these, and they got to go through these damn crowds, getting attacked.
You can't go through the crowd. You cannot drive through the crowd. I already explained that to you.
The crowd comes to them.
No, they do not.
The crowd comes to them.
You just said they have to get through these crowds.
They block them in, then they start attacking their vehicles.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Mike, I've seen it. I've seen many cases. Get on Live Leak.
Okay, and again, this is all you focus on instead of these people that are dancing. It is. That's all you want to talk about. That's it. That's all you want to talk about.
The people that are focusing their anger in the right direction on the system, rather than the people that have nothing to do with it, that they're a problem.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. People have the right to protest whatever they want.
They do have the right to protest, even when it's in the right direction. I agree. They focus their anger in the right direction. The police force, the agency that this guy worked for.
Donald Trump also called the military into the streets in Washington, D.C., and he also ordered people on their knees with their hands up, shot with rubber bullets and tear gas.
They burnt down the church.
Not the people that were on their knees with the hands up. They did not do that. And those are the people that got shot by Donald Trump with tear gas and rubber bullets.
So who do you think burnt down that church next to the White House?
Instigators. You already pointed out the fucking protest is filled with them.
Absolutely. That's who I'm talking about, the instigators.
Those were not the people on their knees with their hands up that Donald Trump tear gas and shot with rubber bullets so that he could walk across the street for a photo op and then label them terrorists.
That did not happen.
What did not happen? Fucking A, did it happen? Bullshit. I can go get the video right now.
Please do, because I have not seen it. I heard about it just like you did.
I didn't hear about it. I posted it live, and here, look, let me show you the fucking link that I posted live that CNN is covering up and not allowing people to see. Okay? Here it is.
I'll take it. Please show it.
Okay?
Please.
Here's the link right here. Okay? This is it. Look, right there. That it says, Trump orders peaceful protesters shot with tear gas. Where the fuck is it? Here's the fucking title, okay? And CNN blocks it because CNN is covering up for the police and Trump. Trump orders peaceful protesters shot with rubber bullets and tear gas them for a photo op, okay? And that's Okay, and there it is. Okay, that's exactly what happened. Because I can't change it.
I'm seeing massive protests across Seattle on your screen there. Trump
Yeah.
holding up the Bible. Yeah, the Bible photo op. Man, there was nobody tear gassed, dude. It didn't happen. It was fake news, man. I'm telling you.
That's incorrect. It's right here. Hold on.
If anybody was tear gassed, they're.
Okay, so look. This is people with their hands up on the street out in front of the White House. Can you see this? This is military police being. They have their. You see them with their hands in there?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, that's out in front of the White House. This is June 1st. Okay. By the way, CNN has blocked this video. They are.
First time I'm seeing this video, by the way.
What's that?
First time I'm seeing this video, by the way.
Okay.
I gotta say, Craig, you're doing a good job.
This is at the same time Donald Trump speaking. Well, actually, this is a few minutes before Donald Trump started speaking, right at the end of the video. Okay.
I want to see those rubber bullets, and I want to see that tear gas.
I'm just showing you what you're. Look, I want you to see with these people with their hands in there. I want you to see military police. Now, I'm going to scoot it ahead a couple of minutes. Okay, hold on. Okay, I want you to see. Now the police are moving in with their horses. Okay, and I want you to check out the protesters. Okay, protesters.
Sure.
Okay, they're right there. They've got their hands in the air. They're not fucking. They don't have fucking torches. They don't have fucking television sets. Okay, hands in the air. These are peaceful. Look, they're saying, hands up, don't shoot. Hands up, don't shoot. Right? You can see that, right? Okay. Now, just a minute. Hold on. Okay. Peaceful protesters, hands in the air. Okay, just give it a minute here, and you will see what happens is, boom. See that? Nothing. Those people did nothing. They're just standing there. Now, tear gas, boom. Why are they doing this to peaceful protesters?
Wait a minute.
I didn't see a bottle fly. Did you see a rock fly? I didn't see nothing happen. Why'd they do that? You want to know why they did that? They did that so that Donald Trump could cross the motherfucking street and hold a Bible up in the air.
Okay, again, this is the first time I'm seeing this video footage here.
Okay, this is June 1st. Can you? I guess you can't see that part. Thanks, Craig. There's a knife in there. Okay, so this is June 1st. And again, CNN has blocked this video. This is probably why you're having trouble finding it. These people have their hands in the air. They're not throwing. They're not fighting back. And you know why they're being pushed back? Understand? You see that? That's little girls. Those are people that Donald Trump is labeling terrorists. Okay?
Well, I don't see anybody seriously injured in that crowd, but yeah, look, I have no feeling one way or the other about this footage. Yeah, it probably it probably wasn't necessary to do that, but
it happened so that Donald Trump could cross the street and hold a Bible in the air, dude. That's why it happened. Where's
I don't know, man. I'm seeing stuff flying right there. I know you're gonna say because they attacked first.
After they instigate shit, people push back.
Well,
don't you push back? Did you just tell me you're not gonna take shit off nobody?
But what if you don't know what video footage we didn't see? Whether rocks were already starting to be thrown.
Oh yeah, look how dangerous that girl is. Look how dangerous that girl is standing in front of him. Watch what they do. Look how dangerous she is. She's so fucking dangerous, huh? Look how dangerous she is. Push her back. Push her back. Push her back. Look how dangerous she is. Yeah, you gonna get your stick out and hit me next? Those are the terrorists, okay? Those are the people Donald Trump is labeling terrorists.
Obviously she's saying some words that probably are
hands up, please don't shoot. Hands up, please don't shoot. Yeah, that's what she's fucking saying, dude.
He pushes her back. I didn't see a baton fly or anything. Hey, get back. Look, I'm not on the police side.
So Donald Trump can cross the street and hold a Bible in the air. That's why this happened, and now he's labeled those people terrorists. And you're buying into it by insisting on focusing on the 1/10 of 1%. Okay? And it's disgusting. I'm sorry.
Well, if there were people in the back throwing rocks, and they needed that front section of the crowd to get back.
They needed the street cleared so Donald Trump could walk across the street and hold a Bible in the air, dude.
What's wrong with that? If you were to walk
clearing
through that crowd,
the street of Americans who have the right to be there with tear gas and rubber bullets, so that you can fucking cross the street and hold a Bible in the air? Yeah, I got a major problem with that. There is something really, really, really wrong with that, and that you can't see it, makes me question you also. Look at these people. They're being abused horribly. These people are being abused horribly.
I like Donald Trump. I don't think he's the every little thing that goes on.
Well, if you like him, okay, let me tell you something. Donald Trump can easily beat fucking Joe Biden. So tell him, if you actually genuinely like him, write him and say, stop acting like a motherfucking dictator. And act like these people have a righteous reason for being in the street.
Donald Trump is attacked for everything. He is attacked for everything.
Act like these people have the right to be there, dude. Oh my God.
But how's he going to get in front of that church unless these people push these crowds back?
He can wait until why the fuck does he got to get there right now?
Wait until the church is rebuilt?
He needs to make his fucking photo op? Is that the problem? He's not going to be able to get his photo op, so he better tear gas those peaceful people? Oh my God, dude. What? You love the police state. Don't tell me anything otherwise.
I'm against it. I'm a libertarian. I'm against the police state.
You just sucked his fucking dick real wholeheartedly right there, pal.
Mike, I'm a libertarian just like you. I'm against the police state.
Well, then act like it. Because the lines have been drawn. And either you the lines have been drawn, and either you stand on the side of freedom or you stand with the police state. That's where we're at.
I'm on the side of freedom, but I'm not for
then act like
out there and destroying businesses and burning down.
That's fucking idiotic, dude.
Property.
You're talking about this little tiny percentage of millions and millions of Americans, and you equate them as the same, and it's disgusting.
I can say the same thing about George Floyd. We're focused on.
I didn't mention George Floyd one fucking time, did I?
That's what this whole thing is about.
No, it's not. It's obvious. I just showed you beautiful, proud Americans being abused by police and the military in America for doing absolutely nothing wrong.
Not there. I did not see what happened.
I just showed you what happened. You're going to believe Donald Trump's lying voice or your lying eyes. Your pick.
Donald Trump was not pushing those people back.
Of course he did. Oh my God, dude.
I'm sure they got orders from the Secret Service to do that.
The order came from Donald Trump. He wanted to cross the street with their little fucking plan about holding the Bible in the air for a photo op, which was him and Ivanka and Jared's fucking plan. They all fucking got together to go, ooh, that would make a great photo op of you standing in front of a burnt out church with the Bible. Let's fuck these protesters.
That's all it was?
What? Yes! What the fuck else was it? What the fuck else was it? He stood there. He stood there with the Bible in his hand in front of a church, and the reporter said, "Is that your Bible?" And he looked at it and said, "It's a Bible." He's just fucking posing for suckers. He's posing for motherfucking suckers, and he beat up Americans, proud, brave Americans, completely wrongly in order to do so, and you're fucking just eating it up.
I'm not eating it up. Look, Trump has done so many great things for this country up until this COVID.
Not what he just did.
George Floyd.
It's not about. I haven't met. You're the only one here who's mentioned George Floyd tonight, so you know.
Well, that's what we're watching. Apparently, these people are.
No, that's the programming. That's the programming that all of this is about one man. That's fucking stupid. Don't you know how stupid that is? You think all these millions of people are in the street because of one man? Is that right? God. Give me a break, dude.
Yeah,
you're smart. I know you're smarter than this. I'm trying desperately to reach you. I know you're in there.
I am here, Mike. Mike. Man, you need to take a toke, bro.
I know.
I wish I could toke with you, man. I really do, but look, I could also say we're focusing on one thing, one man being Donald Trump. He is not responsible for all of this. He just isn't.
Look, if it was Barack Obama in the White House right now, and these protesters were being abused in exactly the same way, do you somehow think that I would not be screaming about Barack Obama? And in fact, earlier in this conversation, blamed Barack Obama 110% for these fucking protests. Okay? I'm not, again...
Protests would not be happening.
That is idiotic. Millions of people went into the street under Barack Obama, and they didn't just go there and march for a few hours. They went into the street and they stayed there for months, and some of them even longer. Some of them, the protesters were in the street for a year. They didn't, and I'm telling you, they didn't just go home. They camped there every fucking day. And Barack Obama labeled them terrorists after promising that when the protesters go into the street, I will stand there with you. I never saw him visit a fucking Occupy protest. Okay? So, and look, man, we all saw who Obama was then. And we all saw who the police state was then. The fucking Occupy protest made police brutality become right to the forefront of everything. And now we're here, and it's Donald Trump's turn to fucking make a difference. And he's labeling those brave people terrorists. And talking about calling in the military and shooting them.
When every single thing that is good is that he's trying to do is blocked by a federal judge, by the CIA, by the NSA, by the FBI, all these witch hunts on him, and he's not able to get anything done. I mean, he's got so much done with the economy, but he's blocked every single thing that he tries to do.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize what a giant victim Donald Trump was. Oh my God. How can we all not be rushing to his aid right now? I keep forgetting. He keeps telling us how horribly he's been treated his whole fucking life. No one understands how hard it is to be Donald Trump.
For president. The Republicans hate him. The Democrats hate him. You know, again, there's corruption on both sides. You know that. I know that. You said it 20 minutes ago.
The Republicans and the Democrats are the problem. That's what I said.
Donald Trump is attacked by both of them. The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
That is incorrect. That's some kind of thing. That's some kind of brain poisoning that the military uses. That's a military mind think, and the last thing you ever want to do is get into that fucking mindset.
Mike, in this case, it is true.
Fuck that. Look it, when Donald Trump actually acts like the news is fake over something more than Donald Trump, then it'll be true, okay? But you know what? All Donald Trump cares about is Donald Trump, okay? And the fucking media, by the way, is doing nothing more than trying to get Donald Trump reelected desperately. Don Lemon, you know who Don Lemon is? Don Lemon wants Donald Trump reelected more than any other candidate. I guarantee you, I'll bet you $10,000 because Don Lemon then has a righteous
Yeah.
fucking enemy to come out and fight against every night, and
Don
Don Lemon
the race
and
haters,
Don
like
Lemon
Jesse
and
Jackson.
if somehow Donald Trump was to be replaced by someone like, let's say, Bernie Sanders, then you know what happened? All that fucking sweet big pharma money that CNN loves to fucking make every fucking commercial
Yeah.
break would go away.
they get a lot
And you
of
know what
ratings.
that would mean?
All these
Don
lies.
Lemon's $20 million a year salary would no longer be $20 million a year. Okay? And Don
Yeah,
Lemon knows
he's a
that,
race hater
and Don
like
Lemon
Al
wants
Sharpton and
Donald
Jesse
Trump
Jackson.
reelected. I guarantee it.
Well, you may be right there, but they're doing everything they can to slander the guy. You tell me what the media has said, what he's been accused of, whether it be Russiagate.
I'm not here to
the
suck Donald
TP-Gate.
Duck's dick.
Nothing's been true. Absolutely nothing. It's all been proven lies. The Mueller investigation, all
the
this.
media is
Nothing. They've got
garbage,
nothing on
okay?
that.
And if you want to talk about
It
the
is.
media, let's
So
talk
why do
about
you think the guy
9/11.
tries to
Let's
defend
talk about
himself?
COVID-19. Let's talk about fucking how they've covered up police brutality and fucking medical
COVID-19.
mistrial for fucking ever.
COVID-19 turns out it was all bullshit.
Right?
There was
And the
nothing to
media
shut down the
destroyed
economy,
our
but the
economy. The media knowingly
Democrats
destroyed
are
our
evidence
economy.
they are keeping
And
it
they
shut
work
down.
together with the Pentagon and all the other fucking government agencies to do it. Okay? That's their job. That's what the media does. They work with our government. You know they're an arm of our government, right? You know that, right? Libertarian, right? You know that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Apparently they're the fourth branch now. Yeah, and they're out of control. And if these protesters would go and focus their anger on the right people, like the media, like these agencies.
Did
that
you
are
not see them attack
doing-
CNN the other night?
I did, but it wasn't enough. It would have been nice if they would have
I
had
agree. They need to
Cisco
go to
out
all
there.
the medias, including local medias across the nation.
I agree.
And this
they're all part of it.
there's a good chance this is just beginning. Like I said last night, when Occupy started, the first 30 days or so, it was pretty much just in New York. And then what happened was the police brutality fucking all of a sudden came out of nowhere, and they started pepper spraying little girls and shit like that, and it grew, and it lasted a fucking year. And if this grows and lasts a fucking year, then there's going to be some serious changes happen. Let me tell you what.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of people hurt out there too. You know, if you go through a crowd of one of these crowds, you're just driving your car, and all of a sudden you turn down the wrong street, and all of a sudden your vehicle's being attacked. They're reaching in, trying to grab you and jerk you out and beat the bloody hell out of you. You're not insusceptible from these people either.
Look,
I'm not
I
either.
don't know.
I got to put myself in that situation.
Look, do you understand when I talk, I don't know how many shows you watched, but when I talk about the COVID, I say I don't know all the facts. Well, what I know is don't buy into the fear. Don't buy into the fear. And here you are hyping the fear. You're like, oh, look at this. This is, I can hype this fear. Hype the fear. No, look at, you're acting like, oh, grandma, maybe you shouldn't be out driving, because you might run into the protesters and they'll murder you. Or maybe the murder hornets will get you.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, you're buying into this hyped up fear shit, dude. Come on.
Again,
Again, you're smarter into it.
I see it.
You're not just buying into it, you're
people-
right. You're spreading it.
If I see a crowd of these people, I'm not going to want to get in the middle of them.
Well,
I don't
then
know
that's
what they're thinking.
yeah.
I may not be part of their clan.
What they're thinking
Their
is that
tribe.
they're fighting for
I may
justice.
be an outsider. Maybe if I look,
what they're
whatever,
thinking is
and
that
I'll maybe get
they
attacked for that.
actually believe in freedom and want to fight for freedom in America. Maybe that might be a righteous thing, and maybe you should go find out what they're thinking, right? Instead of just painting them all as fucking criminals. Fuck.
I'm not painting them all as criminals. Some of them are just fine with the protesting.
Just fine.
As long as they're not throwing rocks, Molotov cocktails, attacking people, breaking into businesses, looting everything. I'm sure, why not? but they're going after. I see them going after the wrong people. There's no reason to go after Donald Trump. Their local state government, yeah, they should be outside of their governor's house. They should be outside of the mayor's house.
Oh,
They should be
well,
outside
as
of
long
the
as
precinct
maybe you could make a map for all the protesters of where it's okay for where they can protest in America. That would be really generous if you took the time and made and
Well, they're the ones out there
allowed
doing it.
them
They
the
should.
information to let them know where it's okay for them to go and protest.
Mike, they should know.
How about
And
how
some
about
of them have.
everywhere in America, if there is injustice, it is okay to protest, especially out in front of the fucking White House.
What if
Duh.
they're coming down my street? What if they're coming down my street and they decide, hey, that guy's white, he has a nice truck in his yard, he's a rich elitist. He must be a Republican, or he must be this.
Wow, you just live in the land of fear, don't you? God, what were you so afraid of before these protesters?
That's part of not a land of fear, but
Of course,
I'm
it's
aware.
like, what happens if, oh my God, what happens if this? And what happens if that? Oh my God, lions and tigers and bears, oh my! Come on, dude!
I don't like the message. I disagree. with
What?
you.
Fear, fear, fear? Give me more fear? Because that's all you're talking about. That's not what we do here. We recognize the
What's
truth.
going on in your background? I'm
What?
not part of that.
What?
I don't agree with it. I'm not. Look at what's going on in your background. I'm not
Yeah,
part of that. I
you
disagree
don't
with it.
agree with beautiful Americans protesting for justice, is that right?
Protesting for justice at the right places, yeah. But when they're doing
The
exactly
right
what I
places
just said they're
according to
doing,
you?
What?
What?
All the attacks, all the burning down. of
God,
businesses,
man, how can you
attacks
possibly
on
be
average
such a
Joe.
giant Donald Duck dick sucker? Okay? Who
Dude,
gives
come
a fuck? Obama got attacked too.
Yeah,
Fox
Donald
News
Trump
didn't
was
ever
attacked by
stop
both
with
sides.
Obama. Fox News didn't ever. Okay, look, I don't give a
don't-
fuck about who the president is. If he's saying that protesters are terrorists, he's a threat to the motherfucking Constitution, and a libertarian should be able to recognize that. Fuck!
well, I don't think Donald Trump is a threat to the Constitution.
Of course he is. Do you not know the anti-BDS laws that he signed? He does not believe in your free speech one bit.
I'm not sure what bill you're referring to.
Boycott, divest, and sanction. If you speak out against Israel on your social media, you now go on a government list, and you are no longer allowed to participate in government contracts.
Well, I believe that's if it is how you stated, I believe that's conflicts with the First Amendment.
Of course it does. Not according to Donald Trump. In fact, he said you can't talk about Israel that way.
I disagree with
Word
it.
for
I don't
word.
agree with everything Donald Trump does, but I don't blame him for everything bad that's going on in our country. As a matter of fact, I think
I'm
he's
not
trying to
doing
uphold all
that.
the good.
Look at, he's the leader of the country. So of course, protesters should be bringing their grievance to him. How simple is that to understand, dude?
But it's misdirected. He saw the injustice that happened when that cop put his
He doesn't
voice
act
neck.
like he understands it. There's misjustice, and neither do you, because you want to make
that's
it
your-
about one person.
That is your perception. Perhaps my perception of the whole event does not equate to yours.
Of course it doesn't.
I mean, I found-
You think all these
I
people
found-
are criminals. I recognize them as brave, proud
I found
Americans.
injustice there. He should not have had his knee on that guy's neck. I
It's
think
not
there's a lot
about
more to the
George
story. Either way.
Floyd.
It is.
No,
it's
it's
about
not.
oppression. It's about
Oppression.
official oppression.
It's about oppression and injustice and police brutality.
A boot on the neck of America. Yeah.
And of course, Donald Trump shouldn't be protest for any of those things, right?
Well, Donald Trump is trying to protect our constitutional amendments. Look at all these people that have been going after our Second Amendment. Our Second Amendments protect the rest of our
Obama had
liberty.
the Senate and the House of Representatives fully Democrat under his leadership. They did absolutely nothing to the Second Amendment. Donald Trump, on the other hand, has signed executive orders about the Second Amendment, which state you can no longer have this item. So we're clear on the Second Amendment and Donald
Yeah,
Trump.
you're talking about the bump stock, right?
Uh-huh.
When Donald Trump banned
Which
bump
is a
stock,
joke.
Which had nothing to do with what happened in Vegas.
Right.
I don't think this this whole Paddock story is all bullshit.
Okay.
That's all I'm gonna say about that.
Okay. I don't buy into any of these fucking stories. And for whatever reason, you buy into the fact that these protesters are fucking rioters and looters, and that's fucking idiotic.
I see what I see.
That's that's all. Do you see these people carrying television sets? Is that right? There's millions of people right here in front of you, and I don't see any of them carrying fucking television sets, dude. Okay?
I don't either. Not right now. You give it a couple hours. Maybe it'll start up again tonight. Maybe tonight will be different than the rest of all the nights we've seen. Maybe tonight will be different.
I've watched peaceful, dude. I've watched peaceful night of protest after peaceful night. In fact, lots and lots of people here on Mox News have watched peaceful night of protest after peaceful night of protest after peaceful night of protest for the last 3 nights since Seattle agreed to stop shooting tear gas on peaceful protesters. We've watched it. And the only time that shit happens is when the police fucking start shit. Like in Portland last night. Completely peaceful, tens of thousands of people, and they fired tear gas on them because they decide that the gathering is unlawful. An unlawful gathering.
Who do you hold responsible there in Washington?
What?
In Seattle. Who do you hold responsible in Seattle for those police tear gassing?
Well, we've already held them accountable in Seattle. The day after that, 10,000 people, no, I would say 30,000 people surrounded the mayor of Seattle and demanded that they end their bullshit curfew. And 2 hours later, the curfew was gone. And they demanded that the police show their motherfucking badge numbers. And the next day, the police chief announced that they would begin prominently displaying their badge numbers. And they demanded that the police stop using tear gas. And yesterday, the police said we will no longer use tear gas for the next 30 days.
That's a good thing. That sounds like a democracy in our republic in action.
How can you think it's anything but fucking beautiful? Okay, that's what's happening here. Did you hear me mention George Floyd at all, or anything that had anything to do with George Floyd?
That was the catalyst. That was the catalyst that these instigators were just waiting for. Of course, you got all the mainstream media.
Again, you immediately go back to this 1/10 of 1%. Immediately. That's all you want to focus on. That's all you want to focus on. That's all you want to see in these beautiful Americans. That's all you want to see. That's all you want to see.
One bad apple, hey.
That's all you want to see, dude. It's fucking idiotic. And for whatever reason, you hate America so much that you can't see the beauty here. This is a fucking amazing.
I don't destroyed by fans out on the street.
That's idiotic. That's just plain stupid. Again, less than 1/10 of 1%. Okay? And for whatever reason, you're buying into that poisoning of your mind. Fine. Go ahead and focus. Go ahead and focus on hate. Go ahead and focus on hate instead of freedom and justice and righteousness. Because that's who these people in the street are. That's who they are.
Mike, I'm not doing that. I'm totally fine with people that are walking and focusing their attention and their anger on the right people. Not when they're going and breaking into businesses. Those people, They're
And
lucky
those
if they get
and that
tear gas.
percentage of people that are doing that is such an incredibly teeny tiny percentage that for you to just endlessly bring that up over and over and over and over, like that's all that you fucking know, is stupid.
Mike, I think you're focusing on that too much.
Focusing,
I'm okay
no,
with
that's all
truth.
you talk about,
I'm
dude.
okay with
I
truth.
don't
That's
talk
the
about
way
it
you
at
think, like I'm
all
talking about right
until
now.
you begin talking. That's the
Mike,
only time I talk
Take a
about
breath,
it.
bro.
What?
Take a breath. Relax. You're getting worked up. I haven't seen you like this before, man.
The protesters
you-
are righteous. I cannot stand idiotic motherfuckers who can't see the beauty of these people. Well, I don't know how you let so much hate into your fucking heart that you hate America enough not to see the beauty of these people.
Mike,
In the proud American tradition, you're shitting on them just like when people, and it doesn't matter, right wing, left wing. For you, it's all fucking right wing, left wing bullshit. You want to claim libertarian,
It's not.
but that's garbage. Oh my God, poor fucking Donald Trump. Where the fuck are we talking about Donald Trump?
in your very still shot in the beginning of the video, you have Donald Trump's knee on the neck of the Statue of Liberty.
Right, Donald Trump is the one who is in charge
That's
of
a
justice.
lie. It's propaganda.
He just labeled peaceful protesters terrorists. Okay? That's
He
fucking
labeled the
garbage.
rioters, the people
This
that
guy
came
you're
from
sucking
the
his
church
dick is
as
labeling
terrorists.
fucking peaceful,
I'm not.
proud Americans. Brave. So fucking brave to be out there in the fucking streets and face up these fucking garbage. People like Donald Trump is telling the fucking police to get rough with them. You know he is. Dominate them. Dominate these protesters. Fuck that
What do you
piece of
think
shit.
should be done
Fuck
about
that
these
piece of shit garbage. He is
people?
horrible.
What do you think about these people that have been throwing rocks, breaking into businesses, and stealing everything? I know you're saying that's a very small percentage. Okay, let's say it is.
Yeah, what
That's
you
fine. It's a very small.
like you
what do
can't.
think should be done with
Here,
these
I'll
people?
tell you what I think of them. I think that you can't think of anything else but them. That's what I think
That's
of them.
not telling me. That's not telling me what you think of those people. Those are the people.
Those
that
are
all the attention.
instigators
That's
and
the good.
criminally oriented people who are going to go to jail. And I've told people here on this show, night after night after night, please don't smash things, don't burn things, don't steal things. Because every one of those people who do that are going to go to jail because there are cameras every fucking place. And they are going to get every single second of video they can possibly get, and they will spend every resource they have to identify every face they can and make sure that those people are all made examples of. So please
gonna
don't
get 'em
do
all.
that. Yes, they're going to get as many as they can. That's what I said.
If somebody's going to come and attack
So
me like
please
that, or
don't do
take
that.
my possessions, I'm going to go after them.
You do whatever you
I
gotta
know.
do, man. But I don't know what kind of fucking fear planet you live on, but this isn't the goddamn fucking purge, man. Okay, get a fucking clue.
It's looking a lot like it on the.
No, that's
on the
what
TV
you
screen.
see.
It really
What
is.
I see is people dancing in the streets getting tear gassed. God.
We've both seen both sides. You know, if it's cordial protest, you know, I'm okay with it. But it's when it's groups of people blocking traffic and you turn down the wrong street and then your vehicle is destroyed, your family's in the vehicle, you're freaking out. They're
Oh
banging
yeah,
on the
they're
windows,
blocking
attacking you,
traffic.
they're reaching
Oh
in,
my
they're dragging
God,
you
we
out.
gotta label these people terrorists and start treating them as such.
No, they're not blocking traffic. They're attacking the vehicle. They're
They
destroying
don't
property.
do
They're
that
injuring
unless the
people.
vehicles drive into them.
You know, it happened in Tulsa yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
The guy driving through there, I think he had I couldn't see inside too good, but I think he had his family up in there. One black man, one reasonable black man was trying to let him through. Then
See,
they
again,
blocked him.
going
They didn't
through,
care-
again,
they didn't care what that
going
reasonable
through the
man was
protesters.
saying. They
Again,
blocked him.
going through the protesters. Again, you can't do that. Okay? You just stop and you wait. That's
wait,
all
wait.
you can
You
do
stop,
because
stop and wait
pedestrians always have right of way. Pedestrians
turning the vehicle
always have right of way. 100%,
While they're
never
tearing the
any
vehicle
other
apart?
way.
While they're tearing this vehicle apart, trying to get in and
They-
injure him, harm him and
Yeah,
his family.
okay.
He's just
Right.
supposed to sit there.
What?
This is a real question.
Right, because that's all you see is the focus on the 1/10 of
Let's
1%.
let's focus on that incident. on
No,
those
let's
particular
focus
incidents.
on these millions
What
of
is that
peaceful
got to do with
protesters instead of being like fucking Tucker Carlson. Okay? I'm not here to act like I'm a libertarian and then fucking somehow be against freedom. That is so fucking stupid.
Well, when they're sitting there, look, I want your answer. I'm gonna, Mike. I got
My answer is
Where
open
is
your
that guy-
motherfucking eyes and look at the peaceful protesters. Stop being such a goddamn douche. No! No, that's 1/10 of 1%. I'm not going to focus on 1/10 of 1%. It's idiotic to do so.
Okay, the one out of 100 million people that happens to, let's say there's 3 cases, that we got 325 million, 350 million people in this country. Let's say there's 3 cases. Guy makes a turn down a block filled with aggressive protesters, rioters. He makes that wrong turn. All of a sudden, he's surrounded by these
Look
people. They're all
you go
screaming,
ahead and
yelling,
you
pounding
go
on
ahead
people.
and you live your life in constant fear of people who are obviously peaceful.
Why not just answer the
okay?
question that's
Why
scenario?
don't you fucking open your eyes instead of choosing to live your life in constant fear of peaceful
block in-
people? How can you possibly...
I'm giving you a scenario.
No, you're like, oh my God, what happens if these people come to my house? If these people come to my house,
Exactly.
this is what I'm going to do.
Your house,
That's
Mike.
not a scenario. That's, okay, I've worked this out in my mind because I'm afraid these people might come to my house. Fuck, dude. Give me a break. These are
They came
peaceful
to your house
people.
once before.
You're living
They
your
came to your
life
house
in
once
fear,
before.
programmed by shitheads like Tucker Carlson, who pretend to be libertarian. And you deserve better.
Wow, you really don't want to answer this question.
That is not a
You're
legitimate
avoiding-
question.
You're avoiding it.
It's not a legitimate
I
question.
really, these scenarios happen. I've seen them. They're all over YouTube. They're all over Live Leaks.
Again,
Why-
this little
why block
tiny
those out?
percentage
You're
of
just trying to
things that
keep it
happen.
good.
Shit happens
This is-
everywhere
This
all
is
the
same
time.
thing that
Get used
CNN
to it.
pushes out.
What's that?
Mike, this is the same thing. This is the same thing that CNN pushes out. Oh, it's all good. Nobody.
That is not what
that.
CNN pushes
Everything's
out.
great.
That's what I
Dude.
just showed you how those fucking videos are blocked. CNN is trying to block information about what's happening. Okay? I've shown you video of a little girl who just got pepper sprayed in the face by cops because she wanted to ask him a question about why they're doing
She
stuff.
wasn't exactly a little girl. She looked to be in her 20s. I
Hey.
don't know the circumstances of what happened. Either way, I wouldn't put myself in that situation. I don't want to be out there in any part of it. If it's a just protest.
This girl looks
Now, thousands of complaints have poured into Seattle's Office of Police Accountability over officer conduct during our recent protests the last 5 nights. Video of some of the incidents has sparked outrage, especially the images of a little girl in pain after she got mace in her eyes. KOMO's Kara Kosnich is live in Seattle with more on these cases. Kara?
That's right, Eric. The Office of Police Accountability tells me they have never received so many complaints during such a short window of time. Typically, they get about 14,000 complaints per year. That's what they've gotten over the last few days. Today, they tell me they're focusing on 4 specific cases that have gotten the most complaints.
This is the viral video that has outraged so many. A young girl and her dad moments after she was maced by police near Westlake Park Saturday afternoon. Evan Rio was there rolling with his camera at what he described as a peaceful protest.
All I know is there were maybe 50 people in that line facing off against the cops, but I mean, it was during a peaceful prayer, by the Reverend across the street.
The heart-wrenching video of the little girl in agony has sparked 11,000 complaints to Seattle's Office of Police Accountability.
It was just really sad more than anything. It was really horrifying. It was really visceral. Just seeing her pain and seeing her dad just trying to take care of her.
Another 5,000 complaints have come into OPA about police conduct during the last few days of protests. Many of the complaints surrounding 10 different incidents.
Horrible. I don't want to see that. That little girl shouldn't be out there in a protest. They're probably her parents.
The only reason those streets were not safe for that little girl was because of the police. The fuck? Pull your head out of your ass, man. You want to blame the parents? The parents should be afraid of the police. The fucking little girl should be afraid of the police. Give me a fucking break. This is the goddamn problem. That's why these people are in the streets.
Yeah, but that's happening on both sides. You got opportunists out there that are along with these rioters, the provocateurs, the agent provocateurs, the Antifa, the BLM, that are just out to get out there and riot and steal everything and cause massive property damage to
we're done. Okay, look, that's all you can see, dude. Okay.
But that you don't want to acknowledge that. I'm acknowledging both sides. You don't.
You want me to acknowledge the 1/10 of 1%. In doing so,
yes.
Linking them to the protesters. No, I'm not going to focus the slightest little tiny bit of energy on them. The problem is not the 1/10 of the problem is not the 1/10 of the 1%. The problem is injustice. Fucking recognize, man. Fucking recognize. Righteous people standing up in a proud American tradition against injustice.
Cops in this country. 780. Last statistic I heard. It's about 780,000 police. They could say the same thing. Oh, we're mostly good, but there's only 100,000 bad. Well, that's too many.
And the problem is they know who the bad ones are and they protect them, which means they're not, if they're protecting the bad, they're not good, are they? Because you know what happens? Yeah. The protesters grab the bad people and they move them forward and say, this is the problem here, you should take this person. Okay, I've shown video of it. You said you saw video of it. Look, you're choosing to focus on this little tiny percentage. No, there is a injustice problem in this country. Okay? And that's not a little problem.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree. The system does need change. They're taxing us way too much. There's too much corruption in these agencies. Yeah, I agree. I agree 100%. But you know what? There are some bad people out there that need law enforcement in their lives.
Right, and you know what? What I've read is that 80% of crime is drug related, meaning people having to get money for the fix and all that garbage. So you know what? If we just ended the drug war, then that would end 80% of crime, and then we wouldn't have to have all these fucking cops, right?
Of course, I agree.
Okay? So let's recognize again what the real problem is that the fucking police are this never-ending fucking cycle of we have to over-criminalize people. And that's the problem. And then over-police them. We don't need all these fucking cops. We just need to stop over-criminalizing people.
Yeah, look, we have meeting. Look, you're a fellow libertarian. I'm a libertarian too. I agree. We have meeting grounds. We don't have to see eye to eye on everything. But you know what? You got to see the bad with the good and the good with the bad. On both sides, on all sides, everywhere. Even in the libertarian community, there's not such good actors. Gary Johnson wasn't such a good guy, after all. But at first, we all thought he was.
Well, he was, he was an option to fucking other idiots who fucking were just never-ending warmongers. That's all. He wasn't, he was like an option that wasn't a fucking never-ending wars for fucking of choice based on lies for nothing else but profit. That's who Gary Johnson was. That was the option there.
Yeah, he was a piece of shit liar. He was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Yeah, Ron Paul is the true libertarian ideologist. I have great respect for Ron Paul, but you got people. This is what I'm saying. You got infiltrators everywhere. Democrats, Republicans, all over the place, in these crowds, in the police agencies. Yeah, you got criminals all over the place. And yeah, we do have a systemic problem. Our constitutional rights are being trampled upon, and it's got to stop. Yeah, I agree.
And Donald Trump being at the head of the ship at this moment makes sense that there are protesters outside the White House, and they would
Donald
be
Trump
there.
is not
They
our
would
enemy.
be there regardless of who was at the head of the ship at this moment, demanding
Mike, it's
justice
misdirected.
reform.
It's misdirected anger at the wrong person.
No,
Donald Trump is not
you
responsible
are
for what's
fucking
happened.
No. Donald Trump labeled
Brother-
peaceful protesters terrorists. Okay? That makes Donald Trump a threat to all of us. And for whatever reason you refuse to recognize, that's your choice.
Donald Trump is just one man. He's a one man. He's throwing.
He wants to use the military against peaceful protesters. He's a horrible piece of shit who needs to go. Not that
He
Joe
hasn't
Biden is
started any
even
war.
remotely better, but it's just fucking horrible, dude. He doesn't respect any fucking constitutional rights at all. And he's going to pretend like, oh, I'm protecting your Second Amendment. But that's garbage. Like I said, Barack Obama owned the Senate, owned the House of Representatives. They did absolutely nothing about the Second Amendment. And you know why? Because the American people do not want anything done about the Second Amendment. It ain't going to happen.
Hey, Mike, I'll tell you what. Look, I like these. I like these kind of conversations. We've been going at it for quite a while here. I don't mind having a disagreement with people. You know, we have many points, and you know where we have a meeting ground on. It just all sides do. All sides do. That's what we need to find. You know, really, I'd like to say this country should be able to find some kind of meeting ground, but with all the systemic corruption there is out there, I don't think it's ever going to happen. It's a pipe dream. Even stuff we're seeing on
I hear you,
TV
man.
here.
I understand that too. I see, and I agree with you, but you know, I may be a dreamer, you know, so.
Yeah,
You know, I mean,
John
I don't
Lennon was a
want to
damn,
give up. I don't want to
communist.
give up on righteousness and freedom and things that are, you know, the ideals. You know, I don't want to give up on actually saving the planet, dude. We're the superheroes. We're supposed to be the protectors of this planet. If we really came together and really prioritized, we could change this planet into an amazing green jungle overnight. It's one of those things that we're really good at, and it's not even on anybody's radar because we're so fucking divided.
Yeah, but your idea of paradise may differ from mine. There's too many opposing opinions, even all these groups out here. Let me wrap it up by saying this. My headset went dead, by the way. I don't know if my audio has changed on your feed there. But I'll say this. Imagine, you know, John Lennon's song Imagine was a beautiful song. I mean, one of the beautiful songs ever written.
Great
However,
song.
it was a very ugly message.
Oh.
It was an ugly message.
Uh-huh. Coming together? People coming together?
Well, imagine there's no religion.
Yeah, fuck religion. Fuck
No
God,
possessions?
dude. Yeah, fucking religion.
possessions?
Religion is against God. All your religions are equally stupid and equally against God. God sent you to this
what
planet.
About no possessions?
What?
No possessions.
You know what? I live on fucking nothing, and I do just fine. In fact, I have
I don't wanna be walking
I
around
have a
without
beautiful pizza right here. Right here. Look at that. What a beauty. Okay?
That's a
I live on
possession, man.
absolutely fucking nothing. I mean, nothing. And I do just fine.
That's a possession, bro.
Yeah, right.
I don't want to be out there naked walking through the desert having to eat
Yeah,
rabbit
okay,
snakes.
well, what you recognize as Christian, is that right? Okay, Jesus said, come to me naked as children. Okay? Recognize.
Well, I respect I respect the Bible, man. I mean, if that's how things are supposed to play out, so be it. But we're not in heaven yet. Many of us are never going to make it there. you know. But some ideas, I'm sure.
Not if you're
heaven is
overly
everybody's
concerned with your possessions, I'll tell you that.
Well, I'm saying I'm not part of the 1%. But you know what? I would like to be. I like what I do have. I do all right. I do all right in my life. I've made some good decisions. I've made some bad decisions. But I've made some good decisions too. You know, I'd like to keep what I have. I don't want Chad down the road coming down, seeing something he likes on my property. Hey, why don't I have that? Well, you didn't earn it, Chad. You don't break into my property. You don't take my stuff. You don't threaten me to get what you want. You work for it. I want to keep what I have. And that's antithesis to the song Imagine. That's what I'm talking about.
Heaven's overrated.
Beautiful song, beautiful picture, but horrible message.
Imagine there's no heaven. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's beautiful. How is that not beautiful? Heaven's overrated, dude. What, do you want to walk on
How do you know? You've never been there.
Fucking boring. Same shit
know?
day after day. Come on, give me a break.
But you've never been there. You've never seen it.
How do you know?
Maybe you've had a glimpse, you know, depending on what you smoke. But for the majority of us down here, we've never seen it. Some people say they have. I don't know. Anyway, brother, I'm on a speaker here. My headset went dead. I'm sure you probably got another caller waiting. I haven't seen you this rattled in quite a while, man. I really got you heated. One of these days, when I'm not in the middle of a career, maybe I'll make my way. Well, I don't know if I'd ever want to go to Washington. If you ever make your way to Texas, bro,
no.
Maybe I'll be in a position where I could smoke one with you.
When they legalize marijuana, maybe I'll consider it.
Yeah, in Texas, yeah, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, see, I don't go places. I don't go places where they don't believe in freedom.
Well, you wouldn't be going very many places then, because apparently that's going on in Washington.
I don't go. Why would I want to go somewhere else? This is beautiful, and I have freedom.
They'll arrest you for your freedoms everywhere you go. You make the step in the wrong direction anywhere you go. What you consider freedom is probably written in somebody's book. And yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That is the systemic problem with our country. All right, brother. I got to wrap it up, man. It's good talking to you. Take care, Mike. You look good, by the way. I like your new format. Craig's doing a good job there on that background. Yeah.
Craig is awesome.
It's a good setup. Yeah. All right, man. I got to get off here. I'm going to make some dinner and have a beer.
Enjoy. Thanks for calling.
All right, man. All right. See you, Mike.
And no, I will not recognize protesters as anything other than what's happening. Are there tear gas? Is that tear gas in Seattle? What the fuck is happening? God damn it. Fucking assholes. That is not supposed to be happening. Fucking asshole cops. It's okay, I can see it right here. It's okay, we got it right here. Tear gas, okay. Seattle police yesterday announced that they would not be using tear gas for at least 30 days on peaceful protesters. They said that the use of tear gas will now have to be approved by the chief of police. So, chief of police is going to have some questions. I see more tear gas going. Chief of police is going to have some questions to answer. What do we got here? Is there a person down or something? These people just linking arms? They're like, you shall not pass. That's a lot of tear gas. Fucking idiots. What part of no tear gas for 30 days do you not understand? I mean, are you people just completely full of shit? There's no curfew. It's a beautiful day in Seattle. The police said yesterday they would not do tear gas for 30 days. The top city health official announced yesterday that tear gas is probably help spreading the COVID-19. So that it should be, so it's detrimental and many more. So, and the police know this. Hello, caller.
Hey, what's up, Mike?
Just checking out some craziness in Seattle, man. What's up with you?
Yeah, I'm watching that too. That's pretty crazy, bro. That pizza looks good, though. I just had some really good tacos, so I don't know.
Lucky. We're so
anyway,
lucky, huh? We're so lucky, man.
Yeah, right. Like all the stores are open out where I live. There's no rioting or protesting going on because I live in the countryside, so it's all chill out here. Even our restaurants are open. I've been eating at restaurants the last couple of weeks, and I can go sit down, have a beer, have a burger, have some tacos. It's pretty cool.
Nice.
I'm not experiencing any of this because people out here are just like we're watching all the stuff online right now, sitting at home, with our popcorn, going, yeah, all right, bring it on.
Yeah. Well, it's better than being there experiencing tear gas. I'm sure of that.
Oh, I've been tear gas, brother. It sucks, man. That's no fun.
It sticks with you too.
Yeah. So I was unfortunately at this rave in 1997. It's on the internet. You can look it up. It's called N7 Heaven 1997. So from 96 to 97 New Year's, and it was in downtown LA, and they were selling these herbal ecstasy things. And it turned out that the herbal ecstasy wasn't herbal ecstasy at all. It was GHB. And people were drinking the GHB and passing out and going into comas and stuff.
Dang.
And so there was this people dropping like flies around us. And we're like, what's going on? And then the news vans were already there before we even got there, which I thought was kind of strange. There was like a dozen news vans right out inside in the front. We got there kind of early. And we had all, we were partying, we all dropped acid.
Yeah.
And the acid is just kicking in, and all these people start flying over the fence and running at us, and we're like, what the fuck? so
are
we
you
go
guys
running.
seeing this shit too?
Yeah, right? Like, we're looking at each other, and we got these three chicks with us. It's me and my boy John. And I decide I'm going to sit down because I'm going to protest. I'm like, no, I'm not moving. My buddy John, luckily, had the right, brain. He's like, get your ass up, motherfucker. Let's go. So we go running, and the chicks are running. We're running past them. And then the cops start, they form a line on one side and form a line on another side. So they, funnel us into this one street.
Yeah.
And it was luckily toward where my car was parked. So we're running. And my buddy John, man, he gets shot in the back with a rubber beam bullet, bam,
Yeah.
gets nailed. He face plants hard. And when they talk about you got that superhuman strength when you're on acid, man, I just picked that fool up, threw him over my arm and or over my back and just ran with him like fireman carried his ass. And then eventually he was like, I'm good, put me down. So I set him down. We run back to my car and we're boxed in. There's a car parked behind me, a car parked behind that. So we can't go anywhere. We're stuck. And the cops come up and they're like, you need to leave, evacuate immediately. And we're like, oh shit. So we all jump in my car. And then the one girl in the back goes, hey guys, my mom's like a lieutenant in the LAPD and she's working tonight. And we're like, what?
Well, it's always good to have connections, that's for sure.
Well, she goes, if they catch you guys, they're going to chop your balls off.
Oh. Well, yeah, you getting my daughter high and taking her to fucking rave? What the fuck?
Right, yeah, she was hot too, man. I remember her name. Her name was Amy, man. Oof. Yeah, she's one of those ones that got away. Damn it, damn. But this night did not help. This night definitely did not help in the relationship. So anyway, eventually, after about an hour or so, we get out of there. But during that hour, I witnessed LAPD baton the living shit out of a tiny little Asian girl who did absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
But she was probably like high on ecstasy or something, and she just froze. And she didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
And she just stood there. And I saw this LAPD guy just come up to her and baton her in the arm to like get her to move. And she just eats shit.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
No. Hold on. What are you saying, Craig?
Hello?
No, shush. Yeah, okay.
Oh, shit.
Okay, so, yeah, cops beating the shit out of little girl. And this seems to be a regular pattern, and that's the whole point. That is really why all these people in the street, they're not in the street over one guy, They're not in the streets going, George, of course they're saying George Floyd, but that's not what this is about. This is about what you see happening right here. Peaceful protesters having tear gas launched on them, okay? It's daytime in Seattle. There's a lot of young people out there that can fuck their world really bad.
Dude, look at how many cops they got lined up right now. That's crazy.
To harass peaceful protests, and they just keep launching tear gas. Tear gas.
Wow, that's nuts, man.
Spray and pepper spray on peaceful people. There's no reason. These people have their hands in the air, and they're spraying them with pepper spray and launching tear gas on them.
Wow, look at that. Whoa, like I'm delayed by about 15, 20 seconds from you. And I just saw that cop run over there and blast all those people with the pepper spray like you said.
Yeah.
Holy crap. Wow. This is nuts, dude.
And this is the problem. And then the police want to act like there isn't a problem, though.
Right.
All they have to do is recognize there's a problem and then sit down to have a discussion about how we fix the problem. But they say, there's no problem. You people are the problem.
The problem, a big problem, along with what you're talking about, is, I have a brother-in-law who's a sergeant in a very prominent police department in California. I don't want to say the name because, I don't want to get doxxed or anything like that. But, yeah, he's expressed to me, look, dude, the guys in my force, they just want to, they want to come, do their job, go home, have a family and get a paycheck. They're not about, trying to hurt or harm anybody. He's like, but, there are guys that do come into the department, they try to weed them out, but a lot of times they infiltrate and they stay in for way too long. And they're there to hurt people, and their intent is bad, So it's not. I would say from what he's told me, it's not the majority, right? The majority of cops are just guys that are there and they're order followers. That's the problem. The big problem is the order followers.
Okay?
Right? They just follow orders because that's what they're told to do, and so they want to come get their paycheck because they want their pension. So they can live the rest of their life and
right. They put in their 20 years and then they get a fucking $5,000 a month paycheck and they're good.
Yeah, and so, but they're willing to follow unlawful orders too, though. That's the other big problem. So you have the small percentage of guys that are there to just do bad because they're bad guys. It's the 6% of the population that are psychopaths or sociopaths or whatever. They get into these, positions.
Yeah, I know. I've said again and again for a long time that there are serial killers inside local police departments across this country, meaning they've already killed multiple people and they're actually looking forward to their next opportunity to kill again. And the cops know who they are and the cops protect them.
Got you fuckers on camera.
That's the big problem is the police protecting the other police, to protect their pension, at the end of the day, it really
I
comes
can't
down
see
to
anything
protecting
down
their
here now.
pension because, you know, they have no other
not sure what
future
to do.
because they didn't
Watch
create a business that, you know, they made thrive and made millions and billions of dollars.
Well,
They-
people who
you know,
work
the fuck is
hard
that?
and, you know, are promised pension and pay into pensions should get pensions. I mean, there's not a problem with that, you know?
No,
That's
no,
not a
but
negative.
they're using, you know, that's their justification for not ratting out the bad
What the fuck
cops.
is that stuff?
What the hell is
more
that,
cans?
Craig?
More gas? Is that more gas, you pigs?
Yeah, it must be like more tear gas or something, right?
More weapons to harm citizens.
Yeah, what is
on
that?
lines there? Is that what it
I
looks
think
like?
it must be more tear gas. Oh, we need more gas out here. Get some more gas. Fuck you.
This is
My
not
God,
fucking good. This
dude.
is not good.
Yeah, we gotta turn this place into a motherfucking war zone, don't you know?
Fuck. Oh fuck, you
Have you
guys.
ever been
People are
tear
gonna
gassed?
get hurt. People are getting hurt.
No, I've breathed chlorine
I don't know what
gas,
to-
which I think
That's
is
probably worse.
Yeah, chlorine gas is really
You're going down?
fucking like collapse your lungs in seconds.
Yeah, me too.
But
Yeah, that can kill you.
yeah. So I haven't actually experienced anything where it like gets in your eyes and stuff like that. I haven't been sprayed with pepper spray or anything.
So I sprayed myself with pepper spray one time when I was 14 years old. I found a can and thought it was cool, and I wanted to try to, you know, take the top of it off. When you're 14 years old.
Okay, I'm leaving that window open then.
Yeah, that didn't go so well, and it sprayed me right in the eyes, and my dad comes home and just laughs at me. He's like, "That's what you get, idiot." So he takes the garden hose, which is the wrong thing to do, and sprays it in my eyes, and
Yeah.
So that was my pepper spray experience. However, tear gas, I was a raver in the 90s in Los Angeles. I used to go to the raves all the time. And I was at the Orange Show Fairgrounds at a party called Nocturnal Wonderland.
Huh.
And they overbooked the place by 30,000 tickets. They got a permit for 10,000, but they sold 40,000 tickets.
Jeez.
So they shut the gate right as I'm like 5-10 people back from the front.
Oh
right?
man.
So, like, I got trampled, man. I'm like, I don't know if you've ever been in a crowd that surges like that, but if you get sucked down, there's nothing you can do about it, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a big dude and I'm strong as hell, but like, damn, dude, it just the weight of the crowd. I just all of a sudden ended up on the bottom. I just
Yeah.
I
Well,
just
if there's
remember
nowhere,
covering my neck.
if there's nowhere to go, there's nowhere to go. I mean, you know, and when you got multiple people standing on you, there's nowhere to fucking go.
Yeah, and I got trampled, man, for like it seemed like forever. I
Yeah.
just wrapped my hands around my neck and curled up into a ball and just took it, dude. I mean, what are you gonna do? You know?
It sounds pretty terrifying.
Yeah, and then the cops show up, and they're coming to clear us out. And my buddy was there. His nickname was Resin, and I see Resin, and there was two other of my homies that were with us, and they got inside. And this is pre-cell phone days. This is like 2000. This is like pre-9/11 even.
Oh yeah, right
And,
on.
yeah, and I was living in the hood. In Long
Those
Beach
those
at
were
the time.
good.
This
Those
way
were
out.
really good raver days, man. Chemical Brothers
Hell yeah.
and fucking.
Yes.
Those were good days. That was really good music. I loved those rave music back then.
Hell yeah, man! Like I also
Prodigy.
performed. I was
I'm
in
a
a band
journalist,
called
I have a right to be
Terraform. There's a 10-minute clip of us on YouTube, but with no sound. Damn it! We did a live performance and shit, and we would perform. I did drum and bass, and I got sponsored by fucking Yamaha for a while.
Awesome.
I worked at Rolling Musical Instruments for like 2.5 years. Yeah, and I'm not gonna say where I work now, but you know, Rolling Musical Instruments was my dream job, but they pay shit. So living in LA on $15 an hour is just like shitty. So I had to bounce. I got a real job.
I'm afraid if I get
not in music
guys,
anymore. The music business is cool,
they're
but
gonna try to arrest me
you
if I
know,
get
there's
out.
a lot of bad, dark sides to that. Wait, they're arresting somebody. What's that about? Oh, wait, it went away.
Yeah, music business is can be.
Not until later.
I imagine
that
that there's a very, very,
someone's
very
been
dark
detained
side to it.
down here. It looks like they've
Yeah,
got this
I
guy
seen
in
some
cuffs.
like satanic shit, and you know, came across some like
think they
witches
just
and all
I'm
that.
not talking
Like,
about that. I'm not
forcing her
talking
behind
about
the line.
that.
She was
That
up
stuff's
in the
whatever. That's nothing.
Well, no, but that's the thing. It ties into other things, right? Like it's not just that. Like then there's the drug side of it, with cocaine. Like
I didn't see
lots
him
of
do
cocaine,
anything,
bro.
but it looks like
I mean,
they've
oh
got
my
him.
God, I can't touch that stuff. I like it too much.
Like they're moving.
I always feel dirty after I do cocaine. I don't
Moving that vehicle up along with two guys behind
I
it.
like it
Those
too much. I can't
launchers.
touch it. Yeah. Because I'll get addicted and I'll be a crackhead or whatever. I know that about myself. I've learned.
That's good. A man has got to know his limitations.
Yep, know thyself, man. You know, and be honest about it, because that shit leaves you up alive. You know, like I know too. If I started taking like opioids,
Resupply the line up here. I'm fine in Broadway with more concussion
want to take
grenades
opioids?
or.
No, but when I do take them, I start to crave them.
Well, see, don't take them.
Primary
It's
part
like,
of the
it's
push
like,
happened just
I
about
mean,
5 or 10 minutes ago now.
you know,
There's all these,
there's like, I don't want,
different
I keep
lines
telling
that
people
Seattle PD is holding.
that
They're
if
holding
they
one on this
legalize
street,
all drugs,
which is
that people aren't going to run down to the party store tomorrow and get heroin.
10th and Pine.
You know?
Yeah, right.
They're holding one up here, which is
so I mean, you know,
Pine and Broadway,
I
and then they're holding that one back
like
on.
a long time ago.
They're holding another line of protest
I decided
back on
at a
11
certain point that I wanted to do
on the other
drugs
side of
that
the
I
park
wanted
over there
to
through
do.
those trees.
And
So
alcohol just wasn't one of them. You know?
they did break the group up, but now they
Yeah,
have
yeah,
to hold multiple
it's the
different
same with me
fronts.
with opioids.
There's people in this alleyway too.
Who was here, not
here.
Shauna, but the other gal.
I don't like it. It's not a good drug, you know? You do drugs
Took
where
her
you
out
go,
of my line of
I'm
sight. They
good
were
with this
pushing
drug,
her and
not
pushing
the
her
ones that you're
toward
not.
the perimeter down that way, but it was out of my line of sight from there.
And that's real freedom, people.
Yes, it's tear gas.
Absolutely.
It's like,
I put into my body what I
people
want.
coming up to reinforce this
My
other
body.
barrier.
And I'm sorry I yelled pigs.
Yep, my body, my choice. There you go.
So yeah, I'm not seeing much movement here either way.
Good to hear
It
from you.
looks like,
Just kind of a standoff
yeah, it looks
between
like
protesters and the cops
they
after
cleared
they
out
made
that
big
intersection.
push.
And who are those guys in the brown
About 5 to
shirts
10
there?
minutes ago.
That's
I'm
the
gonna go back
National Guard.
over to the
Okay, that's the National Guard, and you
other
got the
side.
black shirts.
Oh, it
Those
looks
were
like
the
the
police,
police actually
right?
on 11th
Okay.
Ave
Wow,
are
crazy, man. Here we
moving
go,
backwards a little bit.
1933 Germany
Looks
or
like they might try to
38
fall back
Germany?
to this.
I don't know. Look,
Pine
yesterday the police in Seattle
11th
announced that they were
intersection,
no
which is what
longer
they
going to use
originally
tear
wanted to
gas
secure
on
to move
protesters
the.
for 30 days. Yesterday they said that.
This was all to move the barrier back 5 feet, is what they were saying. They said, hey, we want to
that
move the
didn't
barrier
last
back,
very
and
long.
people would
Yeah.
move. So then
There's going to be
all
some.
this
Somebody's
happened.
got some explaining to do.
Sure does seem like a lot.
They'll
for
probably call it
moving the
something
barrier
like
back 5
love
feet.
gas. We actually sprayed love gas. That's what we sprayed.
Oh, that's the happy tear gas, not the regular tear gas.
This is
So this is a new style that we got.
here.
It's actually made of
for the-
bug bugs that infect your brain, and then you get the Nerwax worm in your head, and then you feel better.
Kind of some stuff.
So much better.
Oh yeah, yeah. So after I got trampled, we got tear gas
Yeah,
at
this
that
is
party.
the corner of
And
the park where this
my buddy
intersection
decided to
is
grab
totally
one of
full
the tear
people,
gas
thousands
cannons
of people
and
30
throw it back at
minutes
the
ago.
cops. Just a heads
police
up to
pushed
everybody,
out.
that's a really bad idea.
Don't grab
because
tear
then
gas canisters. They're
With the
very,
masonry.
very hot. Go ahead.
Flashbangs,
and then they
really
shoot
loud.
hundreds more at you.
Yeah,
So
well, that's
slowly-
I love the guys. You know,
slowly
if you have,
stepping
you
backwards
need to
there
have
on
a
11
proper glove, like one of those oven gloves that you can
to
pull hot
secure
plates
the
out of the
intersection.
oven on.
Looks like they're just going to try to
But
hold
those
it.
fucking tear gas canisters will burn your hand very badly. Don't touch them without, you can kick them. That's the way to do it. We see some
Wait,
people.
no, yeah, he kicked it. He kicked it. That's right. Now I remember. I remember. This is a long time ago. This is 2000. That was 20 years ago. So. I remember that. He ran up and he soccer ball kicked it. Bam, and it went right back at him.
Yeah, dude, I love that. I love those guys. He sounds like an awesome dude.
Oh, then we had to run. And so we ran to get out of the cloud of the gas because we were just getting choked out. And then, I mean, it was like snot and coughing.
Yeah.
It just cleared out my lungs, actually. All the resin built up from smoking weed all those years.
Guys are
It all
asking
came
people to
out.
remove their
But it was gross. It was disgusting. And then we didn't have cell phones, so we couldn't get in contact with our boys, but they got inside. And so we went to the gas station. When we go to the gas station, there's hundreds of ravers like mobbing this gas station, getting gas, whatever. And my boy comes out with like 2 cases of beer and sticks them in the back of my Jeep, and I'm filling up with gas, and I look at him, and he goes back in, he walks back in, he grabs 2 more cases of beer. So we got like 4 cases of beer for free.
All 6 of Jessica's are still up.
Split. And then we get back to my house, and we live in the hood in Long Beach, right? Like I live next to a methadone clinic, and So, yeah, it was great. Like, there was some entertainment for days. You just sit on the porch and drink 40, just watch the craziness go by. Anyway, we get back to the house, and it's like 1 in the morning at this point. We start drinking, and we had my roommates come back, and then there was Trina and Trisha, and so many people just like kept coming back, and by 6 in the morning, finally, my boy Mario shows up, and I'm just like laughing at him. I'm like, wow, dude, you had a good night. He's like, bro, you don't even know. That night was nuts, man. I was like, well, who was that? He's like, just the people I met. They said they were going to Long Beach. So I was like, those are the days, man. Like, yeah. It was so much fun.
It's cool being in the scene and meeting people and shit,
man. We used to get so hammered and fucking, I mean, we had VIP passes too because we were in the band. So, like, we would get VIP passes to, like, all the big parties and stuff. And then once we got the Yamaha sponsorship, it was like VIP passes to anywhere we want to go. It was great. They gave us so much equipment too. I walked into this room, it was full of speakers and keyboards and synthesizers and drum machines, and they were like, so what do you need for your project? And I was like, well, a few things. And then the guy tells me, he's like, well, all this equipment is going to get crushed and thrown into a dumpster. So whatever you need, go ahead and grab it. I found a pair of speakers in there. It turns out that Yamaha never put on the market, and I didn't realize this for like 3-4 years. And I was on the internet one day and I googled them and I couldn't find them, and nobody knew about them. And then I found this like obscure blog where this guy was talking about these speakers, and I'm like,
seems to have been the logic for this
gold
whole.
Right here. I sold that set of speakers for $10,000, bro.
Wow.
10 freaking grand for a pair of speakers, dude. Yeah, and like the guy who showed up was like all gold changed out and like had gold teeth.
Here on 11.
Was driving this like pissed out freaking lowrider and shit. I'm like, what the hell?
Kind of staying back
He rolls up and he played out 10 G's in cash to me, and I'm like thinking I'm gonna get shot after this, you know. So dudes are just gonna roll up in here and kill me, you know. But I'm still here.
You can see the streets here
you
kind
can't
of
judge
filled
a
with
book by its
debris.
cover, you know.
You just never know. I mean, that's Los Angeles,
I'm not
man.
sure what this is.
Yeah, there's a lot of fucking tension in Los Angeles.
There's a lot of shitty-ass people.
I stay far away from Southern
OC.
California.
Yeah, me too. If I never have to step foot there ever again, that'd be a great thing.
I'm telling you what, man. I will never once regret it if I never have to go there again.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have family there, so man, you know, kind of obligated. Damn it.
Oh well. Man has got to have priorities, damn it.
I love my family, but I think they're crazy for living there. You know.
True that, man. I tried to get my mom to move to Seattle from fucking Fresno forever.
Well, my sister is actually planning on moving to Seattle when when her kids graduate high school.
Right on. It's a good plan. Seattle is a very nice place to be.
Well, she works for a rather large corporation you're probably familiar with. They make airplanes. So. Yeah,
right on. Seattle's a good spot, man.
Yeah, her next move, she gets promoted to be an executive, so she's up there, you know what I mean?
Sweet.
Yeah, she'll be making some bucks. So I think it'd be a good move. Plus, her husband being a cop, he's ready to retire here pretty soon. So the timing works out perfect. Kids graduate high school, he gets retired, they move up to Seattle, then he can like sit on the couch and watch TV all day.
Hey, you know what? There's a lot of cool stuff to do in Seattle. Maybe he'll find something better than that.
Well, the one good thing about him is he is an amazing range master. Like, he taught me how to shoot like nobody else has.
Right on.
He's really good at handling firearms. I got to give him credit there.
It's good to know people like that, for sure.
Yep. Yeah. And he's one of the good cops. You know what I mean? Like, he's like, there's video of him on YouTube helping out people and stuff, and you know, that's the type of stuff you want to see. You want to see cops like helping the community, not like, you know, slamming people to the ground. He's told me some of his nastier stories, and in all honesty, you know, they weren't that bad, like compared to stuff I've seen myself and had, you know, perpetrated. I'm like, whoa, what the hell's going on now? Is that the National Guard marching down right there?
It looks like the National Guard is moving forward. I'm not sure what the fuck is happening. I'm not sure where they're at this moment. don't recognize that spot.
Yeah, I'm not that familiar with Seattle. I've been there a handful of times, but I don't know that spot either. Huh. Whoa. Seems like it's getting a little tense.
Hey, you know what? It's been so peaceful, like the last 2 nights, 3 nights, and then, and nothing happens. I mean, Seattle is just chill, and then they fucking do this shit. After they said they weren't going to use tear gas for 30 days, and they do this shit. It's going to be horrible tomorrow.
Leading up to this, well, what I saw leading up to this, I didn't see, like, people throwing things at the cops or anything. It didn't look like they were... It just looked like they were holding their ground and standing their ground. Like, we want to march through here, and the cops like, nope. So
I didn't see anything get started by... All I saw was fucking tear gas all of a sudden. I don't know what happened before seeing tear gas all of a sudden, but that's all I saw. But again, these people, the cops, they got shields, they got helmets, they got all this fucking Imperial Stormtrooper gear. Somebody bounces a fucking, water bottle off of their fucking shield. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah, right? Yeah, no, it's... Well, and then we also know about the provocateurs. We've seen these at all these different protests.
Right.
Whether they're coming from the left with the Antifa people or it's the actual cops themselves.
Right.
I mean, it's on all sides. Like, there's provocateurs that want to get the maximum demolition out of these types of things,
Yeah. They want to exert their force.
Have you ever seen a YouTube channel called Fresh Out? It's like guys who just got out of prison.
No, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, so this guy was talking about how in prison the guards will do the same things to invoke a riot, where they'll, instead of putting bricks everywhere, they put a stash of knives somewhere. Like they have a bunch of shivs in a box sitting there wide open for everybody to grab. And then they want to have the maximal amount of carnage so they can crack down as hard as possible.
Right.
And with all these bricks being laid out everywhere, it's almost as if there's somebody out there that wants the worst possible scenario to play out.
Right. They want to bring they want the military in the street.
Yeah, and this guy on this YouTube channel was explaining this. He's like, it's exactly what they do in the prison, where they try to get everybody, get the worst case scenario going, and then that way they can crack down as hard as they possibly want and be justified, or justified with quotation marks.
Yeah. Well, I don't see any way that these cops are going to say that they're justified. I mean, these people aren't fighting. The whole point is, you see them do their little, okay, we're the biggest bully, fuck you guys, and they fucking just fuck the people, and the people don't come back and go, oh yeah, watch us destroy you, which they could. Instead, they just come back and they're like, hands up, don't shoot. I mean, it's not, they're really not looking for trouble, as where clearly the police state is, It wants trouble, it's instigating trouble, it's guaranteeing that tomorrow in Seattle there's going to be 3 or 4 times as many people as there are tonight.
Right? They're digging a hole deeper.
Yeah, they're going to dig in. They're going to go, look, man, this is... the people in Seattle, when you try and act like somehow you're the boss of them, they go, who are you? Okay, and that's
right.
Yeah, and that's what's going to happen here is the people are going to come out and they're going to go, you said you weren't going to use tear gas, and now you're using tear gas again, so we have to come out and show you clearly who the real boss is. Back the fuck up. And that's what's going to happen tomorrow.
Yep.
That's what the police actions have assured will happen tomorrow.
Yeah, why didn't they just let them walk down the street? I don't get it. Were they worried they were going to start smashing up those buildings?
They're the street that they're blocking the protesters off from leads to the Seattle police station. So they're blocking off the Seattle police station from the protesters getting in front of it.
Okay, that makes sense. All right.
But it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense why they're firing tear gas on them.
Yeah, and there's also many other ways they could have handled this, as allowing the parade route to just continue on, and maybe set up a perimeter.
It's just there's these young people. I mean, I've shown children in these protests, and if Seattle police say, hey, we're not going to fire tear gas for 30 days, and then some parents feel like, okay, it's safe to bring the kids back to the protest again, and then they get fucking tear gassed or trampled because the cops start a stampede with their fucking shenanigans, with their brutality. Not shenanigans, it's fucking brutality. Again, if we were in Afghanistan and the Pentagon used tear gas on protesters in Afghanistan, it would be considered a war crime. It would be considered a chemical weapon used on people. That's what your local police departments are doing right now to beautiful, proud Americans in our communities across the nation.
Yeah, they should not use, especially the CS gas. That I don't agree with. Like, that is definitely a chemical weapon. I breathed it. I know what it is. It sucks. And to do that to children, that's just wrong. And also, though, I got to say, though, if you're a parent, I wouldn't be bringing your kids out to these protests. Not saying you shouldn't. That's your choice. You're a parent. But I wouldn't do it if it was my kid. That's all I'm saying.
But the last thing that a child should have to be afraid of is a fucking piece of shit cop. It's fucking bullshit police brutality, which is what's happening here against peaceful protesters. Okay? So, I saw yesterday, I saw a little girl in Washington, D.C., a little blonde girl with her hot blonde mom, and she was 3 years old. And she had made a sign that said Black Lives Matter, and she was super proud of it. And I thought it was awesome.
No, I mean, that's good for them, but I also don't think that seriously, like, bringing kids out to these protests is a very wise thing, because just having been through, like, some experiences myself with the mentality of a mob, Katie bar the door. You can't keep your children safe, really, because if everybody decides to start running, you're going to be responsible to pick them up and carry them, because it gets nuts, man. When the chaos hits, man, you don't know what the fuck's going to happen, and I wouldn't personally put my children in that situation. I just think that's not a smart thing to do.
But if it's the cops that are making it unsafe, that's unacceptable. And
certainly it's unacceptable to cops.
And it should be ended. And you know what? If again, the cops are supposed to be making the streets safe for children. If there are children in the crowd, I'm certain the cops can see that. So if the cops are such fucking horrible, rabid dog cunts that they don't care about the safety of little children that may or may not be in the crowd, then, that's, again, this is this shining example of what the real problem is. So, protect your children, but, if you want to teach your children about, the proud American tradition of standing up for justice, maybe that's really important to you, too.
Sure, that's fine. I don't think it's a wise decision. That's all. That's where we're going to differ on this one. Hey, I agree that the kids should see that, Americans have the right to protest. But I understand the reality that there's asshole cops that will fucking mace you, and they don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
They're just trying to protect their pension.
And those are the people that we're trying to get rid of. Those are the people that we have to get rid of, because otherwise the streets will never be safe for the children.
Yeah, the order followers. Have you seen the movie Idiocracy?
Yeah, of course.
So you remember the scene where the guys arrest the guy who's baiting Max Dexter or whatever his name is, the blonde guy. They got him in, or sorry, not the blonde guy, but it's the main character of the story. They got him in the backseat of the police station, or the police car, and they turn around and they, like, mace him. And they laugh about it, and then he's like, oh, and they turn around and they mace them again. Those are the types of cops we got to get rid of. Like the types that just do as they're told and will follow orders. I have a guy at my work. Let's see what I don't want to say his real name. Let's call him Darren. So Darren is he was a Marine first, right out of high school. So 17 years old, graduates high school, joins Marines, does his time in the Marines, and then immediately gets out and enlists in the Army and does the minimum time that he's allowed to do in the Army. And then immediately after that goes right into the National Guard, and then he gets a job with me at this corporation. So he never had any other job in his life except military and my corporation. And so he tries to run my area like it's military, and that shit don't fly. He's just an order follower, and he will throw you under the bus. We don't call him, like throw you under the bus guy. He's the bus driver. He'll drive the bus over you, thunk, 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 and back up over you, even though he's worked with you for 10 years. And he's got a personal relationship with you, knows all about your life. But instead, he'd rather you be punished for the little mistake that you made and be publicly humiliated than actually, like, do the job right and, like, coach somebody like, hey, man, you did this wrong. You should have done it this way. But instead, he'll be like, this guy did this, and he did that, and this guy did that. They should all suffer. I never make mistakes. I'm perfect, And you have tons of these fuckers in the military. That's a big problem. And the police, too. So they follow orders, man, and they drive the bus right over your ass. Their only concern is themselves. That's really what it is.
And the police department's filled with them also.
Yeah, and then they protect each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, that's the scariest shit. They're the ones that would shove you in an oven if they were told to. Oh, you need to push that one in the oven. Okay, you go in the oven. Get in the oven. 4, 5, 1, 2. It's scary, bro. I've been arrested a few times. I'm not an angel. Nothing major, fucking DUI, disorderly conduct, threatened a security guard one time.
Shit happens.
So I was in this cell one time, and I was drunk as fuck. I gotta admit, I fucked up. It was my bad. I paid my fine. I did my time. Big deal. But I was in the cell, and I finally, snap out of it. I'm like, oh, fuck, I got arrested. Oh, shit, I did some dumb shit, And I'm like, oh, I'm drunk. I'm like, well, I feel pretty sober now. So I go up and I knock on the glass, and I'm like, hey, man, when can I get out of here, bro? Like, what's going on? And he's just like, you need to shut down, shut up. And then he throws this, magnetic fucking, placard over the window so I can't see out anymore. And he's like, just go to sleep. And I'm like, okay, these are the types of guys we're talking about. And I'm like, oh, I'm dealing with a Darren right now. As soon as he did that, I'm like, oh, it's Darren. I'll just sit down because asking him questions is futile. I'll just wait my time. So I waited a few more hours. I heard the shift change take place. I go and knock on the window, and I was like, hey, man, what's the process? What am I in here for? I'm not quite sure. I was pretty drunk last night, man. I feel pretty good right now. What's going on? And he's like, oh, okay. And once the day shift came on, then it was normal people. Then I could deal with these guys, and they talked to me. They're like, oh, okay, here's what happened. You were drunk, and you threatened a security guard. You told him you were going to beat his ass. He called the cops, and then you were cooperative, so we're just letting you go. And I was like, all right, man, my bad. And they're like, it's all good. And they just, they let me go. They didn't give me any charges or anything. But, I was being a dumbass. I was drunk as fuck. But also, that security guard shouldn't have fucked with me. I was on my way back to my hotel. And I literally, once I looked at the map and found out where I was arrested, I was 35 feet from my hotel room.
I hear you. I hear you.
And he had to come up to me and fuck with me when I was drunk, but I was on my way. I was about to be in a safe space.
Yeah.
Right? Not a danger to the public, but Mr. Security Guard's got to be a Mr. Security Guard.
Well, you got to make sure you know who's boss, man. Yeah, exactly. I got to take a break. It's good to hear. Right. It's good to hear from you. All right, I'll talk to you soon.
I can ramble, bro. I'm a gabber.
All right, I'll talk to you soon, I hope.
All right, man. Peace out.
See ya. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Keep an eye on Seattle. I'll be right back.
Outside, yell at me.
I know this fucking This is actually against the flag code, right? Guys, is it against the flag code or not to dishonor the flag and do some shit like that with the flag? 100% it is. It is very dishonorable. So on multiple levels, my friend. She said it was my guy. That's your city uniform. That's got nothing to do with it. You haven't said nothing. You haven't said nothing.
So people here trying to.
And it appears to be a bad. You see that shit around? You know that you're in the company of fucking sketchy, unsafe motherfuckers.
Some people having conversations with the police here.
I don't fear the storm because I am the storm. These motherfuckers like this, they think that they're fucking supremacists gonna take over this shit for real.
I'm gonna go check on the
You're gonna get doxxed 3 days, dog. You're gonna get doxxed.
go check on the other line. It looks like this line is they've got good coordination between the officers and the leaders, so I don't expect anything bad to happen here. Hopefully, definitely an organized group of people up front, keeping things calm for now, and then you can see kind of in the chaos, all this stuff ends up getting knocked over, and all these kind of food and supplies that were fueling this just peaceful protest in the intersection here of Pine and 11 just kind of get, strewn about and overrun. Here goes, actually see Lieutenant we talked to a while ago, Jeff, walking around back there. I don't know if anyone remembers Jeff from the previous streams out here. Looks like he's kind of in the middle of things, coordinating. I was talking to some friends. We were just sitting out in the park, just sitting out in Cal Anderson Park here, just kind of in the sun, talking, having a good time. And then that's when we heard the announcement over the police PA system that they wanted to move the barrier back. But at the time we were saying, this is the 1 week anniversary from last Saturday when all the crazy rioting and looting happened. And we were like, it'd be really great if it didn't happen again today, right when this started happening.
I have the freeway shut down, so I'm working on a good route for you that we can drop off. Can we not get anybody back today? We're not holding up. Ain't no hold on this. I appreciate you, but ain't no hold on it. Ain't no hold on. How do we get that out to everybody? You're a good one, right? So I can allow you guys. Can we get on you guys loudspeaker? I will let you guys on the loudspeaker. Can we get on it?
We want to do. I think it'd be easier to do like tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow's fine. Okay. Man, I don't see why we waiting, man. We can do it today. We can do it today. I really don't see why, man. Shut it down both days. I'm telling you, both days. Yeah, fuck that, man.
Talking about when they're gonna try to shut down the freeway to click on it.
These people sound like they're working awfully hard to try and work with the cops. Cops who apparently, from what I heard, wanted to push the line back, and the line refused to agree. So instead of just letting the line stay where it was, they tear gassed people in order to push them back. Peaceful people tear gassed so that they could move their fucking bullshit police line back. Right? That's what I just heard them talking about. You guys hear that? I'm gonna have a puff. You guys ready for a puff? Okay. I feel much better now. There is no new tear gas in Seattle, although after promising yesterday that they would not use tear gas, they lit up the crowd with tear gas, apparently because they wanted to push the police line back, and the police and the protesters were not in agreement with that. So that seems like a pretty bullshit excuse to use tear gas on protesters after promising not to use tear gas for at least 30 days. That's what I'm hearing. I don't know if you guys heard that. That's what I heard on the audio that was apparently going out over this live feed. So, again, these people, the police, because they wanted to move the police line, used tear gas after promising not to use tear gas for at least 30 days on apparently peaceful protesters. Because the protesters were being allowed to assemble and blah, blah, blah. But then they said, oh, you have to move back. And they went, yeah, well, we're not going to do that. So there is going to be trouble tomorrow in Seattle. Okay, you can't say, oh, we promised not to use tear gas and then use tear gas. Okay, especially just because you wanted to move the fucking police line down. Scumbags. I am so disappointed in these Seattle police right now. It's like they're trying to cause problems. I don't understand why you want to cause problems. Why does the police want to be aggro? You know, why do they want to make the people be like, oh my God, look what the police did again? Why would they want to give them that? You know, unless the plan is to somehow, you know, heighten the security 10 times even more. Bring in more military. You can see the National Guard there running through the street. You got another feed, Craig? You can see the National Guard there running through the street. And for whatever reason... Craig? Okay. For whatever reason, the police decided again to tear gas peaceful protesters. Oh, again, apparently because they wanted to move their police line. There's the National Guard. Okay, so I don't know what they expect. Last time they did this, the crowd tripled in size easily. What is it that they expect to happen tomorrow, especially after promising not to use tear gas? What do they think is going to happen with the protesters? What is it that they're trying to make happen with the protesters is probably an even more important question. Because apparently what they're trying to make happen is complete and utter mistrust of the police. Because the police said, we will do this, and then they did another thing. So how can you trust people who act like that? There is no, you know, it's just gonna make it worse. It's just gonna make it worse. So much worse. You want to act like the fucking Nazis that you are, you're gonna be treated like motherfucking Nazis. I don't understand why you have trouble getting this through your head, cops, right? You have the option to have a peaceful interaction and listen to the people and make good things happen, and instead you choose a different way. You refuse to admit that there's a problem and continue to display the problem again and again and again. It's disgusting. I am about ready for a cup of tea. That was a really nice bong hit. I really like that bong hit. Maybe we should do another bong hit. Feels so much better now. Okay, Saturday night show special. Saturday night show. We usually don't do Saturday nights. But, you know, with this stuff in the streets as it is, there isn't much of an option. You know, I mean, if we hadn't started early tonight, and we might not even have, you know, been able to actually see the Seattle issue, I never would have expected there to be an issue in Seattle. You heard me last night going, there's not going to be an issue in Seattle. There's not going to be an issue in Seattle. There's not going to be an issue in Seattle. Boy, was I wrong. I was just a day off, that's all. But last night, there was no issue. You know why? Because the fucking cops stayed calm. Because the fucking cops stopped acting like they're the boss of everyone. And then they do this shit. Tomorrow, again, 3 times as many people out in Seattle. What are you going to do? Instigate a curfew again? Because it worked so well the last time? The last time you used the tear gas, what the fuck happened, police? What the fuck happened the last time you used it? The crowd tripled in size. What do you think is going to happen now? You think you're going to get some kind of other effect? Everybody's going to go, oh, well, we can't stand up to the police anymore. They made it clear. Don't you get that these people can trample you right now? Trample you. Smash your fucking skulls. They can do that right now. And they choose not to. They don't want that kind of problem. They just want you to listen and admit that there is a problem. Why is that so hard? Because the people in power, the people in control, never are willing to relinquish the slightest little bit of that power or the slightest little bit of that control, even if they're using it to do evil. And that's the problem that we have here. Again, it's not that we don't want cops that we can look at like they're heroes and thank God you're here. Everybody wants that. The problem is that's not what we have. It's what we deserve. It's what we pay for, but it's not what we get. You have the audio. What's happening?
Hey, so you can hear me?
Yeah.
Good. I'm going to turn this down a little bit and put up the audio on the. It'll let me. So here's what I'm hearing. I'm listening behind the scenes to some of the other feeds, and the audio that I'm hearing from one of the Seattle police officers that's talking to the crowd on one of the feeds is that they're going to bring up a podium and talk to the crowd. They're saying somebody injured a cop and threw a rock at them, and the guy was bleeding, and so they had no choice but to disperse the crowd because it became violent. Now, there's no way to substantiate that, but that's what they're saying, and they're supposedly going to make an announcement over a loudspeaker, and we'll try and get that as soon as it happens. I'll see if I can pot up the audio for you.
Well, okay, so, and what I'm saying is that we watch this. If the crowd, again, if the crowd of people, if this large, massive group of people was actually violent, do you think that we would not be able to see that? I don't see any of them committing violence except for the police. The police are the ones using chemical weapons on proud, brave Americans. And then the police want to talk about, oh, we caught a rock and, you know, whatever. That's your job. Okay? Fucking buck, man up and back the fuck away. Okay? What, you're going to fucking use chemical weapons, do war crimes against otherwise peaceful people except for this one person who threw a rock? Fuck you. That is not a crowd becoming violent. A crowd becoming violent means you all get fucking rocks. That's not, see, this is the problem. One of them gets a scratch, and then it's like, oh, the people are ultra violent. Fuck you. We recognize who the predators are. We recognize who's doing the violence here. It's not the protesters, and don't forget it. Cops are going to set up a podium and explain it to people. And then those fucking people that are up front and that the cops are talking to, and they're like, oh yeah, these are the leaders. They're going to come up to the podium, and they're going to talk to the people too, and they're going to herd the people. They're going to shepherd the people. These people, again, those are the people that are going to sell you out. Okay, you have these so-called leaders, you have to these front people, you have to focus on them and know that they are not to be trusted and to be watched every second, because all they really want is a little bit of power of their own. And you know, as far as I can tell, that's all I see there. You know, and people looking at them and listening to them. I need more water. Almost out of water. Gotta get some more water. Yeah, these people, watch, they'll put them up to the podium. What are they giving fucking explanation of what they're supposed to say? The cops are giving an explanation. These so-called leaders are being given explanation of what it is they're supposed to say. Is that right?
He might be giving him a personal phone number too, like they did in Bellevue the other night. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Well, I want the phone numbers of all the people who fucking did the tear gas, so the people can fucking say, hey, what the fuck is wrong with you? Everybody pulled launch trigger on the tear gas. I want their phone numbers. Those are the phone numbers we need. Lucky. The fuck, that's not a phone number. The fuck does that say? Can you read it, Craig?
Somebody's name.
Oh, is it email address? No?
Hard to say.
Huh.
You want the audio from this?
Yeah, okay.
Let me take a second here. Hold on. Arson Bomb Squad, he's over there doing. They know what they're doing. Right. Yeah.
So I think the best way to. It sounds like they said they've got heard it right from that officer's mouth. Said they've got unexploded devices somewhere along this street here. He said in the crowd, which is kind of concerning. Hopefully he means secured by officers, not actually amongst people.
You're talking about black balls, which will take a child's hand off in a second, or tear gas possibly.
That way we're not. If you wanted us in front, that way we're not. Well, you're gonna have to realize there's gonna be time for you talking here.
National Guard deploying here.
On your bike, it'd be a lot easier.
So they're going to make the announcement here shortly. It sounds like about. So
I have no idea what
Jesus Christ. To recap really quickly, this intersection was just a peaceful protest maybe like 30, 45 minutes ago. The police said they wanted to move a barrier forward a few feet. The protest didn't move back or couldn't move back because it was very dense, and that's when the mace and flashbangs came out. Everyone scattered. There was a lot of flashbangs and stuff being thrown, and then this group came back towards 11th. Find a solution, a peaceful solution, and that's when it started to be discussed to take the group up. Right now it's being discussed how the group will get to the freeway. They're going to shut down I-5 though.
Go lay down.
Larger group. They're going to use the police's PA system here in a minute to make this announcement. So yeah, they are going to shut down I-5 going north from downtown. So downtown to about Northgate, he said, will be shut down, and they're going to try to take all these groups away from the area and move them to the freeway, and then take everyone north on a march, which apparently claimed not since the 70s. So it's kind of a historic moment if they're willing to officially shut down the freeway for this. And then another officer came up and told us that one of these guys over here, this officer told us that there were 2 explosive devices that had gone off somewhere on Pine that they were investigating, so they have to close off this area to investigate those explosive devices.
So if I'm hearing this correctly,
And, he said there were
they're going to
2
march the
unexploded
protesters
devices
up
in the
I-5
crowd.
to the north, and this has never been done since the
I really hope
70s.
he meant
They're trying to get them
Al
out of
Anderson,
downtown
where a bunch of
Seattle and
people
send them
are,
up the
but,
freeway,
he said
because
they
that's
were
so safe.
disarming and investigating those explosive devices. So I've got to believe they've secured the area there. So that's totally new information to me that there were explosive devices at this, but it does kind of make this move make a little more sense. So we're behind the police lines right now. They let us back with these organizers so that we could make that announcement about marching down I-5, but just tons of police and National Guard securing this street down here. There must be 500, 300 or 400, maybe 500 officers kind of securing this intersection. Super dense.
Super tense.
Looks like they're starting to pull some of them back, but just really, really dense. Securing every entry and exit point of that intersection. That must be where those explosive devices went off.
There's a lot of stuff I can hook you guys up with, and I don't want you guys to think whatever. I'll be a part of it and do. We'll facilitate that. Sure, I can. Perfect. All right. Yeah. That's the best news ever.
Awesome. You're the greatest, Chief. You're so awesome.
Yeah, little by little.
We love you.
You see a lot of people still
all
on
right,
Cal
I'm all
Anderson
right. I'm
Park
worried
kind
about
of pressing up
people out
against the
there. I'm
fence
fine.
line here.
This thing doubled myself. Are you guys enjoying yourself? Am I enjoying myself? Right now, this is probably the most enjoyable time I've had for a while, right? I mean, so right now. But I would say this, I mean, what I would rather be doing, I like myself, so I'd rather be up crawling around. I have a dog that I like.
I haven't seen my dog all
I haven't seen my dog either. Yeah. So I have a really cool dog, long haired. I have a long haired Weimaraner that loves to run. So I drive you up and loves mountain bike. Okay. We have a lot of
Kind of a personal discussion here happening between the
See,
organizers and the
I'm
officer
human just like you guys.
as they get ready to make
I
that
love
announcement
dogs
about marching
too.
down
You guys
I-5.
like dogs.
So you guys
People
just
in
joined.
Seattle like dogs, right?
There was a
Seattle's a
giant
dog
crowd
city.
here on
We love dogs
Pine
here.
and 11th, right outside the police East Precinct here, where it's been kind of the focal point in the last few nights of the protests in Seattle. And they wanted to move the barricades, so they dispersed the crowd. They said they were aware of explosive devices that had gone off. He said 2 explosive devices on this street, so they have to secure the scene to kind of like gather evidence.
What a fucking bullshit story. Oh my god. So there's
You
this
see
big
these
old
officers
crowd of
coming back
people.
and taking
and
off
they
some of
decide
their,
that they have
equipment
to
here.
secure the street
We saw a
because
National
of
Guard
some
being
fucking
brought up
bullshit where the
sidewalk here,
people are
blood running
completely
out of his face,
peaceful
so
and they're just
definitely some
gathering
unjust
there, and all of a sudden,
looks
oh
like
no, you
on
gotta
another computer
move.
trying to delete
And
this
the only way they can make that happen is tear
kind of a
gassing them.
unique situation here to be.
And we're just supposed to all
behind
fucking
the
go, oh,
lines.
well, I guess that's understandable, huh? Fuck you. Come on, dude. Tell these people they're fucking full of shit.
I want it to work.
We got allies in other windows trying to keep a watch here too. We got allies other places. Sure, not these guys on the roof here, but some other
I'm not
ones.
gonna lie, like, shit, I don't remember the time I for
See, kind of similar behavior behind the lines for the police than there is for the protesters, and, like handing out water and stuff here.
All right, so that's what's happening in Seattle. The cops have gone cray-cray, aggro on the people.
It looks like a lot of the
over some
a lot of the
bullshit
officers are pulling
story.
back. You can see the street here, this intersection at
I gotta shut this audio off.
choked with law enforcement, National Guard, and
No more of that. No more of that audio. All right. So, and that's what's happening here in the streets of Seattle right now, in case you're wondering. If they go to the podium and start to speak to the people about having their little march, we will be sure and turn the audio back on for that, because we'll want to hear how the people respond after being tear gassed by the cops, after promising they would not tear gas them for at least 30 days. So we'll be listening for that here coming up momentarily. It's not so much what the cops have to say as how the crowd responds to them. Should be very, very interesting. Hey, did you get dessert again? Oh, man. You got brownies last time. Brownie was so good. I was like, oh, my God. Fuck. Fucking A. So, if anybody wants to call, the number's 805-669-6397, 805-MOX-NEWS. You can call anytime. If there's stuff going on in your neighborhood at this moment, we'd love to hear from you. This is what's happening in our neighborhood at the moment. And hopefully we will be able to... Hopefully we'll be able to see what's going on in other places soon. If they go to march down this, do this historic march across the bridge in Seattle, then, you know, we'll probably check out a few other feeds while that's happening. But the question is, will the people be interested in doing a march after just being tear gassed by the police? Look at this guy cracking his neck. So, these guys, man, in their fucking stormtrooper gear, standing up to little girls, just so bizarro world, man. That is not what America is supposed to look like, Governor Inslee. This is what you want the streets of Seattle looking like, Governor Inslee? National Guard, tear gas, mayor, what you want? And then you expect the people to cooperate? Really? Good luck with that. That does not seem like a very good plan to me. More pizza! More pizza! Oh. Look how thick it is. Look how thick it is. It's so thick. I need another napkin. I have to go get another napkin. You don't touch my pizza. Uh-oh. What's happening here? All right, so we're waiting here for an announcement in Seattle. And once the cops, once they set up this podium and everybody does, what we're really waiting for is not so much the announcement, but the response to the announcement. You know, if these people are wanting to go along with being pushed out of where they are. Because that's what the announcement is all about. Oh, we're going to let the cops push us this way, okay? It's going to be this historic thing. You guys are going to love it. Cops never pushed people out this way before. God damn it!
Lieutenant said he wants to kind of clear people out of the area so that they can secure this, what essentially now a crime scene.
Hello, caller.
They're going to try to clear going out, get them to I-5.
Oh man, what's up, dude?
Downtown north up to Northgate Mall. They said they would secure.
What's up, man?
What we've heard.
Hey.
So the goal is now to get all these different.
Oh my God, there's somebody talking outside my apartment right now. What shit? I'm telling you.
Get all those troops together and get the message out that there's going to be a march down I-5.
Can you hear it?
Organizers
Telling you.
were left behind the
They're angry.
I just kind of followed them to document it. They're going to use the police's PA system to make this.
Who else is talking here? There's people talking on your side, and there's people talking on my side, outside my door. What are they talking about? Everybody.
Where did I go?
Get out. What? Where did you go? Where are you going? Are you going somewhere?
Okay. Okay, what's happening now? All right. So, here's what's happening in Seattle. They're about to make an announcement about going on a march after tear gassing peaceful protesters. Hold on. You're gonna go on a march after tear gassing peaceful protesters, or at least they're trying to suggest that the protesters go on a march. They have shut down the freeway. The cops have shut down the freeway just outside of Seattle, or right, from Seattle up to for a few miles. They've done it in order to try and corral the protesters onto the freeway, so that they can do whatever it is that their plan is to do next. But they're describing it as it's going to be a march. And what we're waiting for is for them to make the announcement, and for us, what we're really waiting for is to see how the crowd responds to, being told that this is the new plan.
More news media coming back in towards the precinct. It looks like now it's sounding like there won't be. This guy down here, I'm forgot his name, was saying that he was speaking to the other organizers. I assume at this main barricade up here with where the primary group of protesters is. You can see the umbrella line there. So he's in communication with, I believe, the organizers up by the umbrella line, and what they were saying is they didn't want to go to the freeway today. They wanted to continue to hold this line.
Ha ha! Protesters say fuck you and fuck your fucking march. They want to show who owns the motherfucking streets. We own the motherfucking streets. Stop telling us what to do. We don't need you fucking cops telling us what to do. We're tired of it. Hello, caller.
Hey, Mike, how are you doing tonight?
I am doing great, Chris. How about you?
I'm doing all right. It's been raining here. We've had thunderstorms all day.
Oh, really? You had thunder? We didn't get that here.
No, we didn't have thunder necessarily, but we had storms. We had storms that are like thunderstorms all day. It's been raining, heavy rain, off and on. So, do you know how many people are in Seattle right now? I'm just curious.
I really don't.
I don't know either, but I read something in the Chicago Tribune earlier this morning that said they expected 30,000 people on the streets of Chicago today. So, and I know there were a lot of people in New York. I saw that earlier as well.
Last night in Chicago, there was so many people, dude. It was fucking... I was very upset we couldn't find feeds later of anything going on because there was so many people in the street there last night.
Yeah, it's pretty intense. Although I'm still kind of questioning where it's all going. I mean, I try to keep an open mind about everything. I did go down to the demonstrations a few days ago. It's about 3 days ago, briefly, for only about 15 minutes to get a sense of what was going on. And
in Seattle,
what I saw was in Olympia, where I live, and what I saw was two different groups of protesters. I saw the people who tend to support the Democrats. I mean, they vote for the governor, they vote for the senators, they vote for their local politicians. There was a large contingent of what I'll call liberals that were at the demonstration. And they were in one area, and then there was another demonstration which was mostly young people, and they were primarily anarchist. So it seemed like the demonstration was bifurcated. Like there were two different groups that were demonstrating, and one group that seemed to be more against state power, against the police, and against the whole institution of the government, and the other groups that seemed to be really focused on racism. That's what I noticed.
Huh.
And if you recall, when I called a couple weeks ago or 10 days ago, I said there was a risk that the demonstrations could be used by the Democrats to promote kind of a racial identity politics, like to promote racism as being like the root of the problem in the United States.
Right.
And I think that is what's happening. I saw an article at CNN earlier this morning that mentioned that Joe Biden's numbers are now above, in polling, CNN polling, whatever the fuck that means.
Yeah.
But that Joe Biden had 51% and Trump has like 42%. And when they broke those numbers down, they tried to break them down based on these demonstrations and how have these demonstrations affected people's attitudes. And it seems like naturally most Democrats are sympathetic to the demonstrations and most Republicans aren't.
Huh.
But enough people who were kind of like sympathetic to the demonstrations who are Democrats have now said that Joe Biden stands more firmly on racial issues to the left than Donald Trump does.
That's
so they're supporting the Democrat. And this is leading to support for a dead candidate. Basically, Biden was a dead candidate. You know, he's got dementia. He passed a lot of the bad bill. All the things we've spoken about. The crime.
Yeah, we know all of his fucking problems for sure. I mean, he's got an endless list of fucking problems. There's no doubt about that.
Well, it seems to me that Joe Biden just keeps getting all these breaks. He got breaks in the primary. Now he's getting a big break, and so that's what I noticed about the demonstration in Olympia. I did speak briefly last night with the person who was at the demonstrations in Portland this week, and they were there for like 5 days and for like long periods, extended periods of time. And I had one question for him, and I said, of all the speakers that you saw and all the people you interacted with in Portland, did you interact with anybody from Copwatch? Right? When the speakers were speaking, did you see a Copwatch representative speak on the stage? And the answer, of course, was no. The answer was no. So it isn't, and Copwatch is it's been around for a while, Mox. It's, they do a great job in, I know they have a YouTube channel. San Diego Copwatch has had a really great YouTube channel. You can watch it. And
I used one of their graphics the other night. I think it was the one with Batman slapping Robin. It was like, that's for being a cop sucker.
Yeah. So Copwatch would be like, if I thought of any kind of leftist institution that should be referenced in right now on CNN, on MSNBC, people speaking at these demonstrations, it would be promoting Copwatch, right?
Well, you would think that, again, that, like you said, that would be a valid voice, at least, to be listening to and getting, some airtime somewhere. You would think MSNBC or somebody would fucking want to have those people on there.
One of those, exactly. But those news networks are not concerned about police brutality, and they certainly aren't very concerned about people monitoring police abuse. What they are concerned about is the perception in the United States that race relations are on edge at all times.
Hold on just a second.
And I want to promote that.
Hold on just a second, Chris. Hold on just a second.
Yeah, I'll hold on.
It looks like they're getting the PA set up here so they can talk to the demonstrators.
Yeah, Craig said the police. I'm outside. I'm not looking at a screen, but he said the police are speaking to the demonstrators in Seattle.
Yeah, it looks like they don't have the PA quite yet. I don't know. It looks like they're working on it. So because they're going to talk to the demonstrators and they're going to tell the demonstrators that they want to go on a march, and the demonstrators are going to go, fuck you, after being tear gassed.
I don't think that the First Amendment says you have to have a permit to do anything if you have something to say.
You know what? It's this inalienable rights thing. It's not that the Constitution gives you any rights. It's that we hold these truths to be self-evident.
Well, I thought the point earlier about Trump using the tear gas and the police to disperse people so he could exercise his First Amendment right really kind of explains the power system today. If you're rich enough to buy your own private cops to get rid of all the people, you can do whatever you want to do. And all of these fundraisers that these people have, they have heavy security around them. So it isn't like the people are allowed to stand in the room and say, why the fuck did you do that, when they're at these fundraisers. So there's only certain places where people can even speak. And I would say that the streets are our streets. That's why they're called the streets.
The streets are our streets, and this is a problem, is that the cops want to act like somehow they can't recognize that, for number one, and number two, that there's a problem. They keep insisting somehow that we are the problem, and it's like you're the ones that are instigating all the motherfucking violence. Stop.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's a good point. So I would like to hear the protesters talk about putting pressure on the legislature to ban tear gas. All right.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
And in England right now. This is from June 3rd. I have an article from Market Watch. It says Prime Minister Boris Johnson was urged to halt British imports of tear gas and rubber bullets to America amid the Floyd George protests. And there's a quote from a member of Parliament in Scottish. He says this: England, the United Kingdom, exports millions of pounds worth of riot control equipment to the United States, including tear gas and rubber bullets. The Prime Minister must have seen how these weapons were used on American streets. And then another member of Parliament, and now it's from a Scottish member, Ian Blackford, another member of Parliament from Labour, said this: will the Prime Minister condemn the actions of the American police? Will he freeze the sale of tear gas and rubber bullets to the U.S.? And in the same vein, while all these people are being tear gassed in the United States by their own government, maybe it might be a good time for some of these demonstrators to demand we stop exporting tear gas around the world. Like the tear gas in Tahrir Square in Egypt in 2013, 2014, that gassed all those people for demonstrations. That was made in the United States.
Yeah.
Also, there's an article from Reuters I'm looking at right now from October of 2019, and the Reuters article says American company is supplying tear gas to Hong Kong police forces, mounting criticism. And then the article says senators joined a course against Pennsylvania-based Non-Lethal Technologies, Inc. for selling riot gear to Hong Kong that is being used against pro-democracy demonstrators. The privately held company makes and exports a wide range of riot and crowd control equipment for the military and law enforcement agencies, and it's been in the spotlight since it was discovered Hong Kong police are employing tear gas canisters to disperse anti-government demonstrations. So, one of the problems I see with these demonstrations is they're not linked with U.S. foreign policy. You know, the weaponization of the police, the militarization of the police is a direct result of U.S. foreign policy giving tear gas to governments all around the world.
Hey, Craig, are those protesters pushing the police back? Okay. Okay, because it looks like the protesters are pushing them back. That's good. Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
Oh, it's fine. But I guess what I was getting at here is you're not going to, I mean, it's really great to think about yourself and your own kids, and as Americans, for us to think about our kids and our communities. But these same weapons that are being used against the American people are exported by the U.S. government to governments around the world for crowd control and to control people. And now would be a great time to just say we should stop making these weapons and let's start banning some riot control equipment that obviously isn't very humane. And you're not going to see that from the Democrats, Mike. They're not going to
or the Republicans
or the Republicans. But I'm saying that you're not going to see government officials pushing some narrative of we need to ban tear gas. It wouldn't be very difficult.
They're not even talking about we need to ban these fucking weapons, bioweapons labs that create shit like COVID-19. You know?
So some of these discussions, like I said, first of all, about riot control equipment that's being used in other countries, American imperialism, and then also the class dynamic of this is being overshadowed as well. We were coming out of the end of COVID-19 lockdown. The American public has all of these pent-up frustrations. They're angry at the government. They're angry. They're pissed off. And these riots are a way for them to kind of express some of their anger under the guise of racism and police brutality. However, the root of their anger, that 13% official unemployment rate, 20% unofficial unemployment rate, this isn't being discussed. And there should be demonstrations about class and about the economic situation that Americans are facing right now. By focusing on race, the Democrats are going to kind of dilute the energy of the masses. That's my fear, Mike.
I think they dilute the energy, not so much dilute it, but they kind of suck the energy out of what is the real focus of the problem, which is that the policing and the justice system is broken in this country.
It is broken, but I think that when I told you when I was in my own little demonstration in Olympia, when I saw like the liberals and the anarchists, the liberals have no intention of getting rid of the police or of getting rid of capitalism. They're totally happy with the way things are.
Of course,
The
status quo works very well for the people that are in charge, dude.
But they recognize, Mike, that it's going to benefit them in the election to support the anarchists and to support the police brutality demonstrators, even if they don't believe it. That's why
even if they're not ever going to lift one finger to make any kind of change as far as that goes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because all of the people who have the power are, like in these situations, the mayor of Seattle, the mayor of Oakland, the mayor of New York, the mayor of Atlanta, the mayor of Chicago, the mayor of Detroit. These are Democratic positions. And those states are run by Democratic machines, like in California. Therefore, they have the ability to solve the problem. They don't even have to fuck around with Trump. Local and state governments could solve a lot of these problems, and they haven't, and they have no intention of it changing at all.
Yeah, I agree.
But they want to see Joe Biden get elected because they fucking hate Donald Trump. They have TDS. That is true.
You know what? We'll see. I don't know what the fuck they think is with Joe Biden, but I just can't believe that somehow that's supposed to be the very best person that the Democrats have to put forward,
God, it's pathetic. It's horrible choices that were given. So there's a couple other things I want to mention really quick. There were 2 articles that were going off that Gil Scott-Heron song, "The Revolution Will Not Be Televised," which was used as a lead a few times. Yeah. There was one at fortrust.com, and it was posted, I think, yesterday. It was reposted at Strategic Culture. The name of the article is called "The Revolution the U.S. Needs Will Not Be Televised." And it's not a very long read. It's about a 5-minute long read. I'd encourage people to go there. This is one quote from the article. It says this: "The revolution the U.S. needs, the one where we see red and blue, black and white, left and right, masked and unmasked, stop talking to each other and talking to each other. Because when we do that, we break through the facade we see on our screens every day. The fake world fades when communication is achieved. Every peaceful gathering of people grieving an unfair and undeserved death should be celebrated 100 times more than any scene of looting, rioting, and beating." So it goes on to talk about how the media glorifies violence and how it's not talking about the real issues. It's an interesting article that's called "The Revolution the U.S. Needs Will Not Be Televised." The other article is by Pepe Escobar. He's a geopolitical analyst. He writes at Asia Times.
Yeah, you've mentioned him many times.
He's one of my favorites. And he wrote an article called "Why America's Revolution Will Not Be Televised." And he goes through it, and he talks about what I was just mentioning here, about how you cannot ignore American imperialism. Like, how has the United States treated countries like Vietnam, El Salvador, Pakistani tribal areas, or the people in Iraq? And we've treated those people as a nation with no dignity whatsoever. Afghanistan. And, it isn't surprising that our government is going to use these same tactics against the American people. And he goes on to talk about inverted totalitarianism, which was something I had mentioned earlier in the chat. And that's this idea that we live in a totalitarian system, but the system that we live in is different than the one that was in Soviet Union. It's different than the one that's in Nazi Germany, because what our totalitarian government did is they took the ideals that we had been led with for 150 years, like freedom, liberty, democracy, and they took those words and they promoted those words at the same exact time they were taking over the government, the corporate control of the government. So Americans just kept putting their hands on their heart and reading the Pledge of Allegiance every morning, and they just kept believing they were free. The corporations kept telling them they're free, but at the same time their freedom was being taken away from them. And because they have a Republican form of government, they elect people to office. They ostensibly have the rights of the Bill of Rights, the First Amendment rights and such. Because they have those things, they're going to imagine they're free, even though they don't have any power at all. And Sheldon Woolen called this system inverted totalitarianism. Inverted totalitarianism only works as long as you keep the illusion real. As long as people believe the illusion is real, it works.
Right.
The moment that the people realize that it isn't real, that freedom and liberty and Republican government isn't what it is, then they get pissed off and they go in the streets. At that moment in time, the friendly face of government gets ripped off, and we see the true face of government, which is actually a brutal police state, which is the same government that existed with the smiley face. You just take the mask away, and you see the real state. All right? So there is hope, and people have written about hope recently, about that these demonstrations will spark something bigger. And I hope that they do. That many of these liberals who go down because they want to these demos because they want to see Biden elected, maybe when they see these 20-year-old kids getting tear gassed, they'll say, wow, fuck, why did I vote for that Democratic mayor? Why did I vote for that? Why did I vote for that governor? Why did I vote for that person who is doing that to those kids? And when they make that association and they realize it's a rigged game, we might see some change. But that's going to take a while, although it is an election year, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, that remains to be seen in the time
if there'll be an election.
In the time of plague.
That's right. Okay, so those are the two articles. The one at Strategic Culture and the other one, the Pepe Escobar article. Anybody who wants to Google them can find them very quickly. And the other two other things I noticed was so the last 7 days in Olympia, there's been a Cessna airplane that's been flying over the city between 6 o'clock and midnight.
Huh.
And because I moved closer to the center of town, it flies right over my house. Like, it makes a circle, and every 4 minutes, 6 minutes, it flies in a big circle over my house. It's a Washington State Patrol surveillance plane. And it's been circling the town for the last 7 days, taking aerial photographs for the state, around the state capitol and all of the downtown of the city. So,
are they taking pictures of protest, or are they looking for weed growers, or what are they looking for?
They are taking pictures of every square inch of the city to see where everybody is moving and what direction they're moving, and then they're relaying that information to the police immediately in real time.
Huh.
So that's going on.
Yeah, the surveillance state is alive and well, and that's why I keep telling people that the cameras are fucking everywhere, and so don't do anything stupid, because if you do something stupid, you're bound to get caught on video. If you get caught on video, the cops are bound to get it, and it's bound, and they will hunt every minute for the next 10 years to find you. They're going to make example of those people all they can.
And as far as the actual what the CNN is looking for the looting and the rioting, in the last 5 days, that really hasn't been happening very much.
I don't see it. I don't see it.
Yeah, and you'd think they'd be talking about it if they saw it, right? Of course they would. They'd be screaming bloody murder about it.
Well, they're not. It's not happening, and that's all that Fox News is talking about, dude.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like,
the
protest turned violent. After the cops dropped tear gas on them, and it became a danger zone, combat zone. Yeah, I guess so.
I did rewatch that Spike Lee movie, Do the Right Thing.
Oh, yeah?
The other day. Yep. Really think that you'd like that if you get a chance. You might get a chance. You have an hour or two, but that's a classic movie. In the end of the movie, of course, is an African American being strangled to death, and it really shows the subtle ways that people dig at each other, and kind of like the animosity that exists, and also how a community is kind of a cohesive thing, and it's interesting, They didn't burn down the Korean store at the end of the movie, but they did burn down the Italian store. Little things like that, if you lived in Brooklyn, or whatever. It's a good film. Spike Lee, Do the Right Thing, 1989. I'd recommend it.
Right on. Well, I'll keep that in mind when I see it next on the list.
So where do you think this is all going, Mike? What direction are these demonstrations taking America?
I think that the people are, look, I thought that we were making progress in Seattle until like fucking an hour ago, Chris. They said they ended the curfew. They're gonna show the badge numbers prominently. They're not gonna use tear gas anymore. And then boom, an hour ago they used tear gas on people. I thought we were actually getting somewhere. It's as if they're trying to instigate, there to be this a reason to escalate, and I don't see it not being. I don't see, cops are supposed to be, trained in de-escalation. They're supposed to focus on de-escalation. They're supposed to, that means it's supposed to be the key in this kind of situations, and yet they're the instigators again and again and again, and it's got to be purposeful, dude. It can't be like this, it's one bad apple bullshit. It's like, well, this is the plan, is to fuck with these people.
Well, I remember I gathered at least 1,000 signatures for Initiative 940 in Washington State 2 years ago. And that was an initiative called De-Escalate Washington, Building Bridges Between Communities and Police. And basically what it did was it concerned law enforcement, and it would require law enforcement to receive violence de-escalation training, mental health, first aid training, to provide first aid in any situation where they see a need for first aid, and to change standards for use of deadly force, adding a good faith standard and independent investigation. And this initiative, I-940, was passed in Washington State. It was passed. So,
and has not been implemented.
Yeah, well, if it hasn't been implemented, it certainly, the intent of it has not been implemented. Because if they're tear gassing people in Seattle or in Bellevue, that certainly is not an example of de-escalation, is it? Right? No, not at all. So I just want to say that people have made efforts, and I myself have made efforts to try and get legislation in Washington State through the initiative process to try and de-escalate violence with the police. And again, I really wish these protests would be talking about I-940 or talking about Cop Watch or talking about ways that people could check the police and make sure that the police lose power. And instead of that, what they're doing is they're reacting emotively to the theme of like racism in America. And I'm not denying that there isn't racism in America. Like, I totally get that. I voted for marijuana decriminalization or legalization in our state primarily because of the disproportionate amount of African Americans being arrested in Seattle. So I recognize racism exists, but I think that the big fish here is the police. It's police in all communities, and that's the real bridge between rural communities and urban communities. It's like, and if they would focus on police brutality, they would find many, many more allies around the United States.
Focus on police brutality as opposed to racism?
The racial aspect of it.
I agree too. I mean, I understand why the Black Lives Matter people are focusing on that. I understand why the media is focusing on it. The media is focusing on it to be a divisive thing. And the Black Lives Matter people are focusing on it because, damn it, Black Lives fucking matter.
But, remember Joe Biden went traipsing into South Carolina in the primaries, and Bernie Sanders did well in Iowa, and he also did well in New Hampshire, right? And then when they went into South Carolina, the African American community was told by the mainstream media that Joe Biden was the guy who had their back because he was the black man's vice president.
Right.
That's what I remember.
Yeah.
And he won South Carolina, and that was a turning point where the rest of the clowns before Super Tuesday, discredited Bernie Sanders, and then kind of like it was like the entree for Joe Biden to become the nominee, to become the candidate. And that's what I remember. And then I also remember a month ago, or 3 weeks ago, Joe Biden making that gaffe on television telling an African American blogger that if you ain't black enough, if you vote for Trump, you ain't black, or some stupid thing like that. Telling that to an African American, a white person telling an African American they ain't black if they vote for Trump.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. That's like way over the fucking top. And now, according to CNN, he's got a lead because of these racially, supposedly racially motivated demonstrations. Because the black people have Biden's back.
Well, according to CNN, there's no way Hillary Clinton can't win the presidency too. So
I know that. I got it.
I'm just saying
it's their narrative. It's their story. They're going to stick with it till the end and to their own demise, because I don't think they're going to win on that at all. The person, there isn't, I don't know. I'm not going to support either of those people.
No, how could anyone support either of them? With anyone who has a shred of integrity, people who have integrity don't go, oh well, this is the least of two evils. They do not do that. They go, evil is still evil, and I'm not going to put my support behind evil.
Yeah, that's right. So I've been talking with these folks at the Socialist Equality Party, and I might put one of their signs in my yard.
Right.
I might put a Green Party sign in my yard, but I'm not going to put any. I'm going to put an independent political party sign in my yard. I'm not going to put any D or R sign in my yard. And other people are interested. There's a great interview between Chris Hedges and Howie Hawkins at Howie Hawkins' website. He's probably going to be the Green Party candidate.
Right on.
And I really think we need to start talking about economic justice. And a lot of people, remember, there were supposed to be rent strikes on June 1st. These demos just happened to go at the end of May over the 1st of June.
Huh.
So any discussion of rent strike was overshadowed by these demonstrations. All of it.
Yeah.
So all of the suffering that the Americans have gone through because of the COVID-19 lockdown, all the people who work in restaurants who lost their jobs, all the people in service and tourism who lost their jobs, all those people still don't fucking have jobs. They might have their little $600 unemployment check, but that ain't going to last for much longer.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe. A lot of them don't as well. So those people are hurting right now. And if we don't address their needs, we could see much bigger demonstrations in the future. And it'd be really nice, if those were like, biracial, multiracial, from the working class, all working people coming out and saying, fuck you to the people who make tear gas, fuck you to the insurance companies, fuck you to Amazon, fuck you to Comcast. If they came out in mass and said, fuck you to U.S. imperialism, then we'd have a revolution. As it stands now, I'm still kind of hoping that happens.
Well, the people are calling this a rebellion. So we'll see where it goes. If they stay in the streets, there's gonna be changes made, I believe.
Yeah. Well, I hope they stay in the streets, Muck. I'll let you go and get back to the other callers. I wanted to call in and do a reality check. And I still am planning on visiting you around the summer solstice.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, my birthday is next week, so
right on.
My birthday is on Flag Day.
Cool.
It's not cool. It also is Donald Trump's birthday.
Oh, really? Wow.
We have the same birthday. In the birthday book, the day is called the Day of Tempestuous Storms.
Well, tempestuous, huh? That's not a word you hear a whole lot.
Tempestuous storms, yeah, like really intense storms. That's what the day Donald Trump was born on. It happened to be Flag Day as well. All right, so enough. And thank you so much for your program and for all the folks in chat and also for all of the previous callers. And I look forward to listening to some more calls.
All right, well, we'll talk again soon, I hope, Chris.
Yeah, I hope so too, Mike. Have a good night.
All right, see ya. And I'm looking forward to seeing Chris around the solstice. Let's see. So I have just a moment. I'm going to take a break here real quick. I think they're getting ready to make an announcement in Seattle. We'll see what happens. It looks like the lighting is set up for that sort of thing. We'll see what goes on here in a minute. Hold on. I'll be right back. All right. Are you doing okay, Craig? One of your mile-long pisses. Let's see what we got here. That's not up. Let's see what we got here. Let's see. What do we got here, Boo-Boo Bear? Let's see. Let's see what we got here.
From anyone about that, besides that.
I can't hear anything.
Is there something? It's just kind of in the air. Irritating to the throat and nose. Bless you. Thank you. I also have a irritating to the some sort of a throat and nose. Bless you. Thank you. Probably not. I also have a irritating to the some sort of a throat.
Let's see. Okay, so it looks like somebody talking about tear gas being irritating at the moment, but what we're going to keep an eye on this. I think the cops are about to make an announcement, and the people are about to go, "Fuck you!" So we want to keep an eye on that because we don't want to miss out on people on the crowd, on a sound rising from the crowd, a sound so beautiful. Fuck you! Hopefully, that's what we'll hear momentarily after the police speak. But you know, I mean, look, these cops just dropped tear gas on these protesters for absolutely no fucking reason after promising not to drop tear gas on anybody for 30 days. It's fucking bullshit. Okay, so I'm gonna go warm up my tea, and I'll be right back. And we'll keep an eye on the audio in case anything starts to happen, so you know. Be right back. All right, let's see what we got here.
and it burned like hell. Just
Okay.
so you know.
Cool. Thank you.
The water
So the
burned like hell.
medics for giving me the advice that since I do have this like pepper spray smoke in my hair, when you go take a shower, you want to kind of bend over in front of you so that it doesn't run down into your pepper spray smoke in my hair. Second time, go take a shower, it's kind of a double whammy. Kind of bend over. They did give me a paper towel though to clear out my nose, which has been nice. They did give me a paper towel though to clear out my nose, which has been nice. There's definitely a need for more.
All right, I'm back.
Trash
Let's see, what does
situation
this
here
sound
isn't-
like? Is this sound interesting?
There's definitely a need for more.
I cannot hear what they're saying. I'm back.
Trash
Let's see, what does
situation
this
here
sound
isn't-
like? Does this sound interesting? I cannot hear what they're saying.
For more,
All right. So we'll hold off on that for a minute. We're still waiting to see if they're going to make their little announcement about a speech. It sounds like they might not be making an announcement about a speech after closing down the freeway so they could try and corral the protesters. The protesters are like, fuck you, fuck your march, fuck your historic march. We want to stay right here where we're at, and that's what we're going to do. And if you don't like it, then just dump a bunch more tear gas on us, fuckers. After you promised us you wouldn't tear gas us. Oh my God. The Seattle police are just looking for trouble. Oh, and look how many more people are there. There's so many people there. Man, I sure hope they're not going to drop more tear gas on these people. These people just don't deserve that. Look how calm they are. How do they deserve to be fucking brutalized by the police? Okay? They could run down those police. They could just literally trample them. And instead, they're just calm people trying to get their voices heard. Hey, cop! Can you fucking hear me? You're the problem! I think I'm going to have a bong hit. That sounds good to me. If any of you'd like to join along, I'll be heated up here in just a moment. And then our program can continue with a nice big puff of concentrated cannabis. I love my concentrated cannabis. Have you got your concentrated cannabis yet today? Maybe you should. Maybe you should. When the world is running down, you make the best of what's still around. Concentrated cannabis, can't go wrong. That's all I'm saying. Oh, here, I have some concentrated cannabis right here. Look at that. How lovely. Oh, I love concentrated cannabis. And my Boo Bear. And I love my Boo Bear. There's my Boo Bear. He's my Boo Bear. I love my Boo Bear. And my concentrated cannabis. Oh, look at that. We already have a dab on there. Oh, you know what? I love that when that happens. When you go, oh, I got to get a dab ready. And then you already have one ready. I love it when that happens. I'm like, oh, I got to get a dab. Or when I wake up in the morning, I'm like, fuck, man, I got to get a dab. And then I come down and there's like a dab already on the stick. I'm like, fuck, yes. My lucky day. Look at their umbrellas. They're ready. They're waiting. Oh, yeah? You're going to pepper spray us again? You're going to fucking tear gas us again? We got umbrellas, fuckers. Can't get us. We got umbrellas. Ha! You can't get us. You weren't smoking concentrated cannabis when you smoked so much that you couldn't breathe. I guarantee it. You're not, and you're certainly not smoking flower rosin. So, go smoke some flower rosin and then come back and tell me how your lungs are doing. And it's not smoking, it's vaporizing. I heat up a piece of quartz crystal and I take this lovely flower rosin, not all the vegetable matter, just the good stuff. And I put it on the heated piece of quartz crystal and it turns to vapor and I inhale that and I apply the essential oils to my lungs. The necessary medicine that keeps me going for one more day. Oh man, that was so good. Woo! I can't hear the protesters. Not sure what that's about. But I'm good with that. We don't need to hear the protesters. We can see who they are. We can see them standing up to police who just tear gassed them after promising that they wouldn't tear gas them again for at least 30 days. We got umbrellas, fuckers, and we know how to use them. Don't forget. All right, so, hey, Craig, can you see if you see anything about Portland? Just wondering what's going on in Portland. All this distraction in Seattle. Don't worry about those people in Portland. All right, let's see. So, I said, can you see if you find anything in Portland? Okay. Let's see. I am looking for... and Washington, D.C. too. I really expected there to be some action in Washington, D.C. I did not expect there to be action in Seattle. It's so sad that these people have to, or that these cops, these ultra-violent cops have to be violent towards peaceful protesters. It's so sad. It's got to stop. It's why these brave people have gone into the street to face off with these ultra-violent, heavily armed thugs. They are the real thugs. They are the real and true problem in the street. And anyone can look at them right now in this moment. And you see smiling faces and beautiful people standing up against these guys having fucking stormtrooper fucking armor on. Imperial stormtroopers. We all see that, right? You know, these are Seattle protesters. Come on. All right, so we're holding the line. They were going to try and make a march. They didn't want to march. They said, we're going to back you up. We shut down the freeway. We shut down the freeway for you people. Come on, what more do you want from us? Get out of town. Go on. Get on the freeway. No, we don't want to get on the freeway. Fuck you. We're going to stay right here. Is that tear gas canister on the street in Portland? Shit. Shit. So I guess there is not going to be an announcement from the... I told you that those people that were the like leaders, the ones that are communicating with the police, they're just copsuckers. They're the people that are in position to sell the good, peaceful, proud, beautiful protesters out. And they tried to do that with this march, and the protesters went, no. No, 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 no. We want to stay. You cops want us to move. We want to stay right here. And they're still right there in the motherfucking street, owning the motherfucking street, telling the cops whose streets. You figured out yet, cops? Whose streets? They tried to shoo him away. Couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. All right, so if you want to call, the number is 805-669-6397. You can call anytime, 805-669-6397 or 805 Mox News. And this is a call-in show. It's all about your voice. If you have protests going on where you are, we'd love to hear from you. This is our neighborhood. This is Seattle. And the Seattle police yesterday promised the protesters that they would not use tear gas on them. And just an hour or two, an hour and a half ago, they rained down tear gas onto peaceful protesters, thinking that they could shove them down the street. And it did not work. They are right where they started. They are right where they started, people. Oh man, I'm running out of water. I only got a little tiny bit of water left. I got to go get some water in a minute. In a minute. It looks like these cops are staging for something. See all those bike cops there? They look like they're getting ready to go somewhere. They're all lined up like, all right, let's go. Go this way. See, looks like they're moving. What's happening here? The bike cops are moving. They look like those bike cops look like they're getting ready to go somewhere. Hopefully they don't fuck with the people. Don't fuck with the people. You can't win. Just because we don't fucking march over the top of you yet doesn't mean that you're the boss of us. This is not going to end well for you if you don't act like with respect. Fucking cops. Hello, caller.
Hey, Michael.
What's up, G?
Not much, man. What's happened in the last hour? I just tuned back in. Looks like they backed those guys up a couple blocks, and that's about it.
They backed them up a block, and then they backed them up a couple blocks, and then now they're back in the same spot that they were at.
No shit. They protesters advanced back to where they were.
Craig said that the police kind of withdrew a little bit at a time, but it looked like the protest. It really looked. I had to ask Craig. I said, "Are those protesters pushing the cops back?" So Craig said the cops were retreating slowly, but
that was a waste of tear gas. What the hell did they go through all that shit for?
It wasn't a waste of tear gas. It showed that the Seattle police cannot be trusted at their word after yesterday promising not to use tear gas.
Who promised? The police chief or the mayor?
The police promised not to use tear gas. The police said that they are banning the use of tear gas for 30 days.
Well, obviously somebody didn't get the memo.
Yeah. There's going to be some splaining that needs to be done tomorrow.
Some cops splaining.
Yeah.
But I was in fear. It was the pigeons, boss. It was the pigeons. with those pigeons all over the place. Yeah. So I noticed that you're just covering Seattle. There's nothing happening in other towns, or
Craig's looking right now. We want to keep an eye on Seattle because, again, the Seattle, they promised not to use the tear gas. They used the tear gas, and then they did this thing, right? They came out and they said, okay, we're gonna have everybody. We shut down the freeway, and we want everybody to go up and march on the freeway down to the U District, and it's gonna be this really historical thing. No one's done this since 1967 during the Civil Rights March, and the protesters went, no, we're not going to do that. The leaders of the protesters tried to steer them that way. They were working with the cops, and then the protesters said, yeah, no.
And I hear you say there's about 6,000 of them?
I'm not sure how many there are. It looks like there's more than that to me.
It looks like there's more tonight than there was last night. So, yeah, man, I really don't think this could happen on this scale if there wasn't a COVID-19 scare, I think that has something to do with the numbers and the turnout and the, what do you want to do tonight, Joe? Should we get pizza or should we go down to the demonstration and everybody?
Well, it's not really even a matter of, do you want to go to the movies or do you want to go to the demonstration? There is no movies. There is no concerts. There is no bar scene. There's this. Okay? So
how open is Seattle right now?
Seattle's not open. Seattle's in phase 1 of getting freedom back. I don't even think they have their fucking haircutting places open yet.
So the restaurants have only takeout.
I don't know. They've been talking about open. I'm not honestly sure exactly where this Seattle downtown area is right at this moment. But
well, I did notice before the sun went down when I was tuned in a while back that wherever those buildings are, they got custom paint jobs on them. That looks pretty cool,
Seattle's a very cool place, but this is a block. This is a block or 2 blocks from the Seattle Police Department. Same place they were last night. Same place they were the night before.
Yeah, I wonder how Minneapolis is doing, considering it's the epicenter of this eruption. I heard somebody, maybe in the city government in Minneapolis, was talking about just eliminating the whole police department, but I can't remember who it was that said that, which would be unprecedented, except in a small Texas town. I think some small Texas towns have disbanded their police department because of corruption and shit like that, but never a big city. Never, ever, ever a big city. It would be kind of a social experiment to eliminate all the cops in NYC or Atlanta or LA and then see what happens. I think you would really see a lot of hooligans come out when the troublemakers know the po-po ain't around. They go straight to Target or straight to 7-Eleven and but it looks pretty cool in Seattle. I like your assessment, Michael, because when I do tune in, I'm not watching it all the time, but when I do tune in, you always seem to be arguing with someone who's on the side of the fucking, who's categorizing everybody as a rioter. Is that the majority of your calls?
I don't think it's the majority of the calls, but there's just this, people who somehow want to see, who, it seems like they're Fox News viewers because that's all you see on Fox News is the rioters, protest turned violent, but you see the same thing on CNN. It's just done in a different way, although they are showing more acts of violence against the protesters in the last day or so. Ever since that guy got fucking hurt in Buffalo, man, they've been kind of moving the board a little bit.
Yeah, it's a weird situation. Trump hasn't said or anything. I know everything he says is pretty much stupid, but
He hasn't said shit like all week, like Saturday. On yesterday, his lawyer gave him a letter which said that the protesters outside the White House are terrorists, and then Trump took that letter and tweeted it as if that's what the law of the land is, that the protesters are now terrorists.
Yeah, I wish I could do that. That's called my lawyer said so.
Yeah.
My lawyer said it.
I think he's probably. I bet you he's been doing that since he was 9 years old, dude.
Oh fuck yeah, 13 at least, you know. But he's a very stable genius. You know, we just gotta really respect his fucking half autistic face. You know, imagine if Trump had a what do you call that? A stroke, where half his face froze up, you know, and he could only talk out of one side of his mouth. That would be something. We wouldn't know what to do then. We might even elect Joe Biden or we could hire Joe Biden to be his nurse. That's what we could do. Spoon feed him oatmeal. But yeah, man, this is. I got used to large public gatherings during the Occupy time, I didn't pay attention to the Black Lives Matter stuff or Ferguson. I did see some of Ferguson, and that's where that white cracker motherfucker ran his car into a bunch of people and then backed up, right? That's Ferguson?
No, that was Charlottesville.
Oh, Charlottesville. Yeah, well, I saw in between Occupy and now, I saw a couple of, you know, protests, and I saw Antifa a couple times and stuff. But generally speaking, I think these people who are occupying the streets, refusing to be beat down, gassed, or leave, I think they're pretty much committed to a cause, and their cause has to be, I'm guessing, drawing attention to the police problem in the United States. Long overdue, and it's not the first time, but yeah, I gotta give them all the respect they deserve, because they're not troublemakers. They're just sitting there. Is it raining, or are they just carrying umbrellas for a fashion statement?
They carry umbrellas to keep the pepper spray from hitting them in the face.
Oh, that's pretty smart, yeah.
That's why they're all up in front. That's why they're all in the police line. You see in the back, there's not umbrellas.
Yeah, it's pretty weird that in the Chemical Weapons Treaty, whenever that was signed, I think it's been updated several times since World War II, the end of World War II, that it's legal to use chemical weapons on the citizens of your own country, but not on another country during wartime. That's a very weird legal caveat that should be examined, re-examined, and eliminated.
Yeah, I can't stand the war crimes being committed against proud, brave Americans. It's just not okay.
Well, I've heard of two people. One of them was a girl, and the other one, I don't know what gender, died from tear gas, and they both had asthma, and that's just within the last week. And people, sometimes a person with asthma gets tear gassed or something like that, and they go into a severe respiratory situation. But I've only seen it twice, well, one on each case, and I've seen a picture of the girl who died, and but it's not common knowledge. Have you heard that or seen that?
No, I haven't heard him talk about tear gas fatalities as of this event.
Well, it is possible, obviously. So that's another reason.
Well, yeah, for sure. It's not just possible. It's something that I talk to people. I say I can't go to this because I have a lung condition, and if I get two lungs full of tear gas, I'm probably not going to make it out of the tear gas.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, just to inform people that it's not really a soft weapon. It's an effective chemical weapon that can produce fatalities. In a lot of cities in the Middle East, specifically Cairo, Gaza, the West Bank, and what do you call it? The Turkish capital, the capital of Turkey. You see a lot of older people having extreme reactions to tear gas, and a lot of them are older people just sitting in their apartments, and the tear gas is so heavy, it comes in through their windows, and they get sick, and they're not part of any protest or anything. So there are peripheral casualties to tear gas, especially the heavy use of tear gas. When I did see hour and a half ago, or whenever it was, it looked like less than 6 tear gas canisters, but I saw the guy running down the street with the boxes of brand new tear gas.
Yeah, I think it was more than 6. I'm pretty sure. I'm not positive, you know, and they probably have limited amount on the street since they promised not to use it, but it seemed like, you know, it was more than 6 to me.
Well, experienced protesters, of which I am not, will carry milk, a face shield. The really good ones have gas masks and buckets. And the best way, and gloves. And the glove is because the tear gas canister is hot, but you can pick it up and throw it back to the police without burning your hands. And the bucket is so you can just put it right on top of the tear gas canister, and it just stops it. You let it peter itself out, and it doesn't poison the crowd.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's a whole science to being a protester that I think only a small percentage of American citizens actually practices. But if I was to do that, I would go with extra buckets, a wooden sign that has handles on the back that can be used as a shield, gloves, and if I could get my hands on a gas mask, I would do that also. And plus milk. If you're going to be there in a dangerous situation, you might as well have some medical remedies. Yeah, let's hope some sergeant jumped down the. But you know what? I don't think anybody jumped down the throats of the cops because they broke their word. You know.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah, no. All they do is fucking make up excuses for why they had to break their word. That's all. It's not like it's not, you know, somehow. Oh yeah, no, we did that. We were in the wrong. That never happens.
Yeah, it's covered up. The thin blue line, whatever they want to call it. You know, they protect their own. And you know, half the time when I'm watching your live stream, I'm wishing I could hear what the guy with the megaphone is saying. I want to know if he's saying anything intelligent. You know. But one thing is that the cops are getting paid and the protesters aren't. So there's a whole psychological barrier, I think, where the cops can't get it through their fucking head that these are not dangerous criminals, dangerous anarchists. These are not lawbreakers. These are people that have run out of options, and they're actually following the Constitution, which they have the right to free speech, they have the right to freedom of assembly, and they have the right to petition their government, and that's what they're doing. And they also have the right to travel freely to and fro, unassaulted by so-called authorities. So the cops never think this way. They just think that they're the law. You guys do what we say, or we will beat you or gas you. So there's a huge psychological barrier.
Well, the cops look at these people as if they are the problem, you know, and it's just and which is and the opposite is what's true. So, you know, I mean, where do we go from there, right?
Yeah, well, obviously it's a standoff. nobody's burning anything, nobody's breaking anything. Seems like the cops make a bigger mess than the protesters do. You know, they got their tear gas canisters all over the place.
Yeah.
But it's a weird situation. You're dealing, you know, you got the humans on one side, and then you got the, I don't know what to call them, the robots on the other side. And let's hope some of the robots are will somehow be educated into understanding that they're not above the humans. You know, the humans. Look at that. That's a beautiful picture. Look at that. That's awesome. That's from a helicopter, huh?
Drone probably, but
Oh, a drone?
maybe a helicopter.
Yeah, that's a lot of people. Wow.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
there's probably 20,000 people on the street in Portland would be my guess.
Oh, that's Portland. That's right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they look like they're up. Oh, that's the bridge, huh? They're on the fucking
I
bridge
think
again.
they're back in the park. I'm pretty sure there's a park that goes all through downtown. I'm pretty sure that's where they're at.
Yeah. Well, that's cool. That's cool. I'm glad to see so many people involved. And there's the cops. Is that the cops standing
Yeah.
right? No.
Yeah, there's cops right. They got chain link fences surrounding the park, keeping the people in. The cops are right on the other side of the chain link fences. It's so funny, man. The cops in Seattle, they shut down the freeway so the people could go up and march on the freeway after they tear gassed them. And then they were going to come out and they were going to make this big announcement how they opened up the freeway so everybody can go up on Mount and march on the freeway. And the protesters went, fuck you. You want us to go up there? We want to stay here. We'll stay here. I love that.
Yeah, shit, I think it'll be 2 weeks tomorrow or 2 weeks on Monday. This is a very sustained example of American citizenry, the willpower of American citizenry. I don't think it, you know, there's an element of citizen boredom. Let's go down to the protest. There's an element of that too. But also, these are legitimate points that are being raised, even though I don't hear them. I still haven't heard for a national referendum being called for. I don't think anyone in Congress actually gives a shit. Have you heard anyone in Congress say anything intelligent about all this mess?
No.
So, let's see. You got 100 fucking senators and God knows how many fucking congressmen. Not one of them has said anything really in support of the people. And if it is, it's tongue-in-cheek. It's just bullshit. It's a bullshit.
Well, yeah, it's like this when the cops take a knee with the fucking protesters, dude. That's just bullshit. That's just a photo op. Oh, look, they're not that bad. And then they fucking tear gas you.
You know, that black guy, Obama, he always had something that some kind of sophistry that kind of sounded intelligent or true every time something came up. And Trump's got absolutely nothing to say. Just like a dumb fuck.
He's so quiet right now. I've never, like the last 24 hours, he's been as quiet as he has probably ever been in his entire life.
Yeah, it's pretty pitiful. You know, what do you think a leader does? I mean, if you're the supposed leader of a supposed country, you think you would be able to muster up a couple semi-intelligent sentences addressing the situation. But all I heard was, you know, you burn stuff, we'll shoot you. That's the only thing I heard, and that was about 8 days ago. So, yeah, that's not much of a man. You know, I won't even call him a president. Not much of a man. He's got his model life. And,
he's not, look, he's a giant pussy, okay? He calls the protesters outside the White House terrorists. right? And then he just lets fucking terrorists run crazy outside the White House. What kind of giant pussy would do that? You giant pussy, Donald Trump. You're fucking full of shit and fucking meaningless. Go away. Not that I want Joe Biden anymore.
Now he's got a fence up around the White House, like, Insta fence. Pretty good looking fence, too. But, anybody with half a brain would look at this national, what would we call it? National situation. I won't call it a tragedy. It's a situation. And say, you know what? Maybe those protesters are trying to say something. But Trump looks at it and he says, this is about me. They don't like me. They're protesting me. This makes me look bad. Every narcissist, it's all me.
Everything is about Trump. That's what I'm saying. The only time fake news matters is when it's about Donald Trump. The only time social media censoring someone matters is when it's done to Donald Trump. And then we got to have an executive order immediately. I mean, it's not like there's fake news because they won't tell us the truth about what's happening in war, because they won't tell us the truth about what's happening in medicine, because they won't tell us the truth about what's happening with 9/11. It's fake because they're trying to because they're victimizing Donald Trump. Poor Donald Trump. His whole life he's been so victimized. Fuck.
Yeah, poor guy, man. Shit. I'm glad I lived a life of privilege, not suffering like fucking Donald Trump.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be horrible?
Yeah. It's like, if I had his resources, I could have changed the goddamn planet. But he put on the whole spectacle of running for president, getting on talk shows, doing the wrestling bit, the fucking Miss Universe contest, and now the presidency, all for the benefit of his own ego. And it's like, and I understand that egoism runs through every president, from George Bush to Bill Clinton to Obama and our fearless leader that we have right now. But nonetheless, it's totally blatant in Donald Trump. He is a little boy. He's lost. He's totally fucking lost. His poor kid, Barron, by the time that guy gets to be 16, he's going to hate his fucking dad, I think. He's just...
Well, you never know. I mean, but I can't imagine... I mean, you look at the other two sons, and, it's just a fucked up family. I wouldn't want... you wouldn't want any of those people to be... You wouldn't want to have to spend time with any of those people, man. It'd just be horrible. God.
I've never seen such a empty shell of a man, other than Donald Trump. His son-in-law is the biggest empty shell of a man I've ever fucking seen. Kushner. It's like,
that's a fucked up piece of shit right there.
And then I've seen both daughters, but the one that's usually the one married to Kushner, she's no better. She's like
there's something seriously wrong with that person.
Yeah, she's worse than a Kardashian.
The other one looks kind of fun, but you don't see her around, so she probably is kind of fun. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't see her around a whole lot, so she's probably off having fun somewhere.
Well, every narcissistic family has a black sheep, and Ronald Reagan had a gay son. Can't remember his name.
Ron.
Oh, was it Ron Jr.?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he took a lot of shit from his dad, and then the adopted son was like a total fucking gung-ho, Ronald Reagan's the best guy in the world type guy, and I'm going to stick up for my stepdad. And so every narcissistic, dysfunctional family has usually a golden child, an invisible child, and the scapegoat. I happen to be the scapegoat. Most of the good guys are the scapegoats because they rebel against the dysfunction, and the scapegoats usually end up being the truth tellers, and the golden child is the one that...
Hey Craig, can you see this on the screen? Is this screwing up? Is this our end or is it the other end? Yeah, I hear you. I mean, I have always been, everybody, look, there's this hierarchy with families, and it's stupid, and I don't even want to think about it. So.
How many brothers and sisters you got, Mike?
I have two younger one brother, one sister.
Yeah, well, I won't ask you personal questions on the air, but I would be interested to seeing where you're at. I doubt if they're as radical as you, right?
No.
Okay, well, that's what I suspected. You're the you're the rebel. And the rebels are usually the good guys. You know, it's not the rebels who cause the trouble in the world. It's the troubles that cause the rebels. Yeah.
Hey, Craig. Hey, Craig. Craig.
He's probably fucking with a wire or something.
He's
That's
talking
all it
to
is.
somebody on the phone. Craig. What's happening with the screen? Do you know? Okay. All right. I just want to make sure that's not on our end.
Huh.
Okay.
Oh, that's on the cable company, huh? Yeah.
I'm not sure where it's coming. I think it's coming off of the different feeds.
Well, it's global, whatever it is. It's not any one live stream. It's all of them.
Yeah.
So that's your line in.
Yeah. Well.
But yeah. So looks pretty peaceful, I guess.
Yeah, it's still peaceful. It's still peaceful at the moment. I'm hoping everybody stays cool. I just cannot stand seeing people. These innocent people being brutalized. I just can't take it, dude.
Yeah. What is it? 10 o'clock. How late did they stay last night? About 1, maybe.
In Seattle, I think it ended about just after midnight. In Portland, it seemed to they started dropping tear gas on them just after midnight, and it became like a battle zone for about 2 hours.
No shit. I
Yeah.
didn't hear that. That's fucked. Portland is a notoriously liberal city. They got the best fucking radio station in the world, KBOO, KBOO. That's just a rebellious radio station. Been there for fucking 40, 50, 60 years, and really not too many people know about it unless they live in Oregon. But now that in the internet age, KBOO goes all over the world, and so they really play a lot of really great and avant-garde music on KBOO, and I think they have a lot of political commentary. Maybe I got some connections up there. Maybe someday I'll go up there and do a program or something like that. They have guys like me, be guest DJs every once in a while.
Portland's a nice place to spend a weekend.
Yeah, you been there, huh?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Portland's a great place to spend a weekend. It gets too hot for me during the summer, but other than that, it's a nice place. Not enough water. I like more water. There's lots of water here where I am.
Yeah, I live in the desert, so when it rains, it's like I actually hate it if it rains too much, but I do enjoy the really light rains. Because when it rains too much, the ground doesn't soak it up. It just runs off and runs down into the ocean, and it doesn't even fill up the aquifers very much. But when you get 3, 4, 5 days of really light rain in the ground, and all the trees are going ooh, and everything turns green, the hills turn green, and they're not brown anymore. And but California is not famous for its water conservation tactics, Right now, there's water wars going on all over Southern California, where all the little water companies are being bought up by the larger water companies, and then pretty soon there's going to be monopolies, and you'd be paying $300 a month for your basic water services in another 10 years. It's not going to be pretty in California. And if you saw Chinatown, then you got a loose idea of how Southern California was populated, and all because of the water theft and water barons and stuff like that, and that's going to become more and more frequent on planet Earth. I think in Australia they're having large problems with corporations buying up lakes and water reservoirs and stuff. I've heard a lot of that coming out of Australia. A lot of those fires that were down there were blamed on aquifers running dry. And so, it's the never-ending plundering of the resources on planet Earth that cause half of the social problems. It's not just police violence, and I don't even think these people are protesting just police violence. I think they're protesting the entire system overload, the entire unjust system. So, they're not doing anything wrong. They're righteous American citizens. Their voices are not being heard on mainstream media, and if they are being heard, it's the soft porn version. It's like, well, we just really love black people, and we're tired of cops, and you don't get any real in-depth explanation of why this is occurring. And most of it is it's tar baby type stuff, like they paint them all as rioters and looters and arsonists. So that's the world we live in. Looks like they're a little understaffed there in Portland. I only see 25 cops, man.
Yeah, for like 20,000 people. We'll see. There's a lot of cops there, I guarantee. But yeah, there is a lot more people there than there are cops. And this is the point, police. You can't win. Stop acting like somehow you can beat us if we decide that we're going to win. You can't. So stop.
Yeah, well, we'll see what kind of dialogue comes out. I'm reading a lot of articles of a lot of different so-called intellectuals, and they all put their spin on what's happening and why it's happening, and some of it is sociology, some of it is historical, some of it tied to the COVID-19 lockdown, some of them tied to the economy. But just like most things that happen, 2020 is clearer. You see more clearly once the situation is over with, what actually happened. And so, there's a revolution in the streets of America, and it looks pretty peaceful, and it's definitely for very good reasons. So, go get some water, Mike. Looks like you're about out of water, dude.
I'm out of water. I go get water.
Okay, I'll talk to you later, buddy.
Okay, have a good weekend. I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, you too. Bye.
Bye. All right, I got to go get a bottle of water. We'll keep an eye on Portland for the moment. And there's a lot of people in Portland. There's no doubt about that. It looks like our video might have frozen in Portland. We'll bring something else up here in a sec. There we go. I got to get another bottle of water. I'll be right back. Are you still wanting to go to the casino? Yeah. All right, well, I'm going to tell people we're going to shut it down. You going to keep it live on the other channel? Yeah, that's fine. All right, so I don't know what's happening there in Portland, but it looks like. Okay, there we go. There we go. There's Portland. So the Seattle feed is still having a hard time, apparently. I don't see a whole lot going on here. I mean, there is a lot of people in the park in Portland. And there was a lot of people in the park last night in Portland, and then they fucking tear gassed them, and they all fled into the streets. And I'm not sure what happened after that, because they kind of marched them around and kept chasing and dumping more tear gas on them for about an hour. And then it was horrible. It was just horrible. Hello, caller.
Mike, how are you doing, my friend?
Hey, I'm good. How about you, Dwayne?
I'm doing great, my friend. I'm doing great. Wow, what a bag of wind in a sleeping pill that last call was, eh? Look, he's worried about dry and all that shit. And you know what? Craig's an awesome guy to talk to while I'm waiting, eh? Because, like, he's like in the middle of the fucking desert. What a shitty place to be. You look out your front window, you see an ocean, you see these pods of killer whales, orcas. I look out my window, I see the beautiful Great Lakes, man. There's so much water here. Mike, in Southern California, we have water here. There's no water shortage here, my friend.
I can't not when I was talking the other night, we were showing video of Boise, and people marching through there, and I kept thinking, man, that looks like such an awesome place to live, but I can't live where there's not like lots and lots of water, you know?
Yeah. Oh man, it must just suck to live in a state like California. Like what the fuck's he doing there anyway? Like, why don't you just sell what you got and find some place near the water? You know, the Great Lakes are beautiful.
Yeah, I don't know. I got out of California and I've never wanted to go back, dude. I mean, that's where I grew up. That's where I went to high school. I left and have never wanted to go back.
Oh man, it's just really. Hey, you know what, Mike? This is really crazy. I haven't watched a fucking thing about these protests since I called you 3 days ago.
Yeah.
Not a thing. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Like seriously, so not a thing. Now I keep putting this link in your chat, and I'm gonna do it again. I want everyone to watch that. That's a Canadian little girl that went to Brooklyn. She was arrested in Brooklyn. Okay. And she works for Rebel Media here in Canada. You know I keep pumping Rebel Media to you, Mike.
Uh-huh.
Okay? But, like, seriously, Japan. Oh, Dr. Whisper, shut up. But,
hey, Mike,
you know, like...
Dwayne, links don't come up for general users. They can't post a link in the chat. He's going to have to email it to you, and we can post it. It's you and me are the only two that can post links in the chat.
Oh, okay. You hear that, Dwayne?
I posted it anyway. Can't you actually see it?
I don't see it. I don't see it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No one sees it because URLs are not allowed.
Yeah, Craig says no one sees it.
Rats, really?
Yeah.
No, just another way to YouTube. Yeah, but when I go on CBC and I post links to stuff to prove that vaccines cause autism, for some reason my channel gets shut down.
Well, those people, they have to control the conversation, and if you're not part of the conversation the way they want you to be part of the conversation, you're not welcome to be a part of the conversation.
Oh,
and you know it, Dwayne.
That's what pisses me off. That's what I like about your channel the most. Okay? It's not this fucking thugs are good stuff.
Yeah.
And revolution my ass, but that freedom of speech reigns supreme on Mox News. Okay?
Freedom is what it's all about, man.
Yeah, it is, man. And, you know, we really had it out the other night, and I really liked it. I really, really liked it. You know, I need to get off my chest because really I got my own little isolationist idea with me and my wife and my children. And you know, fuck the rest of the world. We can grow our own food. We can have our own eggs and all this stuff, right? You know what I mean? Like, it's
I love that idea of fuck the rest of the world. It's just you and me, baby, against the world.
Yeah, but see, I don't have to give a fuck about nothing. Like, I go to work, those stupid idiots pay me to stand there and play with myself all day. Like, seriously. you know, that's fine. I like that. And you know what? I'm going to take that money and I'm going to invest it in my family, you know, and children with good values. Not these, okay, listen, I know, and it sucks being calling before old fart in Southern California calls. Because every time that happens, you know, the guy fucking runs me over, and I can't say nothing, you know what I mean? So ask Craig. The whole time he was on the phone and I was on hold, I was just saying everything that was coming to my mind. I'm sure he heard all of it about how that old fart is wrong, okay? About a lot of things. And I was just, and now it's my turn to be second to you, old fart in Southern California. This is no fucking revolution, okay? They've got everybody fighting against everyone. This is exactly what they want. This is exactly what they want. They want to bring about the destruction of the United States, the destruction of Western values, okay? Abortions for all, church for none. You know, they can open up the cities to these fucking looters and rioters, but they can't open up the churches because of fucking COVID-19, okay? This is ridiculous, man. This is absolutely ridiculous, but you know what? Who cares? Honestly, fuck the world. I got my wife. I got a whole brood of children here, okay? We're trying to be as self-sufficient as we can. I don't have to go shopping but once every 1 or 2 weeks, okay? It's nice living like this. It really, really is.
Could be worse.
What's that?
Could be worse.
Yeah, I could be living in a fucking city. Thank God I'm not living in a city. Anyone who's living in a city is fucked. Get the fuck out of the city. Rent a farm. That's what we're doing. Buy a farm. I wish I could buy a farm. But, you know, I'll just wait till the land values collapse because of the hyperinflation. Then I'll buy a farm.
There you go.
And not with fiat currency. You know what I mean? I've always told you, Mike. I've always told you. It's about it's the economy. Like, what is it? Who is it? I think it was actually Bill Clinton that said it's the economy, stupid. Wasn't that fucking
I think that was Ross Perot. But I'm not sure.
It might have been. Ross Perot probably would have been a good choice.
Yeah, Ross Perot would have been awesome.
Here in Canada, we had one of those guys when the Reform Party came around. You know, Preston Manning, man. Like, my parents supported them. Now they're fucking sitting at home scared to death they're going to die of COVID-19. It's like, what the fuck? Are you people serious? No,
well, there's people sitting at home terrified of looters and rioters, or people sitting at home terrified of fucking everything, Dwayne. It's what the powers that be, the mind control manipulators want. They want you afraid 24/7, obviously.
Look, the only thing we actually have to fear is God. But, all right, you know, I don't want to get you screaming about that because that kind of bothers me.
You shouldn't fear God. It doesn't make sense to fear God, Dwayne. That's idiotic, Dwayne.
All right, listen. I shouldn't have even said that. But, like, if there's anything my flesh is going to, my flesh, do you get what I'm saying? My flesh, not my spirit, my flesh, is going to fear is a medical tyranny. Something that says I can't go into a grocery store because I'm not wearing a mask. Something that says I can't travel to, because even in Canada now, all the other provinces want to keep people from Ontario out of their provinces because they're going to give them COVID-19. So now, you know, the other provinces in Canada are talking about not allowing people from Ontario to go there. So Craig was telling me he had a call from Nova Scotia or something. Like, I'm not going to be allowed to drive to Nova Scotia because I'm going to give COVID-19 to Nova Scotians? This is ridiculous, man. Like, this is what the United States was dealing with 3 months ago, and Canada's dealing with it now. Like, this is fucked up, man. There's no COVID-19. It's all a fucking game, okay? It's all about to see what they can do. and how much power they can steal and get away with. And the fact that these stupid-ass riots, these looters, all these people on the streets are brain dead. You can say it's a revolution. Mike in Southern California can say they're fucking heroes. They're not. They're not fucking heroes. They're stupid-ass people that are giving in to control out of chaos. They're going to be the bootstraps of slavery are going to go around every single one of these people's necks, man, because of this.
Yeah. Well,
they're going to say, you spread COVID-19. Now we got some massive fucking, where you, me, Mike, Mike, Mox News, me, Mike in Southern California, Wolko, every single one of these people on this channel don't know a goddamn person that has ever even heard it. No way anybody knows anyone that has COVID-19, and they're going to fucking lock us up come November again.
Well, I know people that have supposedly tested positive for COVID-19, but again, I don't think, look, stay away from the doctor. Unless you need to go to the doctor, do not go to the doctor. If you get tested for COVID-19 and their bullshit test, which is, whatever, not trustworthy, it will go on your permanent record. Forever. They're always going to follow you.
Would it be a benefit at this point to have had a positive test for COVID-19? Because if you're not dying in a hospital at 43 years old, then you're okay, right? Well, what happens when I want to get a passport to go to the wonderful land of freedom called the United States? No, this is going to be fucked, okay? We got the same people wearing face diapers at Walmart are the same people that believe that fucking jet fuel melts steel. It's the same fucking stupid-ass people. And it's 50% right now are completely brain dead. And what pisses me off, I talked to you the other night. Of course I had 3 days to think about my conversation with you the other night. Okay? Now, you said all that. I don't even think this fucking video of George Floyd is real. I think that was an act. I think those are paid actors.
Okay, well, look, I don't know what happened there.
And nobody probably has
I don't know what happened on September 11th. What I know is I saw people being brutalized in these protests by out-of-control police officers. I've seen it happen again and again and again. And
out-of-control police officers? Fuck, Mike. I have 2 members of my family that are cops, that are decent people. They're not going to fucking choke you out for having an ounce of marijuana on you.
I just watched people being tear gassed that had their hands in the air, dude. Okay? I just watched that.
Yeah, because there was probably somebody standing behind them that threw a brick at them.
Because the fucking cops wanted to move the...
No, you can play games all you want. They stated
clearly that didn't happen. They said that there was some kind of explosive device in the crowd, and they needed to move the crowd back. So you have peaceful protesters, and they dumped tear gas on them because they wanted to move the crowd back, just like at the White House the other day, where there was peaceful protesters, and they dumped tear gas on them because Donald Trump wanted to have a fucking photo op, holding the Bible up for all the suckers.
Hold it. Look, Donald Trump don't follow the Bible.
Of course not. It's fucking stupid.
Listen, neither do you. And neither do more than half the people in this chat. Iowa Blackboard, if you're healthy, COVID-19 shouldn't be a fear. Moron, it's going to be the fact that you're going to need a fucking vaccine permit. An immunity card. That's what the fear is. Because you're not going to be able to go into a fucking store unless you have a vaccine, proof of vaccination.
And I said this 2 months ago, Dwayne.
I've been saying this since 2000, I don't know how long. Since the government came to my fucking door and said, don't talk about vaccines. They came to my door in black suits and SUVs. They came to my door.
Mm-hmm.
And this is fucked up over vaccines. And now I kind of thought, oh, since we defeated them and they can't do anything but threaten me, they have no facts on their side, perhaps they're going to go away. That was my being naive. That they would come back 5 years later. And it's not even going to be about the children anymore, man. They're going to fucking vaccinate every goddamn adult if you want to go into a store.
Dwayne, I've already said this.
I know you said it. I know you know it. But let's see how many people who know this are going to bend over and take it in the ass anyway, because they can't feed their families. They can't feed their friends. They can't buy anything lest they have the mark. Oh, but if you don't know the Bible, you're not going to see how that kind of stuff can happen. I don't think you're going to understand it. I'm not saying this fucking vaccine is the mark of the beast, but listen, like at this point right now, walking into Walmart without a face diaper on, you're going to get shamed by some Karen. You know what I mean? Karen?
Hey, I go to my store and I don't wear a fucking a face mask, and I don't get shamed by anyone. And they're all wearing face masks.
When they turn on the 5Gs in the schools, when they let all the kids back in September and throw all that 5G on them.
Look at me, Dwayne. This is the wrong person to pick a fucking fight with. Okay,
No,
they're not going to fuck with me.
I'm
Okay.
not picking a fight with you.
No, I'm not
I just
talking
think
about
these
you.
fucking
I'm
people
telling
should be
you, when people see me not wearing a face mask, the last thing they're going to think is, we got to start a fight with this guy, because this is the wrong face to start a fucking fight with, Dwayne, and people can see that right away.
I get that, but I totally get that. The problem is, what's going to happen when you can't do anything without a face diaper?
Well, then
Stop calling them face masks. Call them face diapers. Every single person I walk by when I go into Walmart or Crappy Tire, I told you this probably 2 months ago, and I called in. I said, you know what, I'd like to just go fucking punch someone who's wearing a face diaper. Because I really, really think that the same people wearing these fucking face diapers think that a plane crashed into the Pentagon back in 2001. It's the same people. And look how long it took for, I don't know, I think it's the majority of people realize a plane didn't crash into the Pentagon, but maybe I'm in my own circle jerk here in Sausage Fest. I don't get it. But I'd assume that, at least 51% of people in North America, Canadians and Americans, realize that no plane hit the Pentagon. Maybe I'm totally ignorant, and it's more like 10%. I don't know. That sounds great, man. Like, we got a pot shop opening in my small town of 20,000 people.
Nice.
20,000, man, and we're getting a pot shop here in Ontario. It's just exploding all over this province. And our it's good that way. That's freedom, I guess. I don't need to smoke pot to be happy. I have a wife who's given me 6 beautiful children, But I get that. And I don't think you should have a boot strapped around your neck for smoking marijuana, which, from what I can tell, has happened to you. Okay? Am I right? Now, I would like to say something. I was talking to Craig about this before I came on air. I think you got to stop showing 6 different feeds. I think you got to show one, the best one. Now, mind you, 2 are from Portland and 2 from Seattle?
Well, okay, Dwayne, here's what happens is when I show one feed, then we miss this or we miss that, and people will go, oh, well, did you see, they say, and I say, the police dropped tear gas on the protesters, and people go, well, did you have a feed from the front end of and I'm like, yeah, we got fucking feeds from fucking everywhere, and we fucking all watched it happen, dickhole.
I totally agree with you, man. Like, you should have been playing the feed when Trump sent in those choppers, man. That was the coolest. That was the coolest.
Again,
and fucking
Trump
Mike in Southern
did that.
California.
Again,
I
Trump
can't believe it.
did that.
I can't
Trump
believe it.
is ordering the
United
military
States,
to act
you
against
guys
peaceful
have
protest.
to have a real third party. No matter what, the United States absolutely needs a third party, a viable third party. Not a third candidate who's going to steal 10% from one side or the other. But you absolutely have to have a third party that's viable. I'm sure you have the Green Party. I don't know why the Libertarians aren't viable. Like, I don't see
because
why.
Because they don't get any airtime, Dwayne.
I get it.
All it is
I know.
it's just, you know, they don't get a debate. They don't get a. They act like somehow they're not the same caliber of candidate. You know what I mean? So of course they don't. You know, it's just so people have no idea who they are, and you know, they never heard of them. They never heard them say one word.
How can you not? No, they're just fucking. Everyone's heard of the Green Party. Everyone's heard of the Libertarian Party. They're just too fucking lazy. They don't think that their vote's going to count. So they're going to say, all right, I'm kind of libertarian. You know, Trump's not going to take my guns away, so I'm going to vote for Trump.
Well,
Whereas, you know,
everyone may have heard of the Libertarian Party, but who knows who the Libertarian nominee is? Who knows who
is
the
it?
Green
It used
Party
to be Gary
nominee?
Johnson, but that's only because I used to follow Ron Paul.
Right. So
and
this is
Gary
what I'm saying
Johnson.
is that, you know, they don't know who those people are. I don't know how you can expect someone to vote for someone they don't know who they are. You know.
Then there's too many stupid fucking people that are useless leaders anyway. So let them go get the shit kicked out of them in Portland and Seattle on the streets.
The
Big
people
deal.
on the streets are peaceful in both places, dude.
No, it's not. Don't give me that shit.
I'm
watching
watched,
all the
Dwayne,
time.
a lot
The
closer,
link I put in your chat,
a lot
I guess,
closer than you.
Since what's that?
I watched this a lot closer than you.
Yes, that's right. You know, and I'm not watching Fox News. I haven't fucking watched Fox News in 2 weeks.
I'm just saying. I pay close attention to this. This isn't, you know, these people in Seattle have been peaceful. These people in Portland have been
What are
peaceful.
they protesting? Tell me what they're protesting.
They're protesting police brutality, Dwayne, and the police are
Okay.
showing themselves to be out of control, fucking trigger happy,
Now let me
fucking
ask you something.
unaccountable
How many
douches.
times a day are there interactions between police and citizens in just a city like Seattle? Let's just use your town as an example. How many times is there an interaction between people and police? In a day? I don't know. A couple thousand probably, right?
I don't.
How many end up in a dead black man who was unarmed? 0.
Dwayne.
Or a dead white man who's
Dwayne,
unarmed?
that's,
0.
Dwayne, okay, look, I believe I can play you a video right now of a man in the Seattle area who was just killed by police in the same exact fashion as George Floyd.
Oh, how about, well, okay, let's talk about something that I've seen, perhaps you've seen. You've probably seen a lot more than I have. What about Buffalo, New York? That's kind of in my area of the country, you know what I mean? Buffalo, New York, those 2 cops pushed that 70-year-old man to the ground.
Yeah.
There's blood pouring out the back of his head. Have you seen that?
Yeah, it looked like it was coming from his ear, but go ahead.
Okay, so he's got blood pouring out of his head.
Yep.
Now, both the cops have been suspended. The entire unit resigned because those 2 cops were suspended. Now, what do you think of that? Now, I personally don't think that old man, well, I've seen the video. I don't think he posed any threat to them. He was in their way. I don't know. Get out of their way. That's what I keep trying to post in the chat. There's a really good video from Rebel News of a Canadian journalist who was in New York. Okay. She got busted because she was after curfew, even though the rules specifically state media is exempt from the curfew.
Right.
Okay. And she was holding up her press pass, and they throw her into the middle of the street and arrest her.
Yeah.
And stuck her with a whole bunch of women in a jail cell. There's a 12-year-old boy in there. Like, I don't know. No 12-year-old boy should be protesting police brutality. That's my opinion. He hasn't experienced it. And if he has, then he's probably a shitty kid anyway, who gets into trouble. But I just don't get it, man. I don't think these are freedom fighters. I think this is exactly what, I guess you could say the New World Order would want. I think this is exactly what's going to bring further enslavement of our people, of Canadians, of Americans. There's going to be more lockdowns. I just really think that's going to be the major problem, Mike. And I really hope that stop treating these people like they're freedom fighters. They're not freedom fighters.
Look at, there's fucking 30,000 people in the street right there in Portland, and nobody's doing anything except for standing there peacefully. And somehow you want to paint them as evil. It's fucking idiotic, Dwayne. Open your eyes, man.
You know what? No matter what, this is going to bring the heavy hand of government. No matter what they do. They can stand there and smoke peace pipes all night, or they can loot.
That's what this is about. This is about the goddamn heavy hand of government. That's what this is about.
It's going to happen no matter what.
And the more heavy-handed, and the more heavy-handed the government comes out, the more the people are going to come out. More and more and more.
These people don't have jobs.
More and more and more, Dwayne. That's the way it works.
Economic system.
That's exact. The rougher the police are, the more people go into the street. We've watched it happen here just in the last week, dude. We've all watched it around the fucking world, Dwayne. Just in the last week. There was no protest.
What are they going to get? What are they protesting? Police brutality.
Injustice.
Listen, that's not injustice for what?
For all of us, Dwayne.
Why don't these, dude, we're not going to get injustice from people that want to control us anyway. Why are you going to a crooked judge? Like, seriously, why go to a crooked judge to judge us? Like, we're not going to get anything out of this. And I don't mean to be the one to piss in your oatmeal or piss in your Fruit Loops, but listen, man.
These people are beautiful, Dwayne. These people are standing up against injustice. I don't know how you can see it as anything but beautiful. These people never had
injustice. Well, they might have had economic injustice.
It doesn't matter.
You know what? If everyone in Portland and Seattle...
Even if you don't experience police brutality, it doesn't mean that you can't say that it's wrong.
Hey, listen. I believe in things like economic injustice. Listen, I live paycheck to paycheck too, okay? I'm not rich.
Just because you don't experience this or you don't experience doesn't mean you can't say that that's
you know
wrong,
what?
Dwayne.
I don't have a criminal record.
You're saying none of these people ever experienced injustice. Well, that doesn't mean that they don't know that injustice happens and that it's wrong.
No cop is going to be trigger happy with me, and I'll tell you why. Let's say I drive through a red light or I speed through a stop sign, okay? If a cop runs my plate and he's following me and puts on his lights, he's going to see that I don't have a criminal record. So he's not going to be trigger happy when he comes up to the car, okay? If you're a criminal who's been arrested 6 times for meth and domestic abuse and all this shit.
That make people aggro. There's lots of reasons why people have a bad day. There's lots of reasons why people have a bad day, including cops. Okay?
I've never run into a cop who's had a bad day.
You know what? Well, that's very, very lucky of you, Dwayne. And it would seem that you might be able to at least imagine that there are cops out there who have bad days. Right, Dwayne?
Yeah, if they've had bricks thrown at them for 6 hours, probably. I bet you'd be pretty pissed too, and you're going to not be very nice to a Canadian media girl.
Yeah, that's the only reason
City.
A cop would ever have a bad day, Dwayne. Not because they have a headache or they didn't get this or that they wanted. You know, look, Dwayne, that you need to just stop acting like the cops can do no wrong. Okay? Just because you haven't experienced it doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. And just because someone hasn't experienced it doesn't mean that they can't go, you know what, that's fucked up and wrong, and I'm going to go and fight against it right now.
Listen, if that video of what happened to George Floyd is not actors and that really seriously absolutely happened, okay? Because I thought it did when I first saw it. Now, since then, I've seen some stuff that makes me think that it's crisis actors. But let's just say that's real.
Mm-hmm.
I absolutely feel absolutely terrible they would do something like that. I told you the other night, I said I would have shot the cop in the head. Then you're like, so you want to kill cops now? Remember
No,
that
I
conversation?
said that's right because
Okay,
I'm
because
trying
that's
to.
the first thought I had.
Because that's not realistic. Number one, you don't walk around with a gun. Number two,
that's right.
You know,
No,
so
well, I'm just
I mean, what
saying
you're
that as an
saying is
example,
just
okay?
just talking out your ass, Dwayne.
That's fucking retarded for a cop to just sit there and have no empathy. None. I agree with you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is the problem.
Why they treat him like that?
Right. Why do you
in the
treat
first place?
anyone
Why?
like that?
Because
Okay.
he's got a record.
No. Okay, he
Every
was a
single
fucking
black person-
security guard that worked with the cop, dude. Come on, look. They treated everyone involved there said he was not acting like, pulling back from them. He didn't do anything wrong, and they fucking acted like, okay. Look, Dwayne, we all know, okay. And the thing is,
Oh,
is that
and this idiot in the chat
it
thinks
could
dude
happen.
has white privilege. Fuck off.
It could
you know
happen.
What? If I had white privilege and I was a criminal, I wouldn't have white privilege anymore.
It could.
Okay? If I have 6 previous arrests and a cop pulls up behind me and puts on his lights and runs my plates and knows it's me, you fucking moron. Who's this moron? One little Indian. You stupid idiot. Okay, like seriously. I don't have white privilege. I'm not a criminal. I've never been arrested. I don't steal. I don't loot. I don't break windows. There's a reason why no cop's going to beat me up. He has no reason to. Fucking morons in this chat sometimes. Oh my God. But you see, Mike, and you're... Ugh. I like the fact that you allow free speech on your channel. And I'm just telling you, it's... Listen, you can think these people are freedom fighters all day. I don't think that's going to happen. We're not going to get more freedom because of 20,000 people in the streets of Portland.
Well, the 30,000 people on the streets of Seattle 2 days ago ended the fucking curfew. I would say that's getting more freedom. Okay, they demanded, they surrounded the mayor, and they demanded that the mayor end the curfew now, and 2 hours later the curfew was lifted, Dwayne. With 30,000 protesters in the street. The entire purpose for the curfew, it was ended. So you go ahead and say, I don't think they're going to make anything happen, but they already are, dude.
I don't know. I don't believe they're getting more freedom.
You don't want to believe.
Out of going out there.
I just
You might
explained.
think you
I
have
just
freedom
explained
because-
it to you,
you know
dude.
what?
I just explained it to you. You don't want to believe.
No, you're not getting more freedom for this.
They
That's
just
what they
ended
want.
the curfew, dude. They said,
So what?
end your
So
motherfucking
what?
curfew.
The stores open up or close at 11 o'clock now instead of 9.
That's-
Big fucking deal.
That's what they were arresting people for the curfew. They're saying
Yes, and
you're
I
out
told you, I've
past.
been
You
trying to
just
post
got
in the
done
chat.
saying a fucking journalist got arrested because of a stupid fucking bedtime. Okay? The people in Seattle said, fuck you and fuck your stupid bedtime. And the mayor went, you're right.
Yeah,
Okay.
because the mayor's probably a faggot. Actually.
Well, I don't know how that's relevant in any way.
He talks like one. He's got a little lisp. You know?
Well, actually,
It's
people
the
give me a hard
couple
time about the
boobies
way
and
I
stuff.
talk also, Dwayne. And I went to a speech therapist for years. So it's not very nice of them to talk about the way I talk. But there is a
Well, you don't sound like
female,
you're queer.
there is a female as mayor of Seattle. So, you know.
He's probably a carpet muncher.
I don't.
Or she
I don't.
wants
It's
to be a
not
man. Either
relevant,
one.
dude. It's not relevant. What's relevant is you actually recognizing, you saying, oh, they're not going to get any more freedom from doing this shit. And I said, the people in
There's
Seattle
not.
already have. And you refuse to recognize.
Who do you think's going to get blamed? I already saw it on Drudge Report today. The link's probably still up. Now the cases of COVID-19 are going exponential.
I thought you just said COVID-19's not real, Dwayne.
It's not.
Well,
But
pick
they're
a
gonna
fucking
tell you
lane.
it is.
Pick a fucking lane, dude.
No, they're gonna tell you it is, man.
Isn't that what they've been telling us all along, Dwayne?
Yes. How many
Okay.
people you know?
And none of
How
us
many
have fucking
people you
bought
know?
into it.
How many people you know?
What do you
Huh?
mean?
Name one person who died of COVID that you've ever met in your life.
I don't know anyone that died of COVID.
Name anyone who has COVID in your life that you've ever met.
Look, I know people.
If you die of a
I know
car accident,
people
they're gonna
who
call it
have
COVID right now.
tested positive. Look, Dwayne, I make the argument all the time to people who called here and are like, you got to wear the mask, got to wear the mask. I'm like, how many influenza deaths were there from January until May? Okay, how many? I want to know exactly how many there were, because I'm telling you right now, there is less than 1/10 of as many as there were in 2019. And that should tell you something.
But the media is going to blame all these people in the streets now. I just saw it on Drudge Report. They're already starting to do it.
They're
They're
going
already
to
gonna
blame them
blame
for
the
everything,
protesters.
Dwayne. They got you calling them violent and all this other shit, dude.
Who cares? Let's pretend they're all God-fearing, beautiful
Fuck
Christians.
God, let's pretend that
Shut
they're
up.
fucking
All right, listen.
proud,
Fine,
brave
fine,
Americans.
fine,
Proud,
Let's
brave
pretend they're all
Americans who,
hotheads.
in the
Let's have
American
freedom,
tradition
peace, love,
of
and
going
everything.
into the street and demanding
Fine.
that their representative government hear
They're
their
all- all right,
voices.
I'll
How
forget I
about you
said
show
that.
them that little tiny bit of respect, Dwayne? How come you can't do that, Dwayne? You know, these are proud Americans who, in the proud American tradition, have gone into the street and demand that their voices be heard, standing up against an ultraviolet, trigger-happy, heavily armed police state who cannot stand being fucking challenged.
How many people dead at the hands of police brutality last year? Last year, how many people died?
You know what, Dwayne? We don't know how many because it's not kept track of properly. And in fact, they have a mass graveyard in New York City so that they can hide as many of those as possible in case you don't catch on to that.
Dude, they're fucked. They're not going to get anything out of this. They might be able to extend the curfew by 2 hours.
There
They're
is
not
no
gonna get more
curfew.
freedom
There
out of
is
it.
no
They're not going to
curfew.
get more economic
There
freedom
is
out of
no
it.
curfew in Seattle. It has
All
been
those people,
lifted.
all those people in the street are still going to have no job to go to on Monday. Okay? There's no economic freedom. That's what we need. Not fucking freedom from police brutality if you're a criminal.
We need freedom from fucking the police constantly
I
breathing
agree.
down
The-
our neck.
You know,
We don't
that
need
old
that.
picture that Alex Jones always shows is right, where the cops from the 50s walked around with a fucking baton. Now they're walking around heavily armed.
In New York with fucking automatic rifles.
I agree with you. I agree with you on that. But you know what? If you stay your ass out of trouble, you're not going to have a problem, man. And it's not because I'm fucking white. Maybe.
Look, Dwayne, you don't know that it's not because you're white. Because here's what I'm going to tell you, okay? When I walk down the street and the cops look at me, they go, okay, that guy has drugs, okay? And they do the same thing.
I agree.
They do
I
the
agree.
same
If I
thing
look
with
at
black
you
people,
walking down
okay?
the street, I think that guy has drugs.
So they're going to do the same thing with black people and a whole lot worse,
So
okay?
shave your fucking head and look like a
Fuck
Nazi.
that, yeah,
and you
get a
won't be
fucking
bothered.
cop haircut and look like everybody else and color inside the lines. Be a good
No,
cop
no,
sucker.
you know what?
Be a good cop sucker and you will be you'll be just fine.
Mike, just shave your head like me, keep a nice clean face. They won't bug you, man.
Yeah.
And
Is
especially if you don't
that
get
what it
yourself
is that
in
what it
trouble.
tells you to do in the Bible in your lovely book, Dwayne? To
No,
make
it tells
to
you
make
not
it
to
clear
steal.
that to make it clear
It
that
tells you not to steal Nike shoes.
that God didn't make you good enough, so you have to shave your face every day to make you more better than God made
No,
you, Dwayne.
because having hair on my face makes me feel gross.
Uh-huh.
That's my personal
Well,
opinion.
you know what? Maybe God wanted you to have hair on your face, Dwayne.
No.
Why
you
did God
didn't
put
pay
it
me.
there
I
then,
wouldn't
Dwayne?
bother, man.
Why
I'll
would
follow
God
the
put it
razor
there
all the
then,
time.
Dwayne? Huh?
Nah,
Why?
gross, man.
Why would God put it there then, Dwayne?
I don't know. Maybe he put it there so I can shave it.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, that makes sense. So we can make pollution from throwaway razors and all kinds and Gillette people rich
pollution from
and
throwaway razors. Give me a break. The pollution's already there. I'm pollution, you know that, and it has nothing to do with razors. Nobody's talking about the dead zone in the middle of the Pacific being because of razors. It's because of plastic.
because
So give me a
plastic,
break.
that's what they're made out of, dude. You don't have
Razors
plastic
are made out of Oh, no. I'm actually talking about the blades themselves, sir. Okay, no, I'm actually talking about the actual cutting tool, not the holding.
Well, you
because,
have a straight
you know,
edge. You have a
you
straight
can
edge
cut
that
your
you
face
use
with
every
a
day.
razor without the plastic. You know that, right? You can cut your beard without, you know.
Oh,
maybe
you
well,
just
maybe
use
you
a
don't.
straight edge every day. Is that right?
Maybe you don't know that, but you don't actually have to have the plastic hand contraption to be able to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, you know what? Hey, it's fun to call this show.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be honest with you. Even if we don't see eye to eye and everything, it's fun to call this show and get my opinions out. Listen, the other night when I called, I think it was Wednesday, I went to work the next day. All I could think about was the conversation I had with you. I'm telling you, man. That's all I could think about all day at work was the conversation I had on this call with you. And it was like, all right. And then the old fart from Southern California called after me. He just criticized me. And it's like, all right, what's he talking about? He's
Well,
like,
Dwayne, look at the people who call after you and criticize you are. I don't understand why people do this. Okay.
it's not fair though, because you know.
I don't
I'd like to
understand.
call
That's
back,
what I'm
but I
saying.
wanna
It's not
think of-
fair, okay? One of the callers the other night called up and said, "I don't even know why I'm calling," and then fucking repeat, and then immediately calls Michelle the C word, and
are you serious?
knowing that that's like the whole, that's the word that triggers women beyond all else.
It is.
And then
It is.
and then he acts
Makes
like,
women
I don't
nuts.
even know why I called, and I know why you fucking called. You called so you could call Michelle a cunt and trigger her.
Wow,
that was your whole
because you know
purpose
what,
of
that triggers
calling.
women more than anything.
Yes, that's what a crazy person does.
Yep, that's the worst thing you can call a woman. Believe me, I know that.
You know what, Dwayne? But it's my favorite word to come out of a woman's mouth. I love it when
I
women
guess
use
so.
that word.
I don't know. I think that word's disgusting.
I love it when women use that word.
No, yeah. When they say, "Hey, come and suck," nah, never mind. Hey, Mike, I love this show, man. And you know what? You ended up, you and Craig ended up sending me a bunch of Mox News stickers.
Excellent.
I put one on my car. Okay. Now I'm thinking, are you wanting me to kind of go put them on bus shelters?
No, I don't want you to
okay.
put them on anything other than stuff that you want to put them on. So I'm not looking. I
was thinking about
I like putting them on stuff.
Sticking one up in the.
I like putting
at
them on
work,
stuff. Like
man.
I keep trying to get Craig to put one on his drone, so it'll be a Mox News official drone. You know, I don't. That's the. It's cool. That's all.
Because I'm putting one on my car, no matter
Excellent.
what.
Yeah, Craig got one on his car. It's wearing very well in the weather, so you know.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
You know, we haven't had rain in 2 weeks, which kind of sucks for my.
Wow,
car.
that's amazing.
No, you know what? All the thunderstorms went east and west of us. Like, no, it's been awesome, man. I love this world. Actually, I don't love this world. I love my place in it.
Yeah.
You know, and I live paycheck to paycheck, man. When I give you money, it's because I have something extra.
It's very nice of you, Dwayne. Very nice of you.
What's that?
It's very nice of you.
I love it. I love it. And you know what? The fact that you let me speak my mind, and you know what? I'm going to go back and rethink everything. Like the other night when I called. And I'm glad that Mike in Southern California gave me some kind of criticism afterwards anyway, because I took that to heart. I figured out what's going on. But, you know, and I didn't call about these protests anyway. I just called to see how you're doing, my friend.
Yeah.
Because, you know what? For 3 days since I called, I was all excited that night because I've been watching all the protests in Washington. I don't give a fuck anymore, man. You know what? I got a garden to finish with my family.
I hear you.
I've got a chicken coop to make and fix up. You know, That kind of stuff is what matters. I don't have time to watch fucking protests anymore. I did 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
I did last week.
I hear you. Look, Dwayne, I say again and again, a man has got to have priorities. You know that, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So-
And you know something? Like, I'd love to have it out with some of these fucking people in your chat, man. Like this one little Indian guy. Like, man, it's just... You know what? I'd love to have it out with... I'd really actually... I bet you every single person in this chat would get along with me. Every single person in this chat would get along with me. And, you know, same with Mike in Southern California. He said the other night, like, you know what? He's right. We'd sit there and scream at each other for 3 hours drinking beer on a Friday night. And we'd still be doing it the next day. He's right about that. I like the guy.
Yeah.
But, you know... First of all, I don't think you and Mike should be talking about anything spiritual because you don't know God, you don't know the Bible, you don't know any of that stuff.
You don't know what I know and don't know, Dwayne.
I'm sure you don't know nothing about the Bible, and that's pretty obvious. You know, by the fruits you shall know them. By your fruits you shall know them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Dwayne.
Yeah.
You
You're
think
not a
my
Bible follower.
fruits
You know
are
what?
evil?
My wife and I
Is
had
that
a
right,
discussion
Dwayne? My fruits are evil.
No.
So, well, there you go,
No.
Dwayne. So,
That,
come on.
my wife and I talked about that. My wife and I talked about that. Because your fruits are not evil.
Of course not. They're righteous.
And the fact that you use the word fruits makes me think you're still special. You are, man. You are. Oh my God, how cheesy. I don't say that kind of shit to men. You are, man. You are, Mike. That's why I call this show, and I don't agree with fucking half the people that even, you know, I don't agree with you on a lot of things, but I still call the show. And I love this show, and everyone in the chat, whether you agree with me or not, hey, thanks for showing up, and keep showing up. And don't be afraid to call and say your opinion, because you know what? I fucking call, I say what's on my mind, whether you like it or not. And Mike lets you do that. And he'll pull your feet on the fire and everything. I love this show, Mike. You have a blessed evening, and bless all of you who are in the chat. You know, hey, Mike, thanks, man.
Hey, Dwayne,
You know,
tell Jane Mike says hi, and I hope you get to enjoy time in your garden.
I'm going to. We got a lot of work tomorrow because today was our day off of Sabbath rest, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, hey, Mike, you take care. Keep up with the show because you know what? I'm getting my news from you, my friend. Not Fox. I'm getting my news from Mox.
Well, right on, Dwayne. I'm glad you're still calling in, man. I look forward to talking to you soon.
Yeah, take care, my friend. You take care, okay?
All right,
Bye-bye.
see ya. All right, that's our buddy Dwayne from the Great Northwest. Yeah, go ahead. Craig wants to go to casino. Craig, you still want to go to casino? Are you still want to go casino? You are? Yeah. Okay, Craig wants to go to casino, so I think this is going to be the last caller.
Yes.
Hello, caller.
Hello, what's going on?
We are doing
My
this
name's
thing that we do. Yes, this is Mux. Who is this is?
I'm Mike.
Hey, Mike, how's it going, man?
All right, just watching what's going on, you know, out there in Seattle.
Right on.
And, I mean, I lived out there back in 07 and 08, and, you know, lots changed, but Cleveland, we got these protests going on, and they've been, we only had one really, you know, bad night, but they've been peaceful, but what's up with out there? I mean, it just looks like a you know, battleground every day.
Where's that?
Seattle and Portland.
Well, it's,
I mean, you
the
got all
people
these
are in the
all
street.
lined up.
The people are in the street and they're peaceful, and then the cops drop tear gas on them, and still they're peaceful. The cops just drop tear gas on the people in the street in Seattle, and they're peaceful still. The cops last night dropped tear gas on peaceful protesters in the street in Portland, and tonight there's 20,000 people in the street in Portland, and they're still peaceful.
Right. But, I mean, I watched it the one night, and actually Seattle and Portland almost simultaneously went off the crowd going onto the police. Because there are agitators there throwing bottles, throwing all kinds of things. So what I really think is, what are your thoughts of these being coordinated by some other, higher up controlling protests?
There's professional paid agitators in the crowd, okay? We've seen it, we know it. There's provocateurs in the crowd from the police. We've seen it, we know it, okay? And anytime that you see these people who sit for hours and hours and hours with their hands up saying, hands up, don't shoot, and then all of a sudden, oh, well, they turned violent. Fuck you, okay? Some fucking cunt got agitated, or one of the paid fucking agitators decided now's the right time, and the police used that as an excuse every time. If the police focused on the people who were doing the criminal activity instead of fucking with the peaceful protesters, those people could be easily taken care of without all the bullshit.
But you gotta look at the amount of people compared to the police.
Yeah.
And they're sitting there wondering, is there someone that's going to take a shot at me today because of all of this? I mean, what is really going to get accomplished from all of this other than all this destruction? Look at New York.
There isn't destruction in Seattle.
Not yet.
No, there is. Damn it, these people are fucking peaceful. Why can't you give them their due? Okay, they don't have to be, they do not have to be peaceful. They can march right over the top of the motherfucking cops. Right over the top of the police. No problem. There's plenty of them to do that. That's not what they're after. Give them their fucking due.
What do they want? I mean,
they want a broken justice system fixed. They want the people that are causing the real problem, the real threat, to admit that there is a problem, number one, and number two, that they are it.
Okay, but the thing is, you can't go after all of the police.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
So you're saying you can go after all the police?
All the police. All the police. Did you not see the gentleman, 75 years old, shoved to the ground, his head breaks open, and the cops just keep on walking? 57 of those people, 57 of those piece of shit cops that were there, 57 of those piece of shit cops that were right there on the ground with them, then resigned after those cops were suspended. And now the cops have been charged. So we're clear. And so the cops, if they're not allowed to beat up on 75-year-olds, they're going to fucking quit. That's who the fucking cops are. So we're clear.
So you got your facts mixed up a little bit. Those 57 did not resign. They stepped down from the SWAT positions back to patrol.
What I read was that they resigned. They turned in letters of resignation.
Nope, they actually resigned from the SWAT team back to patrol to send a message, to stand behind those guys, because his head was not cracked open. The blood came from the front side of his ear. I mean, there's pictures out there that have shown everything. So
and the cops didn't push the NPR camera down as if this is some kind of a dictatorship where a card-carrying journalist doesn't have the right to film. Is that right? That didn't happen either, I suppose.
I didn't see.
What fucking do you pay attention? Okay, look at this is the fucking problem. The police are the fucking problem, and they look at these peaceful, beautiful people, proud, brave Americans in the proud, brave American tradition, and say, no, you're the problem.
So would you rather police be just reactive than proactive? So basically, you don't have them out on patrol looking for crimes. Only when there's a crime, you have them go?
I want the drug war ended. 80% of crime, statistics, studies show again and again, 80% of crime is drug related. You end the drug war, then we don't need 80% of these fucking piece of shit cops walking around looking for somebody to beat up, do we?
Right. So how do we end the drug war? Legalize marijuana. That's your first step, because now you're defunding any cartels or anything. You're actually using that money to come back.
Right. End the
What
drug
about
war.
other
Just
drugs?
end
I
it
mean,
all.
what about-
Stop
what about
acting
the-
like you're going to
what about the heroin
babysit people and that's going to give you some other outcome than a fucking heroin epidemic. Goddamn stupid piece of shit.
How did the heroin epidemic start?
The drug war. The drug war is the gateway.
No, it's the pharmaceutical company.
The drug war is the gateway. When you criminalize
The gateway
this
to what?
to hiding your problem, dumb. What are you, new today or something? You can't come out and say, "Hey, I have a problem with this substance," because if you do, you're going to lose your home, you're going to lose your family, you're going to go to jail.
How am I going to lose my family and go to jail for doing what?
For having a controlled substance abuse problem.
Well, that's also why there needs to be better rehabilitation from that. I mean, what the clinics they have now, what was your success rate is what? 30% of that?
It doesn't matter. What matters is that when you have a drug war, you get the exact opposite outcome of its intended fucking, what, 100, 200, 300 trillion dollar a year budget? I don't know. And the fucking DEA and the fucking drug war. It's worthless.
I'm all for disbanding the DEA and the ATF.
There you go.
I mean, let me ask you this. So, when these protesters start turning violent and doing, the shit like they did here in Cleveland, do you support people who will arm themselves and defend their business or property?
I support people to arm themselves and defend themselves and their families and their property.
Okay, so see, we agree on that.
The people that you're talking about are less than 0.1% of the people that are in the streets. And why do you choose to focus on that instead of these beautiful, proud, brave Americans in the proud, brave American tradition of demanding that their representative government hear their voices? Why do you choose to focus on the one-tenth of 1%? Why would you do that?
These brave, proud Americans you call some of these protesters, what about the same ones that they're out there protesting that are now burning our flag and saying, "Fuck America"?
That is also something that is look it, you should feel good about that. You want to know why? Because you can't do that in Iran. You can't do that in Russia.
I completely understand that.
Okay, so good, yeah. So then you should support these people. They're exercising their constitutional rights. How much more beautiful can something be than that?
So, Mike, I think, it sounds like you are somewhat of a patriot. But do you think with these protests that there is another, agitator that's trying to destroy America? Like a guy that is
I think that there are people.
Life achievement will be destroying America.
I think that there are people who are trying to make these protesters look evil, and that there are simple-minded people who are buying into that wholeheartedly.
Well, do you think that man George Soros has anything to do with this?
I think George Soros probably has something to do with everything. That's what all the conspiracy theorists say, right? So there.
Well, you know what? Conspiracy theorists, I don't think that's a good term. Because
it's a horrible term, like any other label. It's just stupid, okay? But I don't know what else to refer to these people who constantly want to bring up fucking George Soros. George Soros is everywhere. Oh my God, let's be afraid of George Soros. Fuck George Soros. The people, if George Soros gets close, if George Soros gets anywhere near the motherfucking Black Lives Matter movement, they will eat him alive. What part of that don't you understand? Jesus.
I completely agree. Because he's using them as pawns.
They will eat him like fucking zombies, okay? He's fucking nothing. And I'll bet you the vast majority of people in the Black Lives Movement, if you ask them who George Soros was, would have no fucking idea.
No one does. But you did bring up a funny thing. You brought up zombies. I really hope for zombies with this COVID-19. And I completely agree.
Well, that's what they want you to look at the people as. That's why you have to wear masks. So that you know that you can never forget everyone's infected with the zombie virus now.
So do you think there's some way, if you do die from it, eventually you may, reincarnate, you may come back from the dead?
No, I'm not coming back again. This is my last incarnation on this planet. I am fully aware of that.
All right. Well, you know what? This is the first time I've seen you on here, and it was very interesting. Could I call back another time?
What is your name?
My name's Mike.
Yeah, Mike, you can call back anytime you want.
All right, cool, Mike. Have a good night.
I look forward to talking to you again soon.
Oh, yes, we will with these protests, and there will be more.
Thanks for calling.
Have a good one.
See ya. That's our buddy Mike. And again, it always boils down to this. You know, this police state thing. For me, it's always boiled down to this. For 17 years now, I've been doing the YouTube. Okay, and for 17 years. Not some new thing where, the police state and I'm triggered and I'm buying into the divide, the big fucking PSYOP divide. It's not something new. For 17 years, I have been telling you that you either side on, for 17 years, I've been telling you the lines have been drawn. Either you stand on the side of freedom or you stand with the police state. It's your choice. This isn't something new. You saying something, Craig?
Yeah, I got a piece of video that everybody absolutely has to see from some police violence in Seattle tonight. They took down a couple protesters, and this is off of one of the Twitter feeds. Real quick, too, they're saying that the projectile that was thrown that provoked the police to start their crazy raid on everybody, it turns out that it was a candle in a glass jar of some kind, but they were saying it was an improvised explosive, which clearly the pictures they got of it show that it's a candle. But I want to show you this video in a minute, so I'm going to set this up while you're doing your thing, and I'll chime back in as soon as I have it ready.
Okay. So Craig has police state violence coming up for us. Seattle police violence coming up. Again, this is what I'm saying is that this can happen to anyone. Okay, Dwayne likes to believe that it can't happen to him. It's very, very unlikely that it would ever happen to someone like Craig. But it doesn't mean that it's impossible, number one. And number two, it doesn't mean that that just because Craig doesn't experience the injustice that these other people clearly have, that he's not able to recognize injustice when he sees it. And that's why he says we have to see this video now, is because he saw injustice and he wants to make sure that we understand what it is that we're talking about here. Okay? And it's nothing to do with, George Floyd. I mean, if I don't want to say if, what we saw happen to George Floyd was horrific, and no one deserves that. And that's what this is all about. No one deserves that. We can't allow a rabid, happy police state to go around killing people or spraying 6-year-old girls in the face with pepper spray or jeopardizing people because they can't stand, being challenged. They can't stand being asked about, whether they think Black Lives Matter or not. Okay. Craig's still working on that clip. So if anybody wants to call, this is going to be your last chance to call tonight. We are going to go, what time is it? It's 11:30, so we're going to give this a couple more minutes Craig is saying that he wanted to go to casino. He wanted to go to casino last week, and then I fucking ran this really late, and he didn't get to go casino, so I don't want him not to be able to go to casino this week because of him helping out us have a beautiful show. But we want to watch this for a few more minutes, and if anybody and Craig has a clip he wants to play for us.
Let's try this and see if it comes through. If it might be screwed up in size, we may have to play it twice, but let's give it a shot here. I'll probably have to pull it into place.
Hey, I need bodies! Back up! Everybody back up! We cover spray! Back up!
Hands up!
Back up behind me!
Nope.
Behind me! I got you! Behind me! Stop! Push it back and forth! Get the fuck off! Come on!
Hey! What am I doing? I'm not doing anything. Hey, that's abuse! Officer, what's your name?
Back up! Everybody back up! No, grab your man, right?
That's abuse! He's not doing shit! Hey! This is your chance!
Stop!
Grab your man! This is your chance!
Hold the line!
Hold
the line!
Line!
Hold the line! Hey! Grab your man! Grab your man! Hold the line!
This is... Hey, guys!
I need 3 right here. Do not let us get corralled in. Hold the line!
What is he doing? Hey! This is your chance! Hey! Sir! This is your chance! Do you want another George Floyd? Do you want the city to burn?
Stop. Hold the line. What's his name? Do we got a name? I got his fucking wall.
Hey!
Hey, I need bodies! Back up! Everybody back up! We cover spray! Back up!
Hands up!
Back up behind me!
Nope.
Behind me!
Hey!
Hey, I need bodies! Back up! Everybody back up! We cover spray! Back up!
Hands up!
Back up behind me!
Nope.
Behind me! I got you! Behind me! Stop! Push it back and forth! Get the fuck off! Come on!
Hey! What am I doing? I'm not doing anything. Hey, that's abuse! Officer, what's your name?
Back up! Everybody back up! No, grab your man, right?
That's abuse! He's not doing shit! Hey! This is your chance!
Stop!
Grab your man! This is your chance!
Hold the line!
Hold the line!
Hold the line!
And if anybody wants to call, the number is 805-669-6397, 805 Mox News, and we're covering the Seattle, we're covering the Portland, and you can see there are tens of thousands of people in the street in both places, completely fucking peaceful until the police start some shit. And that's what's going to happen again tonight, just like last night. Any minute here would be my guess, is that the police are about to drop tear gas on all the... Although there's... in Portland, I bet you that's about to happen in Portland anytime. Because the police are so far back from the protesters, they'll just fling the gas all up against the fence right here. And that will make it so that the protesters, have to fucking scatter. Hello, caller.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, what's happening?
How's it going?
Good. How about you?
Oh, it's going okay. Tell you the truth, I have not seen anything about these riots in person. I have no idea what anyone's talking about. Yeah. I have no idea what's going on.
Are they dropping tear gas in Portland now? It looks like they're dropping tear gas in Portland or something. I see smoke.
Well, I mean, tell you the truth. At a certain point, you gotta like stand up for the correct ideals. Okay, this is a battle over ideas. The whole people marching in the streets. It's just a battle over who thinks they're right.
It's a battle over freedom, dude. It's a battle over who the streets belong to.
America. It belongs to Americans.
The people. The streets belong to the people.
Yeah, well, not these people that like to go ahead and destroy America. The people that like to go ahead.
What you gonna focus on the 1/10 of 1% also?
Hey! Have you ever ended up seeing a kid at the playground that took another kid's toy and took it and stomped on it because they didn't like the other kid having fun or having a toy that they couldn't own?
No, I don't think I've seen that before, actually.
Antifa's looking at America and being like, you know what? I can't have that, but you know what? I'll take it and I'll destroy your shit.
Yeah, because that's what's happening with these protesters right now. Is the people with their hands in the air, they all got fucking televisions in them, right? They all got fucking arms full of merchandises in them, right? Because that's not what I see happening, and yet you gotta fucking paint the 1/10 of 1% with the whole fucking brush. You gotta act like everybody's that way. Fucking stupid.
My good friend Mike, those my good friends are not protesters.
Of course they're protesters. The rioters, these rioters are not here. None of these people are rioters. Okay? The people in Portland were just there, 20, 30,000 of them. They're just standing in the park and the police dropped tear gas on them.
Oh yeah, because like CNN
Fuck
says
CNN,
that
this
people...
isn't CNN.
Okay, fine. But I mean, like, just you walking downtown and having shit thrown at you and fires all over the place.
There's no fires. There's no fires in Portland. There's no fires in Seattle.
There's fires everywhere.
There is no fires in Portland or Seattle. Dude, I don't know what fucking coverage you're watching, CNN, but this is not what's happening. Your brain has been poisoned incorrectly.
Well, it's nice that two cities don't have terrible riots.
You know what? There was just hundreds of thousands of people in Washington, D.C. tonight, and there's no fucking riots there. There's millions of people in the streets. And you want to focus on this 1/10 of 1% and act like that's all there is.
Oh yeah, I really do like you bringing up that 1/10 of 1%.
You really do you?
Because I mean, like, that's how many people died from the coronavirus. So I kind of want to hear your point about you downplaying the rioters and then upplaying this coronavirus shit.
How did I upplay? How did I upplay? How did I upplay the coronavirus? How did I upplay? How did I upplay the coronavirus?
I don't know.
That's right, because I didn't. Okay, you were talking out your ass. What the fuck, dude?
Yeah. Hey.
Hey, what?
Everything's upside down, okay? It's topsy-turvy world, and nobody knows what the fuck's going on, okay?
I know what's going on, and you're allowing your brain to be poisoned into believing that you don't. So you have to follow what people tell you, like that there's rioters and fires and looters everywhere, and that is bullshit. That is bullshit.
I have not seen one in my own life. In my whole life, I've not seen one rioter. Not one protester.
And yet that's all you think is out there in the street right now.
Okay. I only saw a few protesters about like 3 years ago outside of an abortion rally when I was trying to go metal detecting. And the place that was doing abortion ended up actually playing a whole bunch of George Carlin really fucking loud so I could hear it as I was metal detecting. That's the only protesters I've ever seen.
I'm showing you protesters right here with their hands up saying don't shoot, not doing anything, but standing there with their hands up saying don't shoot, and police are launching tear gas on them.
Technically, I want to go ahead and get to the originating point of this whole protest. Why is everyone protesting?
Because of police brutality.
No. What instigated it?
Endless police brutality has instigated it.
No.
Yes.
We want to get a little bit more specific.
No, you want to get a little more specific. You want to say it's all about one person. How can these people be so upset over one guy? Fuck, dude. Get a clue. Get a fucking clue. Get a fucking clue, man.
Did you end up looking up the statistic or the number or whatever it is?
I don't have to.
White people are actually hurt by the cops a lot more than black people are. You didn't even look that up.
Are you ready to go to? You still want to go to casino? No. Okay.
It's dumping outside.
Yeah. Look, dude. Here's the deal. The police are brutalizing peaceful people because they can. That is unacceptable. It needs to change. That's all there is to this. If you want to fucking frame it in some other way, it's simply to try and derail what is trying to be accomplished here.
Mark, I'm not trying to derail it, but you are all of a sudden, out of nowhere, coming to the realization that this is a much bigger problem than you anticipated it was, because you're going 1,000 miles per hour.
For 17 years, I have been telling. For 17 years, I have been telling you people on YouTube that the lines have been drawn. Either you stand on the side of freedom or you stand with the police state. This is not something new for me. This is not something new for me.
Exactly. For 90 years, it has been that way. Ever since the beginning of around 1913 with the...
Then stand on the side of freedom, dude.
Yeah, well, exactly. It changed when the money changed. Follow the money. All these protests are being funded by money, somehow, some way. Who's paying for it?
Yeah, All these millions of people in the street are somehow being pushed there by money. Is that right?
Oh, Oh, okay. So you're telling me that these 80 plus percent of people come into my town, okay? If you go to any corner that has a protest, 80% of those people are not from my own fucking city or state. They're all from California.
Yeah, well, a lot of people travel to your tourist state to be in your tourist fucking driven
state.
state.
Never been to fucking Reno, will not fucking stay in Reno, and are fucking running away from Reno the second they're done fucking rioting.
Yeah. Well, if the stupid ass police focused on them, then there wouldn't be a problem instead of spending all their fucking energy on peaceful protesters. Duh.
Oh, okay, so you're telling me about the, 15-20% of actual Nevadans that actually live here are the peaceful protesters?
Yeah, that's right. 80%. That's right. 80% of the people in the protest are fucking criminals, dude. Fuck, Jesus Christ. Why aren't you a fucking police officer, man? Give me a fucking break.
They're out-of-staters.
They're not out-of-staters in my fucking city. Okay? They're proud fucking Americans. And I want them treated like that, or you can fuck off! Got it?
They're out-of-staters. They're not respecting the way the city is supposed to be ran.
Well, then maybe your fucking police should do their fucking job and take care of the people that don't belong there. Okay? These people are proud Americans. These people on my feeds are proud Americans in the proud American tradition of going into the street and demanding that their representative government hear their voices. And they have every right to do that, and to look at them in any other way is fucking only because you don't fucking have the slightest. You don't care about freedom, dude. You just.
I appreciate that sentiment. I do like that people go out and have their voice heard with signs. You know, you gotta write what you feel down. You know, that way you can show people, and then you can start a discussion. That's very good. You know, that's why you have a show. You know, you can start a discussion. I like it. Yeah, but the only thing that the cops are doing are they're flying helicopters kind of low to the city. And that's all. That's the only scary thing.
Are you talking about Reno? Are you talking about Reno?
Yeah, I mean,
okay, well, I don't know what's going on in Reno. Okay, what I know is that these people are good, righteous people standing up against injustice. Standing up to a heavily armed, trigger-happy police state that can't stand to be challenged for 1 second.
I have a question. Like, who are they standing up for?
They're standing up against injustice, which means they're standing up for all of us.
An idea?
What?
Against an idea.
Are you trying to say injustice doesn't exist? Is that what you're trying to say?
No. I'm not saying that, but I mean, like, it's a little hard to fight an idea. An idea will live on forever.
It's not hard to fight an idea. It's not hard to fight injustice. If you care about freedom, it is not hard to fight for injustice. It's not hard to fight against injustice. It's very simple. The fucking stupid ass people in control of Seattle said you now have a curfew at 9 p.m. The protesters went into the streets and said, fuck you and fuck your fucking curfew. Take it, end it now. And the mayor ended the curfew. The protesters went into the street and they said, show us your fucking badge numbers, you evil fucking cunts. And now the Seattle police chief said we're going to show their fucking badge numbers. Okay? They're not accomplishing anything. And they are, look at, the whole covering up of the badge number is simply so that evil can be done. So they're fighting injustice and they're making fucking headway.
I do understand that. I saw the videos you posted. I do appreciate those. Those were nice. I do like you informing me of the good turns of this, protest slash. I mean, like, a lot of it is a protest. Like, okay, Mark, I want your honest, percentage. Like, how much of it is a riot versus how much of it is a, protest?
0.1% of the people in the protest actually have anything to do with breaking things, setting fires, or stealing stuff. 0.1%. That means 1 out of 1,000 people at best. And for whatever reason, moron after moron wants to focus on that 0.1%.
I don't know, because like our downtown ended up getting like smashed up by some people, and we had our like courtroom, like windows broken, and like a few other buildings downtown, all that shit broken. So telling the truth, it's happening in my own city. So the thing that you're telling me ain't really jiving with what I can go see downtown.
How many people do you think it takes to break a window? Okay? There are good people and smashing the fucking courthouse windows at times can be very appropriate.
True, depending on what is happening. But
injustice.
That was the question I'm trying to get you to get to. We're trying to get you to acknowledge your answer. The reason why the protest initially started was because of a gentleman.
Incorrect. The reason the protests have started, the reason the protests are going on is because there has been an endless display of police brutality and injustice in this country. One person after another after another.
Oh, there's this Donner guy. Who's that guy again? He was that black police officer that was retired and just doing basic security and ended up just getting fucking blown to fucking bits.
In L.A.?
I don't know. Something Dorner.
Oh, Chris Dorner?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that guy. No one cries for him.
That's not true. I cried for him quite a bit.
Yeah, well, I don't know. My ability to cry after my friend ended up getting, axed. It kind of ended up going away pretty. Like, it's a hard thing to go ahead and get me to cry. Like, a movie's like, getting me to cry is hard. I just want to say that. But that whole like not feeling the same thing or not giving the same acknowledgement to a guy that actually was trying to help instead of a guy that was trying to peddle some fucking phony bills. Well, he was high, 3 times as high as what it would take to go ahead and kill somebody on meth. And he was also high off of shit on fentanyl. So, technically...
Again, it's not about one person.
If you're that fucking high off of meth and fentanyl,
okay.
And
Okay, so, yeah, we make excuses for why police kill people all the time. That's what we do here at Mox News. We make endless excuses for why people in police custody die. They die. People die. That's what they do, And if they had drugs in their system, well, I guess it's just better. It's just better now that they're dead because, they were druggies anyway. So what difference does it make? Come on. You guys just gonna buy up all this fucking garbage? You're just going to eat it with a spoon? Is that how it's going to work? All the protesters are rioters. They're all stealing. They're all smashing. That's not what's happening. These people in Seattle have, again, sat peacefully for 6 hours. The only thing that we saw happen was the police dumped tear gas on them after they promised that they would not do that for at least 30 days. Hello, caller.
Hello.
Hey, man, I just wanted to call. I was watching your show, and hang on a second. Let me get my wires together here a little bit. Watching your show, and I don't know, was that that guy who broke through the barrier and attacked the cops, and then the cops pushed him down, and then what was that in Seattle?
I didn't see anybody break through a barrier.
Did you saw the guy that was rushing the cops?
I didn't see anybody rushing the cops.
It was on your feed.
Yeah, he didn't rush the cops.
Well, he got pushed down by the cops. So is that correct?
Yeah, he got pushed down by the cops and beaten
okay,
up,
well, he was
beaten up by the
He
cops.
was past the barrier.
Oh my God! An American walked past a barrier somewhere? Oh my God! So he should have got his ass kicked. Is that what you're saying? They should have beat the shit out. They should have killed that fucking cunt. What the hell?
Well, they were on top of him. I mean, maybe we're looking at the wrong thing here, because I saw a black guy with his hands out going stop with the people from behind. You know, he was trying to keep the people from behind entering toward what was happening with the cops. So obviously that guy had gone through the peaceful people and was involving himself with the police.
Hey, hey, hey.
Hey, I need bodies! They're here! Back up! Back up! Back up! Everybody back up! We pepper spray! Back up!
You guys going up? Hands up.
Back up behind. Behind me, stop.
Resisting! Yeah, he was resisting arrest, I'm sure. How many times have we seen that? How many times? Over and over and over again. Look, we've watched the police brutalize person after person after person after person for years and years and years. And these are just the ones that get on video. And these are just the videos that make it to the news. Okay? So what percentage of that do you think is actually, happening? Because I'm telling you, less than 10% of these horrible brutalization issues with the police actually ever get attention. Way, way, way less than 10%. So your statistics about how many fucking black people, this, and how many white people, you know what? Those statistics are completely skewed. And I don't know why you simply can't open your eyes and look with your eyes and see these people. These people are peaceful. They're not causing a problem. These people could walk over the top of the police and stomp them to death. That's not what they want. They simply want to be listened to and treated with proper respect, treated with as if they have the right to be in the street and that they have a perfectly good reason to be there. And instead, little pindick cops are beating up little girls. We've watched it again and again. They're dressed in head to toe in fucking stormtrooper armor, and they're fucking beating up little girls. Okay? So, yeah, go be a copsucker somewhere else. Okay? But America, it's gonna be unacceptable real soon. And it should have been unacceptable for the last 20 fucking years. So you know. And Craig's given 10 Mox News stickers out for $5 donations. So you kick down $5, you get 10 Mox News stickers. They look just like this. Professionally made, die-cut Mox News stickers. Craig's had one on the back of his car for weeks. And it's looking good. It's not, the weather is not affecting it whatsoever, as far as I can tell so far. And so if you want to give a donation to Mox News survives solely on contributions from good people like you. So if you'd like to give something to Mox News, it's easy to do. There's clickable links in the text body of this video, or you can look in the chat on the video, and there's also clickable links there. Or you can go to moxnews.com. Should take less than 2 minutes to put a little something in my bowl, which would be very generous of you. Thank you very much. And then we're able to continue to do this, like I've always said, as long as I have the support of the community that I serve, we will do this forever. Okay, this is what I do. As long as I have the people that I serve support, I don't know why I'd want to do anything else. I mean, how much more can you ask for than to be appreciated by the people that you serve, right? So, that being said, we do this live show every Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Pacific time. So, if you... I don't know that we're going to do this tomorrow because it takes... if the shit is happening, if there's an event going down and we need to be here, we will be here tomorrow. Otherwise, we do this every Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Pacific time. So I hope we see you here on Monday, if not before. And Craig will keep this live stream going for a couple more hours. He has a Mox live setup. A Mox News live setup on a separate YouTube page for these live streams. So if you want to continue to watch what's going down in Portland and Seattle, Craig will keep that going for you for the next couple hours or as long as it stays live. And he'll put a link up in the chat so you can get there easily. And make sure and subscribe to Mox News and hit the notification button if you haven't already, because that way when we do go live, you will always be aware of what it is that we're making happen here. Where did all the people in Portland go? They scatter everybody in Portland that fast? Wow. When you have the people peacefully protesting in the park, right? You have them in the park. They're not causing any trouble. Why the fuck would you dump tear gas on them, which pushes them out of the park and into the street where there's all this potential troublemaking that they could be doing? Why on earth would you do that? It makes zero sense. You have to ask these questions. And we have to try and understand what it is that these fucking cops are trying to accomplish. Because they're brutalizing peaceful people. And it doesn't make any sense unless they're trying to bring about, I don't know. I guess if they get more people on the street and so they're bigger and bigger protests, then they can go, oh, well, our budget's not big enough. We have to have more budget. And maybe that's what they're shooting for here. But it'd be really nice if we just went, you know what, fuck you. We're going to go the other way and start defunding your budget. Because you're using resources that don't need to be used on peaceful people. You're violating their constitutional rights for no other reason than that you can. So... anyways, Craig got links up in the chat if you want to go check out the stream. It'll stay live over there for probably a couple hours. And otherwise, we'll be back on Monday. If not tomorrow, again, you want to subscribe and hit the notification bell just in case we decide to go live tomorrow, in case there's stuff happening, because there's stuff happening right now. And if we need to go live, we certainly will. Otherwise, I hope we see you on Monday and every Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Pacific time. And until then, be sure and stay cool, because one of these days this war is going to end. Why are you telling me?
Hey, hey, hey.
Hey, I need bodies! Back up! Back up! Back up! Back up! Everybody back up! We pepper spray! Back up!
Back up! Hands up!
Back up behind me.
Back up! Nope.
Behind me. Behind me. Behind me. I got you. Behind me. Behind me. Stop. 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 Stop.
Back and forth!
Back
Let me go! Let me go! Get the fuck off of us!
Hey! What am I doing? What am I doing? I'm not doing anything. Hey, that's abuse! That's abuse! That's abuse! That's abuse! Officer, what's your name?
Back up! Everybody back up! Back up!
No, grab your man, right?
That's abuse! He's not doing shit! He's not doing shit! He's not doing shit! Hey! This is your chance!
Stop, stop, stop!
Grab your man! Grab your man!
Grab your man! This is your chance!
Hold the line!
Hold
the line!
Line!
Hold the line! Hold the line! Hey!
So what's happening here? Okay, so again, the people in Seattle, clearly peaceful. The people in Portland were completely contained and peaceful in the park until the police decided to drop tear gas on them. We will continue to keep an eye on this. Craig has got the live stream going over on the Mox News live feed. He'll drop another link in the chat in case you didn't see it the first time. Again, we'll be back on Monday at 7 p.m. Pacific time. If we don't come back tomorrow, we may be back on Sunday if there's stuff going on. It's important to take a break. So if we're able to take a break, we probably want to do that too. So we'll be back on Monday, if not before. And until then, stay cool, because one of these days this war is going to end. Stay cool till then.
No matter which mouth you feed on a two-headed snake, it still shits the same turd. But lucky for you, you have Mox News. More than 10 years. More than 60,000 videos. Mox News has been filtering the nonsense and illuminating the bullshit from your mainstream media. Turn off your TV and turn on to Mox News. For over a decade, documenting the socio-political events that have etched and carved the pathways that define today's modern mess, Mox News has been providing clarity while faithfully bringing you today's relevant stories 100% commercial-free and subscription-free. And just like Lady Liberty vows to remain free. But at this time, we're asking you for your help, your patronage, and your support to keep the lights on and the videos rolling. For less than 17 cents per day, you can become a basic subscriber, knowing that your donation is truly making a difference that will help continue bringing the news stories that make a difference in your life. Turn on, tune in, and drop a couple dimes today by clicking the link below or visiting moxnews.com and show your support at any level. From a single one-time donation or dedicated monthly subscriber, do it now in less than 2 minutes. All donations are safe, securely processed, and verified using PayPal, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, or Discover Card. As always, we're sure you'll find something of interest each and every day. This holiday season, give the gift of Mox. moxnews.com.